live for the entire round one of the 2025 NFL Draft. We're here until the end. We're not here till the end. We're here an hour early. We'll probably be here an hour after. This is the only place you need to be as the draft unfolds live in front of our faces. We break down all of the fantasy implications. Someone's getting kicked in the sack. Somebody's parade is going to be rained on. A running back like Breece Hall could be traded. George Pickens could be on the move. We could have a player land in a very bad spot. I'm sure a couple will. We're here to endure it together. The Fantasy Football Show, the Draft Edition, the NFL Draft Live Reaction Draft Tracker, Fantasy Football Implication Show begins right now. BBQ dropping 20 gifted memberships right off the bat. We've had super chats already. I've answered your questions. Hopefully you guys saw my answers. File on in, and I've got news. The highest super chat of the day. You know, if you super chat 5-6 times, it all adds up. The highest super chatter of the day is going to get the open Moon Man, Mars Man spot. It's actually in the Mars League. We have one opening, and we're going to be giving away that spot to the highest super chatter of the day. So if you've wanted to be a Moon Man or Mars Man, look at this card. You want to be a Mars Man card holder? Now's your chance. The Fantasy Football Show begins right now.
From the FantasyFootballShow.com studios.
It's the Fantasy Football Show. Live!
Monday through Friday.
8 p.m. Eastern. Smitty is also live whenever news breaks.
Here we are. Live NFL Draft Show. We've got rumors. We've got all kinds of stuff to go over, okay? So we've got the live draft board tracker right here. Cam Ward's probably going to be the number one pick, so I have that there. I'll take it off for now, but just to show you how this will work. Here's the board. We will be doing it live. Appreciate all of you in the building, and I can't wait to go down this road all evening long with you, reacting to where these guys go. Do the Bears get this 5 pick from the Jaguars? I hope they don't. I know a lot of Bears fans they're just thinking I'm hating, but it's just about I want a couple other spots. I don't want the Bears trading up to this 5 pick to get Genty. It's not the end of the world. But I think, you know, we can pretty much say that Cam Ward is probably going to be this pick here. Hunter's probably going 2, and probably Carter going 3. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Campbell 4. I think a trade happens here at 5. The Jaguars could take Genty, though. I hope they take Genty. I hope the Jaguars take Genty. I hope Liam Cohen, who turned Bucky into Bucky.
Get buckied.
I hope that the guy that turned Bucky into Bucky gets Ashton Genty. And then ETN maybe goes and finds a home. And then Bigsby becomes the most crafty backup in the fantasy football world. We got Lucas dropping a super chat. Says, I'm in the league yet. I'm so pumped for you all. I'm pumped. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Lucas. Sorry. Are you in the league yet? Right now, you're not. The highest super chatter of the evening is a $4.99 hauler up at the top of the show. Just to answer these questions, or $6.99. Matt. So far, Matt's in the Mars Man until somebody knocks off his super chat of $6.99. Matt, I venture to say you're probably not going to win with that. Odds of Sanders going as the second QB taken. Really good value right now. What are the percentage chances that Dart goes ahead of him? I think Dart probably does go to the Saints at 9. It sounds like. I don't know if it's smoke. We'll see. Dub the Boss with a $5 hauler says, gut feeling the Bears will move up for Genty and the Browns grab Travis Hunter and Shador. That's been my prediction for a while now, that the Browns find a way. We got 20 gifted memberships by look here. We got 20 gifted from New Age Outlaw, 20 gifted from BBQ. Both gentlemen starting off the stream. Sorry, New Age, I didn't see yours yet. Starting off the stream with 20 gifted memberships each.
Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
40 gifted memberships so far. I can't thank you guys enough. You guys absolutely rock. Thank you, New Age. Thank you, BBQ, for that. But again, I do believe that we're going to see the Browns probably have both Hunter and Shador. Currently, the leader for the Marsman spot, the highest super chatter of the evening, gets this right here. A Marsman spot. That's a metal card right there. You become a Marsman if you win today's highest super chatter contest. Draft day, $50 hauler from Matto, dropping the big wad. He's the leader so far.
$50. Give me $50 holler.
That's right. You heard me right. We have a Marsman opening, and the highest super chatter of the evening is going to get their spot in the Marsman League. Not the Moonman. The spot is open in the Marsman League. If anybody doesn't know what those are, there's essentially 3 show leagues. We'll probably have a 4th one that's redraft, and that was the Dora League. It was the Garrett Wilson jersey draft. It was last year. It was the I forget what we called it, the best ball drafts. We'll have some sort of redraft, big, huge tournament. Okay, we'll have that. But as far as the official leagues of the fantasy football show, we have the Marsman and Moonman, which is essentially 2 different leagues, and they're 2 different divisions, but 1 league. And the Marsman winner goes to the Moonman winner goes to the Marsman League. The loser of the Marsman League goes down to the Moonman League. But it's like 1 league, but 2 different leagues, like 2 different divisions. There's that league, the Marsman Moonman League. Then there's the official show Dynasty League, which has not drafted yet. There's, I believe, 2 open spots, and 2 or 1 open spots. The winners of last year's best ball contest that we did for it specifically, those winners will, or no, we didn't do, it wasn't best. Yeah, it was best ball on Sleeper. Those winners are going to grab those spots, and we have like 2 extra spots, I believe. So that Dynasty League draft and the Marsman Moonman draft will be drafting live on the channel. So anybody that wants to become the only spot that's available of the Marsman League, highest super chatter of the evening so far is Matto. Matto, appreciate you. And you get a $50 prediction if you want, Matt. So answering the question earlier on the super chat that happened before the stream, I think should Shador probably and Hunter go to the same team? Yeah. Bears moving up for Genty. I hope they don't do that, but I do believe they're trying very, very hard to do that. It's not that I don't like the landing spot. It's not my favorite landing spot. So it's not that I'm totally like sitting here going, this is the worst spot known to man, but I don't want it. Am I in the league yet? Says Lucas. I think I'm caught up on the super chats. All right. Jonathan Coble dropping the $2 hauler. Smitty it's the off season. Let's have some fun. Appreciate you, Coble, coming in with the super chat. You're a monster, my guy. We got this one from Tex. Tex says, appreciate you always grinding, Smitty. Can't wait for tonight. We are literally 49 minutes away. Tex, get ready. Do it live. Coble with a $20 hauler says, it's been an awesome year, man. Glad I found the show in the community. Been waiting since December. Let's crush some drafts this year, fantasy football style. Have you only been here since December? No way, bro. No one does it better than Smitty. If you haven't been here for an off season, bro, you're in store for a treat. Like, we don't slow down. We push the gas pedal down. I also got an exciting kind of idea / hopeful eventual announcement, etc., etc. I'm trying to push the people over at Can-Am to be a part of this show, and I let them know how much I love their product, how much we need this on the channel. You know how we take a lap? You know how we did scooter live streams? We need to up the ante and have a scooter live stream on steroids. I want to have a 3-wheel Can-Am Riker as a part of this show, where we take this bad boy around instead of scooter shows. We do a Can-Am auto cycle show, and I want the people over at Can-Am to know that you guys love them. You guys want this. We want this. We need this, and I want everyone to go visit Can-Am. We'll be back. We'll be talking about this more. I just want people to know that we're heading down that direction. And when I get a little gut feeling about where the show might be going with something, I think we're gonna have a vehicle. I want it to be Can-Am. I want them to be a part of this. And there's other options that I've looked into, like the Maverick. the Polaris Maverick, things like that. But I kind of want it to be a Can-Am. And so I'm hoping Can-Am becomes a part of this show on some level. So we're going to try and convince them. And I'll have different things I'm going to ask from you guys to maybe let them know you're watching and that you're a part of the show and you're begging the Can-Am community to come in here and be a part of our situation. Hit that thumb up button. How many people we got in the building? 284 on YouTube. 310 to 340 total. We are live on X as well, but I want my X people to go over to YouTube, subscribe. It's more interactive. Okay, let's get it done. Let's do it live. Thank you, Matto, for the $50 hauler. And Lucas says, am I in the league yet? Not in the league yet. No, I don't know what that means. If you mean the super chat contest, no, you're getting topped. And 7 says, I want the Marsman spot. He says, let's be the top dog. Let's go, Smitty. $77 hauler.
$50. Give me $50 holler. Get by the brother, Smitty. Give me.
Also, your boy looks pretty good, right? I look pretty fit. I've been doing a lot of the core board. You guys know the core board. We've talked about the core board. The core board is this unbelievable, basically gym all in one, where whenever we have a $50 hauler or higher, your boy's going to do a set. I'm going to get a pump in on the core board. The core board is amazing. It has all these different things that you hook up to it, whether you're doing curls with bands, whether you're trying to do your core workout. And I've lost a ton of weight on this thing. And my boys over at Core Board hooked me up with this in a challenge. And I have yet to facilitate the challenge component of everything we went over, where I have to try and hold a dragon flag and do all these different challenge exercises. But I've been using this thing like crazy. And it is amazing. Core Board, check them out at Stoic Innovations. I'll drop the link right here. Look at this. Unbelievable. So just letting you guys know, we have a couple sponsors here that we're just gonna talk about real quickly. But here's the Core Board link if you guys want to be a part of that. Your boy's getting fit. I'm gonna pump out a set of something every time we get a $50 hauler anyway. All right, back to the super chats. So far, these are the high super chats of the night. Current leader of getting the Marsman open spot is going to be 7. You can hear this metal card drop onto the table. We got another super chat. We got a what was it? Theo with a gift, a celebratory message. Yeah, buddy, draft night. Lightweight, baby. Appreciate you, Theo, coming in strong. Guys, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. 300 of you YouTubers in the building, appreciate you. And then about 100 or so on X. Make sure you guys come over to YouTube. I've got my predictions. I've got my predictions. Here's one. I'm going to fold it up in my pocket. Put it right in there. Here is another one. I got all these predictions ready to go. Like the movie Draft Day. Genty, no matter what. I've got all these predictions. We're going to put them in the pocket. We're going to pull them out when it's time. And we're going to see if my predictions come true. Some of them are ones that I want to will to happen more than I believe they will. So we'll see how it all goes at the end of the day. But I have certain things that I would love to have take place. Let me see if I can move this. Let's see if I can move this. I don't think I want this alert on every screen because I have my camera right here. So let me go back to this and we'll put it on here. There we go. Okay. Sanders of the Dolphins, you think, TMO? That could be the case, I suppose. That could be the case. We got another super chat in the building. Who's this from? Oh, no, that's the $77. So far, the current Marsman League winner is 7 with the $77 super chat. 328 in the building on YouTube. About 100 or so on X. Get on over to YouTube and subscribe. I think that there is going to be a trade here at 5. if they don't take Genty. If they take Genty, then there won't be a trade, obviously. But I hope that the Jaguars and Liam Cohen know what they're doing. Guys, Genty should go 1 overall to the Titans, but he won't. Genty should go 2 to the Browns. I like Hunter, though it's still a good pick. Genty should be going to the Giants at number 3. Genty should be going number 4 to the Patriots. Genty should be going number 5 to the Jaguars. Genty should be going number 6 to the Raiders. The only player, I don't care if you're Tennessee and you need a quarterback. He is the best player in the draft. The only player that should be going ahead of Genty at all is the Browns getting Hunter, especially if the Browns do what I expect them to do, what I've been predicting them to do, is get back into the Shedeur-Sanders game. I think if the Browns get Shedeur and Hunter together, they can erase the woes and mistakes of Deshaun Watson. It is the secret out of agony for the Cleveland Browns. It's the only play. And the fact that you could have a potential drop and downfall for Shedeur in this draft, generated by the actual nonsense that's being shot around news wires on Shedeur. And it's a ridiculous fall from grace that is not deserving for our boy Shedeur-Sanders. It's despicable what the news media outlets are doing to this kid right here. Despicable. He is a good quarterback prospect. Is he a lock? No one's a lock. We've seen guys like Haskins and Ryan Leaf and Manziel and Josh Rosen and all kinds of quarterbacks that are good prospects. Zach Wilson was a great prospect. He's a horrible quarterback. It happens. No one can guarantee that this guy is going to be the guy. No one can. But he's a great prospect, and he's getting torn down by the media for reasons that are probably just hatred related. We hate Deion Sanders. And then you start saying negative things. Then you double down. We got double down Donnies everywhere. I hope his fall from grace in the NFL draft ends up leading to a mistake, a media-driven blunder that makes every doubter look like a fool. And at the end of the day, put a chip on his shoulder, and Shedeur goes somewhere like Cleveland in round 2. Let's say he falls that far. Or Cleveland's smart enough to trade into the bottom of 1, and they take him just to be safe. If Cleveland walks out with Shedeur and Hunter like we've been predicting for weeks now, then they could win this draft. And everyone's going to say, wow, what a surprise. Or you have people now going, oh, I got a wild idea. Thoughts on Hampton? I think that if the Bears cannot trade up, Christopher, to get him at this 4 pick, which is the leapfrog pick. Now, there is a shot. There are rumors that Membu is going to be the target for the Raiders. They're going offensive line. Then you might have the Bears kind of pulling back the throttle a little bit in terms of having to get to 5 because they think they might slip in and get him at 10 now. But I think the Saints grab him at 9 if Genty's there. They've had great meetings with Genty. Genty's verbally said, I like the Saints. I've met with the running back coach. I like their mindset. He likes this situation. The Jets are actively shopping Breece Hall according to some smoky looking reports. I don't know that I buy it. I don't know that I buy any of the smoke right now, but now Breece Hall's potentially getting shopped around more than normal. I just don't know. I think at the end of the day, it feels like right now the smoke at least tells us that the Jags are maybe a tad bit more likely to draft Genty than the Raiders would be at this point. So we're kind of waiting on that. BBQ dropping a $5 holler like the man that he is. Smitty not letting the Steelers pick unless they trade Pickens. Smitty not letting. Yeah, I think I will put a pause on that. Pickens, wow, what a turn. Yesterday we got the report about George Pickens and the unfollowing of the Steelers on social media. So George Pickens is now in rumor mode about getting potentially shopped today. And I think if a trade went down, it probably would be today or tomorrow, right? So he unfollowed the Steelers. This came from Jordan Schultz yesterday. George Pickens, a real likely player to get traded here on draft day, on day 1 potentially, but maybe at least day 2. So Pickens is a hot topic for sure. Breece Hall is a hot topic as well. Breece Hall could get traded. I don't know that I buy these rumors as much as I buy the Pickens rumors, but anything's possible. And keep in mind, this is a new regime. And if for any reason Genty falls to 7, I think they do really strongly consider taking Genty. And they want to pound the rock. And Hall isn't necessarily the exact player for that concept, but he's still great. He's still a part of a Thunder and Lightning approach that would make him Jahmyr Gibbs to David Montgomery. The balance, if they kept Hall on roster, and understand that they could, the balance between Hall and Genty would be flipped and be the reverse, the anti Lions running back situation, where Monty's the complement and the speedster is the 1A in Gibbs. So it would be reversed. The Monty version of the Jets version of the Lions rush attack would be the Genty, the home run hitter. That's going to be the running back 1. The running back 1B would be Hall, but he still would cook, enough that it's going to be great given the cost of entry. And if Hall ended up seeing Genty get drafted to the Jets and they didn't trade him, Hall's value would plummet into, I would guess, rounds 5 or 6. And we'd have to say to ourselves, that's a scary thing to think about. But if Hall fell to 5 or 6, maybe 6 to 7, round 6 or 7, then it's a different outlook. It's a different player. It's a different valuation. It's a different cost of entry. It's a different upside. So we'd have to do similar to what we did in previous years. Like even the Walker Charbonnet thing. Walker was like a top of round 2 guy. Charbonnet got drafted and everybody freaked out. But I said, look, it's not ideal. But if you walk out of the room, take a deep breath, close the door, take a deep breath, open the door, walk in and reevaluate Walker's value. He's going around 4, 5, 6. It's a different beast. It's a different monster. So we'll see. So yeah, Genty probably right now, the lead spot for Genty would be this Jaguars pick right here. As of this moment, this is not new news. I see some of you, Matt Huff, you seem shocked. This has been the talk of the town for the last 48 hours. So the Jaguars going Genty is a real possibility. If Genty were to fall to the Jets, I think that they would really strongly consider taking him. I think the Raiders still will strongly consider taking him, but it sounds like Membu's in the mix. Saints are going to take him if he's there. Saints are going to take him, I think. We got another super chat from Rockout. Rockout dropping a wad. Christopher, thank you for to answer your question about Hampton. I think Hampton, if Genty's gone and the Bears are still at 10, I think they strongly consider Hampton. I like Hampton a lot. He's a 3-down back. There aren't a lot of 3-down backs in this draft class, according to some scouts, but I think there are. But I think he's one of the better ones. I think there are a lot of 3-down backs in here. I think people are weird about that. Like people are like, oh, it's Henderson. In the new rumors about Genty worrying some teams in his pass protection. Give me a break. Genty's a 3-down back. Henderson's the best 3-down back in the class. Hampton's right up there in the top 3 for 3-down, being a 3-down back. Scattaboo's a 3-down back. People are wild. Harmon or Nolan to the Cardinals. I want Walker to fall to the Cardinals. I've seen mock drafts where Walker falls. 442 on YouTube. We got the rest of you on X. X, get on over to YouTube. Smash the thumb up button. Thank you, Rockout. Appreciate you. Walker's been falling. Maddo says Igbuka to a great spot. That's just not to spoil it, but that's on one of my folded up pieces of paper. There's something about Igbuka. I got a Burden piece of paper in my pocket. I got a Genty piece of paper in my pocket. I got a Shadur Hunter piece of paper in my pocket. We have those ready to rumble. We're going to open up the phone lines here in just a little bit. Hit that thumb up button on the way in the door. Genty to the Jets makes no sense to me. It does if you understand what they want to do. Dondre, I know that because of Breece Hall, it doesn't make sense to you, but think about it. Even if you didn't trade Hall, Monty and Gibbs, this man comes from Detroit. Aaron Glenn even though he's defense, this is a Detroit mindset. He talks about the Detroit line rushing attack all the time, so he wants to mirror it. So it makes sense. Breece Hall and Genty's the best running back stable, probably even over Gibbs and Monty. So it does make sense. It doesn't make sense to you, or it doesn't make sense to my fantasy desires, but it makes sense, bro. It actually does. When you really think about it, this doesn't for you, for fantasy. but it makes sense, bro. It's electric. My wide receivers are AJB, Nakua, Nico, JSN, Neighbors, London, Higgins, and Adunze. Who should I take with my picks 1 through 4 in the first round and 2.2 and 2. You got to wait till landing spots, Jeremy. I will say for sure, if I had to pick now, it would be probably Genty, Hampton, Henderson, and Hunter. And I just locked that in if I had to. But you really want to wait. As far as your 2-point whatevers, you're talking about Dylan Sampson if he's there. Luther Burden if he falls, but if they land in good spots, they won't be available. So we're just gonna have to play it by ear. Rockout, thank you for your super chat. Rockout says, I want Putney because I feel like it. Yeah. Putney, no matter what. Rockout, thank you. Appreciate you. Smitty not letting the Steelers pick unless they trade Pickens. Thank you again for that super chat. No rush or anything. Sent a super chat before the show. Matt, I did answer it. But it'd be easier if you throw it in that question. Let me see if I can find it. Matt, can you repost it? You don't have to do a super chat, but repost it. I already answered all the super chats. I did it via typing, and then I also, at the very beginning of the show, read off the super chats that I have. But if you could retype it, I would be glad to answer it again, and I'll just look for your message. Thank you, Rock Out. Jeremy, appreciate your wide receiver question. Top super chatter of the day. Let me put this on the board. Top super chat of show. Let me put this up in the corner. And the winner of today's super chat challenge. And I think we gotta include the gifted memberships though, because that's not fair. Let's see here. It's going to be hard to... Yeah, that's probably not fair to not include the gifted memberships. Can I ask a question? BBQ and New Age, when you do a 50 gifted membership, what is the monetary equivalent of that? Because sometimes they do sales, sometimes they do... It's hard for me to know without seeing it. But is that 50 for 50 or is that double? Is a 50 gifted membership actually 100? Let me know what that price point is, New Age and BBQ. I want to make sure you guys are included on that. I don't want to discourage the gifted memberships, as a way to win this contest. So the highest super chat of the show, top super chat of show currently is 7 right now at the $77. Ron says 149. Okay, so it's like not exactly two. Okay, so 149. So that means that let me see. I think they both dropped 20 so far. So celebratory messages. Oh, no. I'm looking for gifted memberships. Gifted 20. BBQ gifted. Yeah, gifted 20. BBQ. And then there was a gifted New Age 20 earlier. All right. Appreciate you. Thanks, Ron, for answering that. No rush, says Matt. Matt, what was your question? I think I did answer it, but appreciate you. Matt said, Matt, retype your question. Gibbs is the man. Hernandez says, draft day, let's go. Thank you for the celebratory message, my boy. Banks or Membu? Yeah, Membu's ranked a little higher. Membu is very much projected right now as one of the top 2 landing spots for the Raiders at number 6, Membu. It feels like it's going to be Membu. $50 is 149. Okay, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ron. It shows 99 for 50 on mine, says Thomas. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they run. BBQ, tell me what it is that it costs you. Appreciate you, bro. God. When you really think about what BBQ and New Age Outlaw have done, which is why they've got their own emojis, and Ron over the years as well, is because, like, I don't think we realize when we see 50 gifted memberships, it's not $50. Like, it's sometimes $150 or $140 that he's dropping so that all of you can have gifted memberships. It looks like it's 100 right now. So 50 gifted is 100. Okay, so now that I got that 25, I got it. Okay. Here's New Age calling in. New Age Outlaw. New Age Outlaw, you're live, my boy. You are live. Appreciate you.
Hey, sorry to call in. I was just going to say, like, oh, now I forget. It was like for 50 is like $100, and then $40 for 20, I believe it was.
Okay. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. And no pressure. You give a lot. I'm not trying to pressure you into winning this. I'm going to include these if you do drop them. So no pressure to try and win it. I'm just wanting everyone to know.
No. If Mbuka goes to Packers, I guarantee it's mine. Otherwise, it's everybody else's game.
So what you're saying is if Mbuka goes to the Packers, you're going to be sipping on so much Grandpa's cough medicine that you're winning this contest no matter what. Yes, what it
exactly.
Basically, hold on.
Exactly.
Gump's calling in. Let me merge him real quick. Hold on. Phone lines aren't open yet, but New Age gets in, and Gump, we're just curious what he's going to say. What are the Lions doing today? Hold on, Gump. Let me finish with New Age, and I'll come for your phone call, Gump. New Age, what is your other prediction? I know you want the Packers to draft Igbokwe. They may get lucky. He may go higher. His I think Vegas odds are 26 overall is what he's projected to go at. 26.5 is like the line. So the Green Bay Packers are in good positioning. Is their mindset there to go wide receiver? I don't know, but we'll see.
Negative. Never has been, never probably will be, but I can hope.
What's your prediction for today? Your biggest prediction?
Oh, man. That it's here's a prediction, that it's going to be canceled and put in the private because the lightning's going to strike too close to the stadium. Just when I drove by the stadium, I was like, oh boy, I just went a little left there, and the
odds might be better of that than the Packers drafting a wide receiver. But we'll see. I really hope that they really have turned a page and they say we need to do this. Like Love took a step backwards last year. They need Igbokwe. They need, you know who I want though? Igbokwe or Luther Burden to go to a place like that. So if it's Luther Burden, I think you should still be near as excited. I love that kid. So
I hear you. Yeah, anything, it would be nice for one skill position in the first round.
Appreciate you, New Age. You want to hang on the line, or did you want to call back, or what do you want to do? You're free to dial in.
I got to get some more work to do. Tell Gump always wanted to be in a dynasty, so tell him to bid this baby up. Let's get it going.
Well, the winner of this isn't in a dynasty; it's in the Marsman Moonman League, which is a redraft. But you get a cemented in spot though. You get a cemented in spot. Okay, appreciate you, man.
Gump always said about drafting, so
yeah.
All right, later, y'all.
All right, call back anytime. We'll be here for hours and hours. All right, later, bro. Appreciate you. All right, Gump, you are live, young man. You were live at 29.
Can we get 2 thumbs up? I'll tell you why. Give me 2 thumbs up right now on the screen. You got it?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. You know why I just told you that?
No, Gump.
Well, I was over on Francis working on the house and stuff, and all of a sudden someone starts screaming, and he said he bit his finger off, his thumb, and then Eric had to give him a ride to the hospital. When he came back, his thumb was all bandaged up.
I don't know who Eric is. Gump, can I tell you something?
Well,
when you tell stories...
the bottom line, the neighbor got his thumb bit off. Blood was all over the place. And when he got back to the hospital...
Not a draft day show thing or an appropriate. I mean, this isn't a family show, but we have families. So no, Gump, that's not the story you tell on my phone line. So unfortunately for you, you just got kicked off the show on the most important show of the year because you decided to call in and tell a horror story on my phone line. And I didn't even need to wait for the 3 X's. That is just not what are we doing, bro? Okay. Anyway, appreciate you all. We've got super chat contest galore going on here. Top super chatter of the show today is getting the open available Marsman spot that opened up. And just so you guys all know, this is a league where there's $100 entry fee for everybody. So it's not like you're getting a free ride. It's everybody's playing in a league, and the prize money goes to the winner. It's not going to the show. So there's a yearly entry fee. But to get the spot to become a Mars man, become the highest super chatter of the day. Smitty, this is a cumulative number on the night to win the Mars man card. Yes, cumulative. So if you drop, like you, for example, you have now added $7 to your amount. So $7 to you, young man. So appreciate you dropping that. Let me go ahead and fix the number here for you. So you're at $84, I believe. And if I missed another super chat of yours, let me know. So 84 from 7, who's the current super chat leader. What's up, Ron Navy? You're live.
Hey, there's something like whack going on with the gifted memberships or something. Either I'm getting screwed or I don't know what it is. But look at the DM I just sent you on Instagram. It shows what the costs are for each one, and those are the costs that I got to pay.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
they're not getting credit for 150. That's what I pay for 50.
Well, I think they vary based on like your location or they may, I don't know the ins and outs of when they give like a certain area or a certain, like if you're an avid watcher, they might try and give you a discount or something or if you've ever been offered a discount before and you've used it, then you don't get that access. You know what I'm saying? I think there's certain things we don't know about.
It's always been, for me, it's always been $149.99.
Well, I remember one time you told me they were running a special or something like that. I think they do that when you haven't done it yet, or they try and get you to participate. And then once you've done it, they may offer, I don't know. It's definitely explainable. It's just everybody's.
Maybe, but they've done it. Barbecue and New Age Outlaw, they've both been doing it several times, so I don't get it.
I almost promised you there's rhyme and reason to it that we wouldn't really need.
If they get to give 50 for $100, that's cheap because it cost me $50 more.
Well, I'm going to count them as the 100 for 50. Ron, what's your prediction? I didn't want them to get
screwed. I didn't want them to get screwed either because I thought it was $149.99 what I pay.
Ron, what's your prediction for today's draft? Let's get to the draft. What's your prediction?
I think.
Thank you, Rockout.
I still think New England's going to throw a wrench in it and take Genty. That's my bold prediction.
Be wild.
But it might not happen. I'm not saying I'm certain of it, but I think they could very easily do that. And like for my Steelers, I have no idea.
Gump, you're in timeout for at least 10 minutes. Go ahead.
What's that?
I said Gump's trying to call in again, and I just said he's in timeout for at least 10 minutes.
If they trade Pickens, that means that they want to jump up in the draft, because if they get crap for Pickens, then, I mean, I'm just done with them because that's stupid. They don't get to move up in the draft for...
I told you the Pickens stuff was going to come.
I know.
It just didn't make...
You did. Always lose when I bet you. I always lose.
What was our bet?
If you won, I just had the super chat, and you said it doesn't matter the amount.
And I'd write Ron all over it. I'd write Ron all over my arms, and you'd make me write. You wanted me to write it on my forehead, but I said no. Thank you.
Yeah, you said you say Ron was right or something like that.
Ron was right all over my arms or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully for you, like they just can't pull off a deal. But I think that this is one of those situations where I think the highest bidder is going to win the George Pickens sweepstakes. I don't necessarily think that the Steelers have a hard line where they're like, if we can't get rid of them here, we're not. I think they're eventually just going to get rid of them. It doesn't make sense though, because you to keep them, because you're again, the logic for me why I was scratching my head for a while, Ron. I'll admit, up until yesterday's news, I was wondering why I was so wrong on this. But it just makes sense. If you're unwilling to extend a player and you're going to lose them the next year, you're certainly going to try and trade them if you don't have the confidence to sign them. So it just made sense that they were looking into it, but wild to me that it took this long to see some problems.
Well, it's fine. It's fine because this is the way I look at it. You get rid of Pickens, and guess what? He goes to another team, he lights it up. Guess whose head's on the block? Guess what the fans are going to call for? They're going to call for Tomlin to be fired and gone, because
Oh,
he
that's
keeps
Tom.
screwing up this team and making stupid stuff happen.
Yeah,
The fan base,
but Travis might be right. It's more.
They like
I don't know
picking.
how much Tomlin's got to do with it. Maybe he does have a lot of pull. Who knows? But it's probably like
he has everything to do with it.
Well, like Travis just said, it might be
Just
Colin.
like he
Magic
had
Man.
everything to do with.
Let's talk about Magic Man Con.
He's not going to do something without talking to Tomlin and getting Tomlin's approval with it. to begin
Magic
with.
Man.
He's not that magic then.
We'll see.
Love
Hey,
Stars.
Smitty, did you see the Jags might be trying to go up to 2 for Hunter? Is the report?
Yeah, but the Browns won't do that. Browns are locked in on him. I think
The Browns are stupid. The Browns could do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it back.
All we got to do is look at the Browns' history. They're stupid.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, firing
Steve
Tom
Glazer.
talk says Love Stars. No, it's not. We've gone over this. I sent you a super chat, says Jazz. Okay, Jazz, I got your super chat. Don't worry. What impact to ETN when the Jags draft Genty? Trade. He's traded. He'll be traded. I mean, is there a world where they can't get enough and they just keep him? Yeah, but he'll probably get traded. Where does he go? I don't know. The problem with the Genty trade, the Genty drafting and then the eventual trade of ETN is that all of these running backs and this is like there are literally 20 really good running backs in this draft class. Normally there's like 5 to 8. There's literally 20, maybe more, that are really good. And you could look past 15 of them and say Jarquez Hunter or Blue or one of those guys you could literally argue is better than ETN. Not necessarily now, but when you consider the free cost of entry of a rookie in theory comparatively to trading for ETN, giving up draft capital for ETN, and then probably having to pay him or give him an extension. I think this might be one of those situations, not for sure, but might be where he goes so cheap we're like, oh my God, they gave him away and they don't give him an extension. Then you're looking at it like this is a player that they're going to take a gamble on, right? And then they're basically drafting him. They're giving up a 5th rounder and they say to themselves, we like ETN more than any other 5th round running back probably. And that may or may not be, an accurate way to look at it, but that's kind of what I think could happen. But ETN will probably be traded. If they don't trade ETN and they draft Genty, the Jaguars at this number 5 overall pick, there's a real chance that, that we have a lot of like frustration and cloudiness around the backup, but Genty's going to be the starter. There's no doubt about it. At 29, would you take a Henderson over Igbuka for the Commanders at 29? I'd rather have Henderson in Washington at 29 than Igbuka, but a boy can dream that maybe both somehow figure out a way on the maybe trade up. Can Adam Peters get into the 29 and 30 picks? Buffalo trades down all the time. Thank you, Jazz, for your super chat. Appreciate you. 7 dropping that $7, which I added already. Thank you. So he's the leader with $84 so far, unless I haven't added up the gifted memberships properly yet. Any draft props that you like? I haven't done a lot of those today. I'm sorry, but if anybody wants to participate, if Underdog has any, go to Underdog. Use code Smitty if they've got anything you want to drop. Some of the availability of stuff is available in certain states versus others. I don't know. So here's that link right here. Underdog. Participate in anything they might have. Draft props. I don't know. There's so much volatility. The only thing I would have probably said was a lock if you need a lock of any kind at any platform. We only do Underdog here. We only talk about Underdog here. That's just the way it is. But if you want like a lock of mine, I would probably say, obviously Cam Ward, but you're not gonna get much off that. I would probably say Hunter at 2, and if you want something crazy, Shador to the Browns. If you can figure out how to smash that, and then I would probably say, I think Loveland to the. Well, no, I don't know. Part of me thinks the Rams are going to trade up for Loveland, but the Dallas Cowboys, Ted McMillan is a pretty decent, I think, prop. And I think another one might be, Jalen or Tyler Warren to the Jets, but none of those are like one thing goes wrong, bro. Like, or one thing goes differently. I shouldn't say wrong. One thing goes differently. Like the Giants do something at 3 that we're not expecting, and all of that changes. Like all of it. It's not something that just one thing's off and you just keep, getting everything right. Best wide receiver rookies to draft on fantasy right now. If I'm ranking them, and this is my personal preference, and landing spot will certainly change this. If McMillan goes to the Carolina Panthers or the New England Patriots trade down and take Ted McMillan, or they get ballsy and take him at 4, then Ted McMillan can rise. Like, understand the landing spots are about to change. But right now, my ranking for wide receivers based on talent and a little mix of what I predict the landing spots to be will be Travis Hunter, tier break. And then it's Egbuka and Burden for me right now. And I think Tet's right below those guys in a bucket, but I think it's Burden and Egbuka. Those are my 2 and 3, and I don't really care how that maybe rubs people the wrong way. That's my take. Appreciate your super chat. Rockout says, will the NFL let the Eagles get away with robbery again? I think they will. The Eagles are very smart. Howie is a great drafter. Adam Peters, great drafter. This 29 pick and 32 pick are going to be very good players. And it just so happens that great talent always falls to this territory, man. It just always does. It's a great spot to be. It used to be like, oh, you dread having the last pick in the draft, but man, players fall that shouldn't to this 28 to 32 every single year. And how these teams like the Niners screwed it up. How do you not take Cooper DeJean? It was literally the best pick on the board for like 15 picks straight. It was like, why is Cooper DeJean still there? Why is Cooper DeJean still there? And the Niners were going to turn the card in for Cooper DeJean, but then they thought they were going to trade with the Bills. The Bills moved to 2.1. They're like, let's draft Ricky Pearsall and we'll send Debo or Ayuk packing. The Eagles are so smart. The Eagles are so smart. The Commanders and Adam Peters are so smart. They're going to get better in this draft. You know who I think maybe doesn't get better? And I'm not saying this because I love my Bills. I love them, but I just don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with 30. Should they take Luther Burden if he was there? Yes. Will they? I don't know. They make such dumb decisions sometimes when it comes to drafting players that they should draft and they don't, and they always avoid certain positions that they need. The Lions are going to be potentially in some trouble if they don't really smash this pick at 28. And they've got a potential Jameson Williams trade, just like Pickens and Jamo are the 2 most likely traded wide receivers today and tomorrow. Depends on how it goes down. All right, real quickly, let me see who's on the phone line, who's been waiting. Kyrie Boston, you're live, and then I'll go back to Ron. Or no, go to Travis, then to Ron. Go ahead, Kyrie.
I was going to ask you a question about the draft because I'm used to the NBA draft. I'm used to seeing like a lot of teams that have traded away their first round pick or something like that. Maybe 1 or 2 teams per draft, but I see the NFL don't have any teams that traded away their first round pick.
Well,
is that unusual?
It happens a lot. It happens a lot.
What usually happens?
It happens a lot. Usually quarterback trade ups are, where that happens. So like if someone were to move up in the draft.
I'm not saying they ain't going to trade up in the draft, but before the draft, is it like that?
It just depends, bro. Year to year. So all going to be different from year to year. Some drafts we don't have people that are in the first round. Yeah. But it just depends on what teams have in the past traded up for a quarterback. But yeah, it happens all the time. We got teams without second rounders that are, Steelers. Are the Steelers are the ones without a second, right, Ron?
Yeah.
Yeah, no second.
Yeah.
Unless they get a second back for Pickens.
I don't know. I guess they could. Travis, if you're a decision maker and Khan walks up to you and says it's a second or no deal, do you take Pickens for a second?
I would. I'd give him, if I was the Patriots, I'd give him 38 for Pickens. I'd give him like 38 and Bourne or Kayshon Boutte if they want a receiver back. But that's me, because I want a legit receiver for that.
Yeah.
Other teams might think different. If I'm in like the back end of the second round, for sure. Like without hesitation. I'd even give an early second.
Mark Cleveland says, I got money on the Pats taking O-line or trading down. O-line or trading down. Okay.
Well, he should win money because because that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, looks like you're going to. A Pats fan, a.k.a. Travis, agrees with your call there, Mark. So get ready to cash that in, hopefully.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
If Bond wasn't in legal trouble for sexual harassment, where do you think he would be in this draft?
Love Isaiah Bond. Very good question. I think he would be in consideration for a late first, but maybe early second, but late first. I think he's good enough. Like, for example, if Bond had a good workout, had no problems, like everything came together, he'd probably be a team that I could see the Texans looking at. I could see a team like the Lions if they traded away J-Mo. But I think he does fall. He's a great player, great value. I kind of like him better than Matthew Golden. It is what it is. Could I change my mind? Could I change my mind once the landing spots are handed out and once he develops? Sure. Just like, again, I can't emphasize this enough. When people think it's a wild take, and especially later, they think they can come in and laugh at you because you had somebody lower and you like them now. Like, oh, you changed your mind. As a prospect, I don't care what the film junkies say about Matthew Golden. He doesn't have any 1,000-yard seasons to bring to the table. There's a lot that's lacking to make Matthew Golden propped up as this prospect. Not that the talent's not there, not that he can't blossom at the next level, but Matthew Golden doesn't deserve, as a prospect, to be inside this like top 12 conversation. Bond was a better player. I like Bond's game better. Now, I worry about the Bond situation, but guess what, KC? Bond's going to be out on bond, and guess who's going to drive him to court? Rashee Rice and the KC Chiefs. I mean, they could easily grab him. I don't know where he falls, but Bond in KC, Bond in Buffalo, Bond in Washington, Bond in Houston, like, he'll find a good place no matter how far he falls. But he did attack it very aggressively and said these are false accusations. I want everybody to know that. And so hopefully there are teams that you know are going to listen to that. But I certainly going to fall. But I like him more than Matthew Golden. And that can change. It can change. But I think it's a fair evaluation, and people get caught up on, there's people that would run content on Matthew Golden. He's fast, right? Oh, we should like him. He's fast. Not every fast player that clocks fast on a 40 that you didn't like before the 40 should climb up your rankings. And because a couple well-known former NFL players have said things like Matthew Golden's pretty good, people started getting all over the Matthew Golden train. Matthew Golden, is it bold to like Matthew Golden? I've got a bold take that they heard from somebody else, not their take. They heard it, they're regurgitating it, but pretending it's their own. They gift wrap it as their own prediction. I like Matthew Golden. Like, he's good.
Yeah,
he's good, but he's not deserving. He hasn't earned the accolades and the ranking people are throwing out there for him. He just hasn't.
It's me. Add a
Just
quick
in
question.
case.
Hold on, let Ron talk, and then I'll go back to Kyrie. Go ahead, Ron.
Oh, I was going to say, just in case it comes out to be a nothing burger and nothing happens with this case that he has to face and whatever, I was doing the big board, little board. I was getting them in, the last 20 picks. So
love him.
I was just taking a flyer on him just in case,
Bro, it's one of the better best ball wide receiver selections you could make. 100%. 100%.
That's what I was thinking. So I wanted to get your take on him.
Yes. I love Isaiah Bond. Love him. I love Burden and Bond. Sounds like a law firm. Burden and Bond.
Yeah. Burden and Bond.
Accusation fighters. The accusation fighting law firm.
Yeah.
Burden and Bond. Burden's going to cost a lot more, but Bond could fall. He's the one guy. He's kind of like, think of, this isn't the best example because he hasn't done squat, but Burton, who fell to the Bengals, everyone's like, oh my God, the Bengals got a steal because this kid had off the field problems or whatever. And I remember I came in the live stream and go, I like McMillan better. McMillan fell too, and McMillan, but I like him better. Like, can you imagine if McMillan went over to Cincinnati instead? This is kind of that situation. I just think Bond is really good. I think he's better than Burton. I think he's way better than Burton. So if he fell into a Bengal situation later. Like there's a lot of places he could go where he'd be really good. I like him. Now he could go somewhere bad too, but that's why this is so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Burden and Bond.
I don't like it as much if Genty goes to the Jaguars. I don't like that fit.
I can promise you that you'll love it later. It feels like, remember that about 80% of the entire world didn't love Gibbs in Detroit at first. It felt because it was crowded. But as soon as they traded Swift away, the whole world took a breath. And then people still have a problem with Monty and the way when Gibbs finishes the number one running back. Like, people just aren't. I don't know why they are the way they are. People are weird.
Yeah, ETN would be gone.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Liam Cohen would turn Genty into Bucky. And some. He would be Bucky Irving. Liam Cohen would use the hell out of him. And look, Baker, I admit, one of the things I've been most wrong the last 2 years has been Baker Mayfield. I think 2 years in a row, I doubted him his breakout year for sure. Like, that's on record. I didn't hate him last year. I just said, I'm kind of like wondering if he'll repeat. You know, I didn't triple stamp him. You know, I just single stamped him.
Right.
And I wasn't doubting him or calling him a bust, but I didn't want any Baker shares. I kind of was wondering if it was a 1 year thing. Baker's a dog. He's just to be fair to my former self, I had, as a rookie, I had Baker high. I loved Baker. And I think part of me, this is, you know, I'm a human being. I think part of me got burned so bad that I didn't, you know, that point where you get so over a player, there's no way you can come back. It's kind of like Javonte. We're all so far over it. We want to root for him, but we just can't. We're too far past. I think with Baker, I rarely let bias. We're all human. We're always going to have some bias. I rarely let bias get a hold of me. But with Baker, I think I did. I think with Baker, I couldn't let go of the fact that it took him this long, and I predicted monster things. I bought Baker touchdownmaker.com. I had Baker. I was so high on Baker back in the old studio. When I had the old studio, I had everything going. Baker was the guy. I was so excited about him in Cleveland. I thought he was going to really do something special. He fell flat on his face. It was probably more Cleveland's fault than anything. And Baker looks fantastic. So Baker, I like Liam Cohen. I think he's, you know, why am I saying Baker?
It was because he played that whole year.
Yeah,
he played that whole year with an injured shoulder and took him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then I think where we got all sour on him when he goes to Carolina and he kind of
Tampa
craps the bed there in Carolina, and then he's off to the Rams for a short stint.
So,
he had, you know, a couple good games there. But
the question is, sorry to go off on a tangent. I don't know why I'm going off on that tangent, but what I'm saying is, I think that the fact that what I was trying to say is that Baker was so bad in Cleveland, but Liam Cohen made him great again. Like, he was great. Like, Baker was great. And so I'm excited about
for T-Law.
it. Isn't T-Law in the same exact mold? Like, I don't say they played exactly the same or anything, but he has been a guy that was supposed to be as good as Baker was supposed to be. And he hasn't done it. And now Liam Cohen's going to come in and potentially do the same thing with T-Law. And everyone's going to say, I don't want any part of it. I don't want any part of it. And then T-Law's going to, you know, light it up. I'm hoping that happens. I really am excited about Liam Cohen. I think he needs to learn how to say Duvall, but past that, that's the only cringe thing about him.
Duvall.
All right, let me go over to Kyrie Boston. Draft starting. I might clear the phone line for just the beginning guys to keep it, you know, but I'll open the phone line back up probably
I'm going to jump.
Yeah, so anything else real quickly, Ron, before I clear the phone line? I'll open it back up probably when I just feel like we need to have a conversation about something, like probably after Genty gets picked. I'll probably say, dial in. All right, so anything else, Ron?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Enjoy the draft. This is good.
All right, yeah, call back.
Hopefully we won't get you to like. Hopefully you won't get so pissed off this year where you just like end everything.
Yeah, I got the drone. The drone is ready. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, Ron. We'll see you later. Kyrie Boston. Final thoughts.
Later, Ron. Later, Smitty.
Yeah, I was looking at several teams that I thought Pickens could get traded to. I wanted to ask your opinion about them real quick. I was going to ask you about Washington, Kansas City, Green Bay, Texas.
Washington.
I don't think I should name them all at once. I give you those four right now.
He's not going to KC. They're not going to trade for a receiver. They could draft one.
Not going to trade for him.
He's not going to Washington because
Okay.
Adam Peters is too smart. And he just traded for Debo. That's it. He's going to draft the next guy. And he's so good at drafting. He sees a player or two like Burden as better than Pickens for him. And they're free. They
How about the Texans? They need somebody.
Texans
They lost Diggs in.
could. Yeah, Texans could. Green Bay could. Buffalo could. Oh, I hope the commissioner takes a little tumble on that bicycle.
I was going to ask you about New York. You think they might try to put another wide receiver? They might try to get Pickens?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
No,
this is a team that doesn't want any drama in the locker room, and they certainly, I think, will figure out other ways. All right, Kyrie Boston, calling later. Appreciate it. You got to go. Okay, we've got the draft about ready to kick off here. I'm going to put all these players aside. These are players of conversation. We got Genty topic. We're going to go over to the Cam Ward graphic because he will be the first pick in this draft. I fully anticipate Cam Ward to go number 1 overall. Where's my Cam Ward graphic when I need it? Do I not have? I got to have Cam Ward somewhere. Here it is. So Cam Ward is going to be the first player taken. Let me go get my drone remote, which is right over here charging, so that the drone is ready. So the drone remote, I got that. The top 10 picks, we're going to fly in with the drone. And then I think from there, we'll essentially just use the drone for offensive skill position players after the top 10. So the draft is commencing right now, beginning right now. The commissioner's at the podium. Cam Ward will soon be selected. We'll walk over to the board and place Cam Ward at the number 1 overall spot. And then the real draft begins. We got a super chat here. This is from Romario. Appreciate you. I got Tet going to the Jets. I don't think so, but it's possible. I wouldn't say it's an impossibility, but it's possible. It's possible. All right, we got how many people in the building? 473 on YouTube. By the way, just a little 473 people on YouTube live right now. I want to show you a little something. Your boy is trying to get potentially a Cam Am collaboration going. And so I want all you to drop a thumbs up or a fire emoji if you think you would like to see Smitty videos and live streams that involve the Can-Am. Imagine Smitty on $100 super chats dialing in with my phone and have a video feed of the Can-Am in the driveway just parked and ready to go. Any $100 super chat, I got to get up on it and go down the street and back. Like, take a lap? No, how about take a ride? So, appreciate you all. Okay, 460, 61 of you in the building. Draft's about to start. All of you on X, get on over to YouTube, please. It's a much more interactive experience. We've got about 550 total people in the building right now, but 461 on YouTube. Hit that thumb up button. Subscribe if you're new. Drum roll, the commissioner. Let's see. I got this earpiece here so that I can hear everything properly over here. Okay. The guy's giving a Donald Trump speech. I'm sure the commissioner is not happy about that. The Bears still suck, he says. We got a $50 super chat by Michael K. CPA coming in the building. He says 2025 NFL Draft with Smitty and Michael K. CPA. Doing it live, $50 hauler style. Appreciate you.
$50. Give me 50.
Okay. Let's go. Let's roll. Appreciate your $50 hauler, my boy. Top super chatter of the day gets the open Marsman spot. We have an opening. Somebody dropped out. Terry Roberts relinquished his role. And we're giving away a Marsman spot to the highest super chatter of the day. So if you want in on that, do it live. Michael K, appreciate you. The Bear. He says the Bears still suck. Oh, man. I'm sure the Bears fans hate that. I'm sure they hate that. Tennessee Titans on the clock. 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Titans are on the clock. On the clock. On the clock. On the clock. Okay, so Titans on the clock. We think it's going to be Cam Ward. I'll put the projected player right over here. Let's go over and grab the Titans logo here and grab this Titans logo and put it over on this screen. I'm going to try to do my best. Actually, you know what? Let's stay on this screen. And we'll put on the clock here. On clock. Okay, on the clock. Here we go. On the clock. Titans are on the clock. 9 minutes and 8 seconds. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of spoilers. I remember this. I remember this last year where people would come in and ruin it and spoil it. It is what it is. It is what it is. God, I'm so nervous for the Genty landing spot. I'm so like, I want him to go to the best spot possible. I think if I could choose a place, it would be Denver, you know, or it'd be, I like LV a little more than Jacksonville, but that's just because of the whole, you know, they have the 3 running backs there right now. As soon as Genty lands in Jacksonville, if he does, and they trade Etienne, the same feeling everybody had about Swift when Gibbs went to Detroit, they'll have with Genty. They'll be like, it's fine. It's just because there's 3 running backs there right now. And I love Bigsby. Bigsby will remain, unfortunately, will remain a midseason monster. Not saying I project Genty to get hurt or anything, but the value's the value. You know, you can't run away from the fact that he's one of the best backup running backs in the National Football League. Bigsby's a monster. If Genty doesn't go to Jacksonville, Bigsby is one of the biggest league winners, even more so without Genty on the team. So understand that it does affect Bigsby's value. Genty to the Giants, maybe. It's possible, bro. The Giants could shock everybody. Genty in New York would be great. I would love it. I would love it. It would be fine. You got Neighbors and Genty, you know, 2 decent quarterbacks right now, and I don't think Wilson's a great quarterback by any means, but does he do okay when he's on the field, and does Winston take over? It's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Not to mention the Giants, if they wanted, if I'm the if I'm the Cleveland Browns or the New York Giants, I'm literally trading back into round 1 at the bottom to take Shedeur. If I'm the Giants, I take Genty at 3. I take Shedeur in the late 1st round. Or if you get lucky and you get him at the top of round 2, wow. Genty and Shedeur, the Giants would have the best draft I think I've seen in probably maybe over a decade. Over a decade. If the Giants grab Genty and Shedeur, best draft in over a decade, which would be unbelievable. If the Cleveland Browns take Travis Hunter and they pair him with Shedeur Sanders, if Sanders goes to the Browns later in round 1 and they take Hunter, best draft in the last handful of years. Okay. Dream spot for Genty, probably Washington, if dream spot, right? I think Denver's great. I think the Dallas Cowboys would be very good. I think the Giants would be fantastic. It just, there's not a lot of buzz, but they could be being coy about it. I don't like the Patriots, unfortunately. I like the Jaguars and Raiders about the same. I think that, yeah, the Bears come into play maybe right after the Saints. I have the Saints, then the Bears. Bears are in the top 10 landing spots, but they're not at the top of that grouping of 10. Tennessee's on the phone. I mean, they're just talking to Cam Ward right now. That's all. Appreciate you. And then we got Clay Matthews. The Bears still suck. Clay Matthews. Not only did Clay Matthews drop a Trump mention, he reads off a Bears still suck sign. I don't think the commissioner was happy about that. Benji, dream spot for Genty, and then also Bucky or the 2.2 plus 2.5. Bro, Benji, I do this for your own good. You know I love you. You just dropped a super chat. I don't want you to get mad at me, but this is a very big take a lap moment. If you think that Bucky doesn't overwhelmingly deserve value over the 2.2 and 2.5, you do need a lap for your own good. This is not anything to be ashamed of. It happens, but here you go.
Take a big lap.
I mean, that's a wild question. Top super chat of the day so far is $84 from Seven, and Seven's so far winning the Marsman spot. There's an open Marsman League spot, so do it live and try and win that. But as for pick is in. I mean, they're showing Cam Ward. We know it's Cam Ward. We know it's Cam Ward. But just to give you an idea, Benji, I would take Bucky over the 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10, 1.11, 1.12, all in one. If you offer me all of those picks for Bucky, I'm taking Bucky. Let alone the 2.2 and 2.5, my boy. Just to give you an idea. Appreciate your super chat. Benji to the moon. Take your lap with pride. Michael K. CPA, thank you again for that $50 hauler, my boy.
$50. Give me $50.
Okay, drone is in position. Drone is in position. The number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, we know it's Ward, but we just have to wait for the word. It's gonna be hilarious if I have to change this out. The pick is in. The pick is. I got a 10 to 15 second delay. So Cam Ward.
Let's go, mashed potatoes.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh my God. Hunter to the Jags. Wow. Jaguars. Woo! You're right, Travis. Oh my God. Oh my God, they got a first rounder, a second. Holy crap. So the Jaguars are now picking number 2. They're taking Travis Hunter. Woo! Woo! Wow. Wow. ETN and Bigsby are safe for now. Wow. Wow. Let me fix this board. So number 5 is going to be the Browns. Number 3 or number 2 is going to be the Jaguars. This is a huge trade. I can't believe the Browns made this trade. Ron was right. The Browns are dumb. Maybe. We'll see what they do. And Travis is right that this was, in the works. Woo! What if they take Genty? That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Holy smokes. 500 of you here in the building on YouTube. 500 of you watching as we try to wait what's going on with this Jaguar pick. Number 2 overall pick now to the Jaguars. Are they going Travis Hunter? I think they are, unless they got word that the Giants were going to take Genty. And Liam said, I'm not risking the biscuit at all. I want Genty, but he probably is going Hunter here. Genty to the Browns. That might be the case too. And that's actually, someone asked me what's the dream landing spot. I didn't leave the Browns. I left the Browns out. The Browns are off. The reason I left the Browns out is because I thought the Browns were locked for Hunter. But Browns will probably be in my top 3 landing spots for Genty. So if they take Genty at 5, If the Browns take Genty at 5, I want the Browns to take Genty at 5 more than any pick right now. That's what I want. That's what I want. Wow. Wow. Now, let's talk about Hunter taking away from BTJ. There is some concern a little bit that there's, I think because you have so much of this 50-50 likelihood of happening. Jaguars use him on DB, at DB on defense. Jaguars use him at receiver. Is the target share is going to be good quality targets, but not volume that takes away from BT. This is huge for Liam Cohen. I mean, assuming he doesn't take Genty here. Travis Hunter to the Jaguars is a great pick for the Jaguars. Offense, defense, for T-Law. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's quietly good. Quietly good for BTJ. Because BTJ was going to be a focal point of defenses walking into 2025, people. You think anybody was going to just let the Jaguars throw to BTJ like last year? So Travis Hunter makes this BTJ value quietly better.
He's BTJ. What you gonna do? He's BTJ. He's gonna put it on you. He's BTJ. Gonna have a good game. He's BTJ. Your mama screams his name.
Your mama screams his name. BTJ to the moon. BTJ's is he a Jupiter man?
The Jupiter men. Jupiter.
The Saturn men.
One small step for man, one giant leap for Saturn.
Yeah. BTJ. I mean, it's great. BTJ just became Devontae Smith. No, Kingdom. No. That's a bad take. That's a bad take, Kingdom. It's a bad take. He didn't become Devontae Smith. It's a really bad take. Saturn Man BTJ. That's right, Mike. Saturn Man galore. I mean, let's see what happens. Yeah, Browns taking Genty. I hope so. That is the best spot for Genty. Genty's going to tear it up in Cleveland. Cleveland ran well with Ford. They ran well with Chubb. Doesn't matter. Imagine if the Browns do get Shador and Genty. They have the best draft that you could possibly have. If the Browns get Shador and Genty, whoever gets Genty or Hunter should be getting Shador, but the Jaguars have T-Law, so they're not going to be in play for that now. So really, the Giants should be going after Shador in the late first round. The Browns should definitely be going after Shador in the late first round. If the Raiders take Shador or Genty at 6, they should also try and get Shador later personally, but they probably won't because they love Geno. The pick is in. Is it Hunter? It probably is Hunter. It's got to be Hunter. I want to put Hunter right here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Hunter. I'll put the pick I think it's going to be in my box here. I think it's going to be Hunter, and then on the clock will be the Giants. Let me refresh the big board. I know I'm about 15 to 20 seconds delayed, so there's a possibility that you guys are going to hear this announcement before I do. The pick is in. I've got NFL.com refreshing as well. Usually this is NFL.com and Twitter Spaces is a little bit advanced and ahead. I wish it wasn't. Oh my God. This is such huge news. Man, Genty to the Browns. Let's hope it happens. Genty to the Browns, please. Please. Please let it happen. Please let it happen. Browns would be pure, yeah. Watch the Pats take Genty. Maybe, bro. You never know. Woo! 600 people. in the live stream here on YouTube alone. Hit that thumb up button, subscribe. Jaguars pick is in. The pick is in. They're taking forever announcing it. Genty to the Browns is for sure the desire here, bro. As Liam Cohen would say, Duval. Or as Caleb would say, the Bears. Jaguars got fleeced. I mean, you could say, like, honestly, you could say that they did. I love Travis Hunter, but, I mean, unless they take Genty here and they knew Genty was going to go earlier, then, jeez, bro. Travis. Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter. It is. Travis Hunter it is.
Let's go! Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
Travis Hunter. Drone malfunction. All right, so Travis Hunter goes to on the clock. The Giants. Do the Giants take Genty? I doubt it. I doubt the Giants take Genty. 591 of you in the building, 700 total in the building. Hit that thumb up button. I'm going to be hungry soon. I'm going to need something. Oh, man. What do the Giants do here? A lot of people want this Giant pick to be Genty because they want to make up for the Saquon. I see it all the time. I see a comment in the chat right now. They need to make up for the Barkley debacle, but I don't think so. I don't think they're smart enough, to be honest. I don't think Joe Shane is smart enough. I don't think he's smart enough. I really don't. I think he won't know Genty's the pick here. He won't. The fact that he won't take Shedeur is wild to me. Shedeur is the pick here. If you're not going Genty, Shedeur is the pick. But unfortunately, Shedeur is being completely blasted by the media, an unfair attack on his character because of his father. And people are peddling out a narrative that Shedeur is not an accurate thrower or he can't throw downfield. His arm is weak. He's an arrogant kid. Shedeur's fall from grace will be a blessing in disguise, and Shedeur will have the last laugh. You'll put a chip on this kid's shoulder the size of a house, and he's going to go and destroy everybody that doubted him. Okay, so doubt Shedeur all you want. Now, could he fall to a bad spot and never happen? Sure. But I think he's got a real good shot at being a freaking solid player that everybody wishes that they didn't doubt, that they're going to regret doubting. Hunter definitely playing wide receiver with this landing spot, says Westside. He definitely could. By the way, the top super chatter of the evening so far is 7 with an $84 super chat. And right at this moment, 7 will be the one that's in the lead for the open Marsman spot. So let's talk Travis Hunter right now. I think Travis Hunter, from a fantasy perspective, I want to talk about fantasy implications. We got implications to BTJ as well. So we must talk about BTJ's value as it relates to the landing spot of Hunter in Jacksonville. I love this landing spot. I love this landing spot for Bigsby's value, who's a midseason monster. Bigsby remains safe. ETN remains safe for now. I think Bigsby's a league winner, and this makes it even more likely. Now, could they draft like a Scattaboo later? I think we have to, worry about that. But for right now, love Travis Hunter. He's used as a wide receiver and a a defensive back. He's going to get at least 6 to 7 receptions or 5 to 7 receptions a game. He's going to get 6 to 8 targets a game, even at 65% capacity at wide receiver, because they're going to use him when he goes on the field. They're not going to have him run out on the field for nothing. He'll be a decoy at times, but he's going to run out onto the field and he's going to get the ball. They're going to throw the ball to the guy that they're running out onto the field at a 50% clip. He's going to get the ball and he's going to do really well. But his limitation, even though he's very efficient, will not eat into this man's volume. This guy is the downfield burner. This guy's going to be amazing potential red zone target. I'm not saying it takes away from his red zone targets. I think that Liam Cohen gets this offense back going and they fix T-Law a little bit. Like, look at Baker. Baker was trash and Liam Cohen brought him back from the dead, and Baker's a good quarterback even today. Even without Liam, he will survive and do well based on the foundation that Liam was able to set in place in Tampa. Now I believe Liam Cohen is going to turn T-Law back into a good quarterback. Is he going to be a top 5? No, but he'll be very good. And he's got 2 amazing weapons. He's got a running game that I think super underrated. Bigsby's a league winner, a midseason monster. Love Bigsby. Draft him in every draft you can. But boy, am I excited. Boy, am I excited. 620 people here on YouTube. Highest super chat gets the Marsman, Moonman spot. There's one opening. Who wants it? Who wants it? On the clock. 3rd pick. Abdul Carter. I mean, it's not a bad pick. Abdul Carter, it's not a bad pick. Is it the best player? No. Genty's the best player. So the Giants didn't make a bad selection, but they didn't draft the best player available. But they made a safe call because they wanted to be safe. So a Carter goes number 3 to the Giants. The Patriots are on the clock. Carter just went. Drone flight activated.
Let's go, mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
Come on, drone. We crashed the drone. We're trying to do it live. Abdul Carter, 3 to the Giants. God, man, this is exciting. This is exciting. Genty to the Patriots, says Ron. I think Genty's going to the Browns. I hope Genty's going to the Browns. I'm gonna put a little Genty right here. Little Genty right here. Let's hope Genty goes to the Browns. Woo! Woo! So far, nothing bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no nut sack kicks right now. No sack kicks right now. Evaluation again of this situation, guys. Very, very excited about the Travis Hunter fantasy football landing spot. It is not bad. It is a good one. It is a good one from every angle. From the keeping Tank Bigsby a big-time sleeper, keeping ETN potentially relevant, to a lot of different things. We've got 50 gifted memberships by New Age Outlaw. New Age Outlaw has dropped now 100 and let's see here. New Age Outlaw is the leading Marsman, Moonman card holder winner spot so far with the combined, let's see, that's $150, 100 plus 50 plus 1, I think 160. Am I right on that, New Age? Is that what you've dropped? It's about 160 total dollars, I think. So New Age Outlaw is the new winner. Thank you, 7. You still can add to your 84. But currently, New Age Outlaw is the current winner for the new Marsman spot that is available. Let's give 7 a round of applause, and let's give New Age Outlaw a round of applause for being the current winner so far.
Let him cook.
Current Marsman card holder winner so far. So far winning. All right, what ends up happening here with this number 4 overall pick? I have a feeling, do I have that number right? 145? Okay, 145. New Age says it's 145. 140. But does that include your super chat too, though? But okay, I'll trust you. If you tell me it's different, I'll change it, though. Justin Rush with a $5 hauler. Let me guess, Justin, you want to draft right now? Not going to happen. You want to do a draft right now? Justin, did you listen to yourself the other night? You were off your rocker, bro. Hunter 2 Jags is perfect. Sorry about last night. Where do you currently rank Trevor on Underdog? God bless the fantasy football family. My Pats are on the clock. I don't ever start T-Law in a 1 QB, but on Underdog, I definitely take him like in a, I don't know, in a second quarterback capacity, probably, well after the Bakers and Dak. I probably still take Dak over him, but after Dak, it's a good question though. It's definitely a good question. And 7 says, I want my spot back. He says, how about $93? How about $93 added to 93 plus 84 is 177. So 7 is now the new leader and Marsman League card holder potential winner with 177, knocking New Age off the block. New Age doesn't, he could come back at any moment anyway, but he doesn't care. He loves the community, so he's all happy for 7. 7's now the current leader with 177. He wants that Marsman spot very badly. Give that man a stand.
Let him cook.
Thank you very much for dropping that. 177 is the current super chat leader. 7 in good positioning there. Anybody wants the Marsman spot, they got to beat 177 in super chats and gifted memberships combined. This is the league where we have 2 different leagues and they battle it out. I'll show you the graphic that I have for it. This is the graphic for it. Where is it at? I think it's right here. So we have 2 different leagues, the Marsmen and the Moonmen. We do both drafts live on the show. It's really one league, but 2 different leagues are treated like 2 different divisions. The winner of this league stays in the league. Everybody that wins stays in the league. The loser, the last place team, TMT lost. He goes down to the Moonman League. The winner of the Moonman League advances and infiltrates the Marsman League. We do all the drafts live, and you become a Marsman winner. And you also get access on the phone line, especially during the season, where you leapfrog everybody. So if you call into the phone line and you're a Marsman, I identify you as a Marsman card holder, and you can jump in front of the entire line when you call into the show. So there's a lot of perks involved in being a Marsman or Moonman card holder. Matt says, best community in fantasy. Thanks, Smitty and crew. Thank you, Matt, for the kind words. Collins with the $5 super chat said, thank you, New Age and BBQ, for the consistent donations. Thank you, Smitty, for all the tireless coverage. You are the GOAT. Thank you. Appreciate you. Anybody new to the channel, please subscribe. We're here live more than anybody you can find doing fantasy football evals. 644 of you on YouTube, but we only have 312 thumbs up is good. But, to have about 650 in here, we could do better than the 300 thumbs up. So smash the thumb up button for me. It helps the channel out a lot. Okay, so Cam Ward goes number 1 overall. Travis Hunter goes number 2. Travis Hunter goes number 2. Abdul Carter goes number 3. The Patriots are on the clock right now at number 4. And we'll see what is up and what is going down here. Is it a Genty selection by the New England Patriots, or are the Browns going to get their boy Ashton Gent? Think about this for a second. You're the Cleveland Browns. Let's give the Cleveland Browns some credit. We don't know that they're doing the right thing and taking Genty. Here's the pick. Campbell. We knew it was going to be Campbell. It's not the right pick. It's not the right pick. Mark Cleveland, you won your money. It's not the right pick. I'm not saying it's a bad pick, but it's not the best player in the draft. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not the right pick. It's not a bad pick. It's just not the best player. The Giants had a chance. The Giants had a chance to take the best player in the draft and kind of, redeem themselves. So Campbell is now the pick. I'll put Campbell up on screen here. Campbell's the pick for the Patriots at 4. And now on the clock, you've got the Browns. Now let's give the Browns credit. The Browns aren't Browning anymore. Aaron says, I'm so sick of this. They're going to regret this forever. It's such a dumb pick. I'm sorry. Campbell's good. He's really good. But Genty's the best player in the draft by far. Him and Hunter are, but Hunter's gone. What a bad move. What a bad move. I mean, imagine not understanding how good. See if I can make this smaller. I'm trying to squeeze everybody in here. Imagine not understanding what time it is. Hunter goes 2. Carter goes 3. Let me fix all this. Get it all nice and tight on the board here. Carter goes 3. Campbell goes 4. If the Browns go to the clock quickly, then we know they're taking Genty. Jeez, man. Come on, Genty. Come on, Genty. Do it live, Genty. Do it live. I'm going to put Hunter on screen here. I'm going to do the offensive skill position players on screen like this. Hunter, put him right there. Woo! God, we haven't had any nutsack kicks so far. We have not. We got a new Michael K. CPA wants in the league. He wants in the league. He says, that spot's mine. Give me the $199 super chat, says Michael K. CPA. He says, bring mad props to Smitty, best NFL draft coverage. We got about 700 people on YouTube in the building. Hit that thumb up button. We got Michael K. CPA. He wants in the league. He wants in the league bad. He says, give me the spot, 7. Move over. 7's got a $177 super chat. Michael CPA has a $199. He's now the leader. I want to put 7 right underneath him because 7 deserves mentions and looks. There's the leaderboard so far. Appreciate both of you. This one's for you, Michael K. CPA.
Everybody's pretty. I don't even know why they're getting daddy, why?
Guys, oh my God, I'm excited right now. Can we give, okay, I keep getting interrupted by myself. I keep interrupting myself. Can we appreciate what the Browns are doing right now? Can we appreciate how good the Browns are potentially doing right now? They got a first-round pick in exchange with a second and a bunch of other stuff in exchange for moving down. The Browns moved down from 2 to 5. Hunters and Genty are the 2 best players in this entire draft. By far and away, they're the 2 best players in the entire draft. And you've got such an amazing trade that gives them some of the Deshaun Watson destruction back with a first rounder. They get a first rounder for this move down, and they still get probably the best player in the draft. Now, could the Browns screw this up and not go Ashton Genty? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. But if the Browns get Genty and a first rounder and some other stuff, this is amazing. Then they go and get Shedeur. Can you imagine if they get Genty and Shedeur? The Browns will win the day. The Browns will win the decade. They'll have the best draft in a decade. They'll have the worst trade in NFL history and the worst contract in Deshaun Watson, but they'll also have the best draft in the last decade if they land Genty and Shador. Or do they go, if they go Shador, I will applaud it, but Genty's the pick here. If they take Mason Graham, the Browns will be back to Browning. Oh my God. I'm so nervous right now. Genty. It's Graham. Oh my God. What a bad. Jeez. That hurts. That hurts. I just tried to give the Browns props. What a horrible decision. The Browns are idiots. Please don't. Genty, please don't fall to the Bears. Where's my Grant? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a dumb organization. What a dumb organization. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
Well, I mean, we want Genty as a Raider. I did kind of want him as a Brown more. I did want Genty as a Brown a little more. I'm not going to lie. It felt really good, but you know what? This organization clearly doesn't know what they're doing still. What a bunch of buffoons. What a bunch of buffoons. What do we got here? Who just gifted memberships? BBQ gifted 50. BBQ, what's your total at right now? Can you give me your total so I know what it is? Wow. Wow. Genty's going to be a Raider. I hope he's going to be a Raider. Please be a Raider. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. Raiders would be a good spot for Genty. Yes, it would. Genty to the Raiders, according to Ari. I think it's the Raiders, baby. 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 I think we're doing it live. Smitty needs a paper bag. Smitty needs a paper bag. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to fly the drone. Guys, I'm 15 seconds behind on a delay. So I'm going to fly this drone up ahead of time in hopes that I don't have to crash it down. Let's go. Genty to the Cowboys. Some get Smitty some gas. I don't know what that means. OEG. Graham, can you God, what a dumb move by the Browns. What a stupid move by the Browns. God, what a dumb move. 716 YouTubers in here. Appreciate you. Hit that thumb up button. BBQ, what's your total at? You said Genty's the Genty, BBQ, what's your total at? Brady knows what he's doing. He better take Genty. Raiders, come on. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. I'm going to try and fly this drone early. Again, I'm a 15-second delay.
Let him cook.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! I can't keep this up forever! Yes! Yes! Do it live! 145. Thank you, BBQ. Keep track of your number if you could. Holy crap. That was stressful. Genty to the moon. Genty to the moon. Ha ha. Yeah.
Let him cook.
You gotta love it. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, Brown screwed up. Browns got picks. I'm not saying they didn't get a good haul for the trade, but the Browns started the bed again. The Browns took the Browns to the Super Bowl tonight, but the wrong bowl. The Browns screwed up. Yeah. 7 drops $100 super chat. He says, give me 277, Smitty. Philippines 4:13. I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Thank you, 7. Appreciate you. 277 is the new super chat leader right now. 277. Michael K. CPA drops down to second. The winner's going to get a Marsman spot. So we got $277 super chat to 7, $199 from Michael K. CPA, and back over to the draft board. Thank you. First of all, I got to do this.
Smitty, everybody's pretty.
Thank you for that $100 hauler. Congratulations, 7, for being the current leader on the race to get the new the extra Marsman spot. There's a spot in the Marsman League. Wow. Wow. Genty. Sorry, Bears. Sorry, Bears fans. But I'm telling you, Hampton is in play at 10. Hampton's in play at 10. If the Bears don't take Hampton at 10, I'm going to be embarrassed for them. I'll be embarrassed for them. God, we haven't had any nutsack kicks yet. Hunter going 2. I'm putting all the offensive skill position little mugshots on there. We've got, I guess I got to put Ward up there too. Let me go over and grab Ward's graphic right here and put it on screen. I'm going to do all the offensive skill positions. I flew that drone early too. I don't know if I got it in the shot properly because I was hovering for a little while. Let's put Cam Ward's mug up here. All of the offensive skill position players I'm going to throw up on the, up on the screen here. Let's put, we'll put Cam Ward there. We'll put Hunter above him there. So we got Genty, Hunter, Ward, and the Jets on the clock. We think Membu probably would be this pick. This is a guy that wants to run the damn ball. If Membu gets drafted by the Jets, Breece Hall to the motherfreaking moon. Breece Hall to the moon. Genty is a monster. Genty, if I had to give you a projection, I would say on Genty, I would say he's my number 3 dynasty running back. Okay? Number 3 dynasty running back, Ashton Genty. Number 3 dynasty running back. Redraft running back, maybe 5 or 6. 5 or 6? What do you mean, Smitty? What do you mean, Smitty? That seems like it's awfully high. It's awfully high.
Hey, I'm Dom, and I drive fast cars, get hot chicks, and draft Ashton Genty double fist style with 2 cell phones at the same time. Why do I have 2 cell phones? One for looking up Ashton Genty stats all day, the other is for getting chicks.
Ben, you're usually a hater in the building. Ben says Raiders are trash. Raiders O-line is trash. Keep talking, bros. Keep talking. We got John and Ben trash talking the Raiders. That's fine. We got Mark Cleveland dropping a $99 hauler. Says Marsman champ back to back. Says Mark Cleveland. Mark Cleveland dropping a hundo.
Smitty, everybody's pretty.
Thank you very much, Mark Cleveland, for dropping a $100 wad on screen. You are the man, the myth, the legend. The leaders in the getting the available Marsman spot contest right here. 7 with $277 super chats tonight. Mark Cleveland with $199. Grizzlies dropping a $100 hauler as we speak here. Grizzly says, Ghost of Sway, much love to you, Smitty. Oh, Grizzly. This is our bird guy. You know the bird that used to watch the channel? This is his father, Grizzly Slimes. He had the bird, and the bird got away. It flew away. Ghost of Sway. So it means Sway's no longer with us. Much love to you, Smitty. Thanks for being there for all of us with the humor and strategy. Bro, Sway was my favorite. He was my best fan. He watched every show. Not kidding. We had video clips. I have them somewhere. I think I got it somewhere in here. But Sway used to watch every show I had. I calmed him down. My screaming and yelling. He would sit there, and there's video clip of it. I got it somewhere here. Hold on. Let me find it. But Sway would watch my show. Let me see if I can find it, bro. God, man, that's sad to hear. Did he fly away, or do you have confirmation that he's really gone, man? That breaks my heart. I like Sway. Here it is. Oh, I don't have the clip anymore. Let me see. I don't have the clip. It won't play. Man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Sway to the moon, man. Sway to the moon. Thank you for the $100 super chat, Grizzly. You're the man, the myth, the legend. Man, not Sway. Damn it. Damn it. We lost a good one, guys. Pour one out for Sway right now. Pour one out for Sway. The pick is in. Thank you, Grizzly, for dropping the $100 super chat, my boy. You're the man, the myth, the legend. $100 from Grizzly, $100 from Mark Cleveland. We've got a pick. Membo. We knew it was Membo. We knew it was Membo. Before we fly Membo, we need a proper Genty drone flight, because I flew it early. You couldn't even see it. So here it is.
Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
We might be running out of juice. We might have to charge the drone. I don't think Membu gets a drone flight. I'm sorry, Membu. We got to charge the drone. These things don't last very long. Drone must be charged. Okay. We'll charge the drone for a little bit. Membu is the pick. Let's go back to the board. I think this is going to be a wide receiver next for the Carolina Panthers. I think they're going wide receiver. Let's go with Membu here. We'll change that out. Membu. Did I spell that right? Yes. Membu. Great pick by the Jets. And boy, I mean, wait a minute. We'll celebrate this more. But we got to put this aside right now. And we got to celebrate a man that was just saved by the draft. And that man is Breece Hall. That man just got an amazing player to help assist him. A player that's going to make Breece Hall climb to the top. This is a team that wants to run the damn ball. And let's just say that this pick puts mother freaking Breece Hall to the moon. And all the people that are down on Breece Hall.
The Saturn Men.
One small step for man, one giant leap for Saturn.
I heard about a committee. I heard they might be doing a committee. Breece Hall stock is up.
Stock on the rise.
Breece Hall is 8 feet tall. 8.
Breece Hall is 8 foot tall. He will always answer the mother freaking call. Don't let him fall. In the third, don't stall. Just give Batman the freaking football.
He's Breece. He's Breece.
I think this is going to be Ted McMillan. It sounds like it's Ted McMillan. Let's go to the board. I'm pretty much trusting the alerts that I have here. I'm pretty sure it's Ted McMillan. Ted McMillan is the pick. I knew this was going to happen. Wide receiver was going to be the pick. Ted McMillan, this is a good spot for him. This is going to complicate my evaluation of him because he's the wide receiver 1 in this situation. So this is a good spot to be in. And keep in mind that McMillan, that this is a quarterback in Bryce Young that peppered Adam Thielen. So there's a chance that he's really, really good here. But there's also a little risk that again, the thing about him is, will his game fully translate even if he gets the targets? Is he the right wide receiver in this situation? It will appear so, but I still don't think, as of right now, I'm lifting him to my number 2 wide receiver spot. This is the best spot he could have fallen to. If he went to the Cowboys, it would have been wide receiver 2 numbers. If he would have went to the Chargers, wide receiver 2 numbers. This is the best spot McMillan could have gone to, except for New England, which would have had to trade down. So this is a good spot. It will definitely affect my thinking. Now, if Ibuka goes to Dallas and he's playing second fiddle to Lamb, and let's say Luther Burden goes to the Chargers and he's playing second fiddle to Ladd McConkey, then McMillan kind of has to rise. But I don't know that he goes up a ton in my view, other than he potentially goes up, wide receiver ranking spots. But I don't know that I'm putting McMillan where people think I'm supposed to put him. I'm just not. I still don't. I don't like his game. I don't think it translates. I think he gets manhandled at the line of scrimmage. I think he has trouble when contact is made. I think he can learn those things. He's also a guy that said publicly he doesn't watch film, doesn't like to watch film, doesn't even watch football at all. And yeah, that was said a couple years ago, but where's your evidence that he's completely changed his mind on that? This is a kid that's green. This is a kid that said in his interviews during the Super Bowl or during the Combine week, he said that the first time he ever tried to catch the ball with one hand was a year ago. Like, he seems very green, and part of that is because he doesn't watch football. Those all things that concern me. But this is the best spot for him. This was the best spot he could have gone to outside of New England, which was already off the table. So this is a pretty damn good spot, I will say. Sanders to the Saints. It could be. Man, just to recap this Cleveland Brown trade, let me put this on screen. The Browns, man, the Browns made out like bandits in this trade. The Jaguars, the Jaguars got their guy. So you can't rip on the Jaguars. You can't say the Jaguars made a bad trade. They got a player they believe is the best player in the draft. And there's arguments to be made that Genty and Hunter are just that good. But the Browns literally did amazing in this trade, and then they just crapped all over their own parade. Like, what are we doing? The Browns get a 2026 first-round pick. They get a second. They get a second and a first-round pick. And they just screw it all up. I'm not saying Graham's a bad pick, but this was Genty. This is one where you go, okay, instead of Hunter, We get a guy we like as much anyway that we contemplated at 2, Genty, and we get a first rounder and a second rounder. This is how you rebuild. But the Browns screwed it all up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ted McMillan is the pick officially. And I'm going to start announcing the pick as it really happens. You know, I know some of you are watching the ESPN show, but I broadcast on it, but I'm gonna announce it as I see it on Twitter, because I think it's important to make sure we're ahead of the game here and not behind. Genty needs a video. Genty's got a video. We'll create more though. Brown should leave Cleveland. Yeah, probably, bro. Okay, 700 of you in here on YouTube. Please punch the thumb up button. Ted McMillan's walking to the commissioner right now. Congratulations to Ted McMillan. Let's see what's next. Let's see what is next. Membu to the Jets. McMillan to the Carolina Panthers. Genty 6 to the Raiders. Love it. Love it. Breece Hall gets Membu, which is such an understated offensive piece to add to a New York Jet football team. Fields to the moon. The Jets' offensive line to the moon. The Jets have defense on lock. They just need to repair some things. Fields is going to navigate all over the field and create wide open rushing lanes for Breece Hall and that rushing attack anyway. And you draft Armand Membu, the best offensive tackle in the draft. The best offensive tackle in the draft. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. The Jets just put Breece Hall's value on the rise. Breece Hall.
Stock on the rise.
Breece Hall is 8 feet tall. Breece Hall.
Get Breece.
Increases in value with this. Top super chatter of the day is 7 with a 277. He's trying to get this Marsman spot that opened up in the Marsman League. Highest super chatter or gifter and some total will win that. Breece Hall, Allen shares more this year. Yeah. Saints draft Banks. Saints select Banks. Kevin Banks that's a good pick, but Kelvin Banks, that's a good pick, but I don't know. Let me see if I can get out of this stream and restart it, because I think I've even got a streaming delay. I think I need to restart the stream because my ESPN feed is really far behind. But I do see Banks was the call. So Banks was the pick. Banks is going to the New Orleans Saints. The Bears are on the clock. I predict this to be I believe this is going to be a running back selection. I believe this is going to be, while Trey Henderson's a possibility, just letting you know, that's how good Trey Henderson is. And I believe that the Bears would trade down if they thought they could. But Banks is the pick by the Saints. I think Hampton's the pick here for the Bears. We'll see how it plays out here in a second, but Banks goes to the Saints. Bears are on the clock. Are the Bears going to take Hampton, or are they going to take offensive line, which they pretty much kind of, fixed and corrected most of the perceived problems on the O-line through free agency. I mean, they combed through it. Hard to say. Let me put McMillan up on the screen. Carolina Panthers, it's a good spot. It definitely does good for Bryce Young. Bryce Young's value goes up a decent amount with having this wide receiver grab in McMillan. McMillan's, he seems like a good kid. He's a good kid, that's for sure. This is not a player that's going to cause problems in your locker room or anything like that. This is a good kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders, but some will question his potential, you say work ethic, but it's more so like where is he at mentally with the game compared to the other players that play the position? That's, I think, more of the question. Is he too green? He doesn't love watching film. What's his passion for the game? That's not a question of his character. It's just what's his passion for the game. On the clock, Chicago Bears is at Hampton. I'm going to keep refreshing X right now to see if we got any sort of update. I'll keep refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. He's a fast learner. I will say that that's true. I will say, I'll confirm he's a fast learner. Bears take Hampton or Warren. They could take Jalen Warren. 689 of you on YouTube right now. The rest of you on X, please hit that thumb up button. Anybody that wants to vie for this Marsman spot, open Marsman spot in our big, huge league where we draft live on the show, you get your spot unless you get kicked out for being, an a-hole or colluding or something like that. You'll have your spot forever in the league. And we draft every year. It's a redraft 2-league system, or it's 1 league with 2. There we go. Saints pick is in. We know that pick already is Banks. ESPN is way behind. NFL is way behind. Let me go over to NFL. Maybe that's a little bit faster because ESPN is way behind. Way behind. It's the same. I just have to rely on X right now. Man, Kelvin Banks is a good player. Him and Membu are very, very, very good offensive pieces. There's no doubt about it. These are O-line additions that are tremendous. This is great for Kamara. It's great for Kamara, and it's great for Breece Hall to get Membu. But definitely not what I think fantasy football enthusiasts wanted in terms of, man, Shadur's falling. This media, I don't know, attack. This media attack on his character is making him fall. Yeah, NFL Network's the same, bro. Okay, here we go. Keep refreshing. We'll stay on top of it. Colston Loveland to the Bears? Colston Loveland to the Bears? Whoop. Is that confirmed? I think it is. Colston Loveland to the Bears. Wow. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Niners taking Shador. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be crazy? Okay, so Loveland to the Bears. I mean, I don't know. He's not a blocker. It's not a horrible pick. I don't think it's the best pick. I don't think it's the best landing spot. It's a crowded, environment. It's not like Bowers' situation where Bowers is like the guy. I don't think this is the best place for Loveland. I don't know how Caleb's going to do throwing in the ball. I don't know. I think the Bears botched this one. I think they should have taken Hampton. They could trade back in, get aggressive, and get Henderson or Hampton, or maybe they draft Scadaboo later. But I don't like that pick. The Bears still suck. Of course. Oh, let's go through. You know what? I got one thing in my pocket. Let's go through some of the. Cleveland gets Shador and Hunter. Cleveland gets Shador and Hunter. That one didn't. That one didn't happen. My other one was this one here. Genty, not to Chicago. Woo! Smash that one. Washington to get one of Hendy, Egbuka, Burden, or Scadaboo. Scat, Hendy, Egbuka, and Luther Burden. So that's Washington to get one of those. That's one that's still existing. Shador to a great spot. That is another one of my folded piece of paper in my pocket. Dylan Sampson to a money spot. So those are just wishes of mine. And then Burden to a great spot. Those are the calls that I have that were in my pocket. Of course, with the one I landed already, which is Genty, not to Chicago. That one's a smash. My failure was this one so far. The one that I've missed was that Shador and Hunter both go to Cleveland. That one's gone. That one's done. 700 of you in the building. All right, let's go Loveland. Let's talk Loveland. The Niners are drafting edge Michael Williams at number 11. Woo! Woo! That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I just think the Niners are, you know, I don't know. It's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick. He's a good player. He's a good player for sure. Let's see here. So Williams. God, the Bears. What are they? I don't like the Loveland pick. Look, Loveland's good. I think he's a little overvalued, to be honest. I don't mind the pick to it. Like, this situation just didn't feel great for Loveland here. Like, I don't know. They're trying so bad to keep Caleb. Smitty, you love the pick over in the Bay? Yeah, it's a good pick. The Niners didn't miss the pick. Board is missing pick 21. Oh, it is. So I need pick 21. Steelers. I'm like, who did I leave off? So I got the Steelers right here. Let me fix that. I'm surprised Ron didn't notice that. Okay, Chicago Bears to Loveland. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I don't like the pick. I think the Loveland pick was bad. It's not that he's not a good player. It's not a good pick. The Williams pick was good by the Niners. I just think the Niners have a lot of needs, but that's a good pick. On the clock are the Dallas Cowboys now. Let me see if that pick has come in. We're unfortunately not able to use ESPN. They're just way too far behind. Just way too far behind. Niner fans are probably ecstatic, I think, about that Michael Williams. Let me check with my boy Raj in the quad box, see what they're thinking. Niners, let's see. They passed on Tyler Warren for... let's see. I'm going to see what the... Williams. You guys... All right, let's open the phone line.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
Dial into the show. Let's talk about the landing spots. Cowboys are on the clock. Bears, yeah, Bears. I try to tell you, bro. Mike says terrible pick. Mike's a Bears fan. Scott says the Bears are trash. It was not a smart pick. It was, first of all, it was really early. It was really, really, really early. Not a good pick. Not a good pick. Justin's calling in on the phone line. Let me see if we're going to get Ron in on the phone line as well. Ron, let me merge Ron in. Go ahead, Ron, and then Justin. Ron first. Go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, I'm the one that brought that up. That the 21st pick was missing.
Oh, okay.
Well,
okay. Yeah, I got it on there now. My bad. Wow. First of all, what do you think of the Loveland pick? I don't love it. No pun intended.
I don't love it either.
I mean,
no.
He's okay.
What
I think
commence there.
I think Michigan players get a little bit, in my opinion, valued differently. I'm not saying like overvalued necessarily, but what a dumb pick. Ryan Poles is the worst GM in the league. He's so bad.
One of them, not the worst.
Yeah, he's
one of them.
Top three. Okay, top three. Ryan Poles he's
okay.
He sucks. He's so bad, and everybody gets fired around him. He's so bad. Like, yeah, you're gonna go tight end. Take at least Tyler Warren. If you're gonna go tight end, but you go Loveland, who he's good. He's good. No one's saying he's not good. So stupid. Such a bad pick.
So the schedule's going to be released May 14th.
All right, let's see if
schedule.
Is this picking for the Cowboys yet or what? What's going on here? All right, what do you think about
that's for San
yeah, Loveland's? You know what Loveland is? I'm trying to think of a comp. He's maybe Ferguson, like, who hasn't worked out. He's maybe Dalton Schultz. He's maybe another Cole Kmet who you already have. Like, this is not a Rob Gronkowski. This is not a Mark Andrews in his prime. This is a guy that's like Cole Kmet in his prime who you already have. It's just a stupid pick. Why not just take Hampton? Why not take Hampton early, do the whole Jahmyr Gibbs thing, let people doubt you a little bit. Oh, that was an early pick on Hampton. It's more of a shock to take Loveland. And you take Loveland over Tyler Warren? The Bears are just... Brian Poles is so bad. I dare a Bears fan to call in and challenge me on Ryan Poles. Go ahead and dial in. The phone line's open. What, Ron?
Does Dallas take a running back?
They could. Bro, Hampton shouldn't be here. If Dallas takes Hampton to the mother freaking moon. Oh, my God. Hampton or Henderson, they wouldn't take Henderson this high, but you don't know. I mean, Gibbs wasn't supposed to go as high as he did. This is great so far. There isn't a single bad landing spot yet. McMillan to Carolina is good. As I've said before 100,000 times over, McMillan could, in his best version of himself, be T. Higgins. I think he can. But I think that's his best case scenario. I'm not a huge fan. The red flags for me outweigh the upside. But if all goes well, I'm admitting he's got T. Higgins fantasy football value. And keep in mind how high T. Higgins is going. He goes in normal, not best ball, but in normal redraft, mom and pop, home leagues. He goes in the 3rd round. Like, that's a really good value. Like, I'm not diminishing McMillan at that. If everything goes well for him. So far it is. Part of that was him landing in a good spot. So that's good. McMillan I like, but I don't know that he's going to be what people think he is what I'm getting at. Just like I know Caleb Williams is going to linger in the league. I'm not saying Caleb was going to bust out of the league after 1 or 2 or 3 years, but I knew Caleb would not. He was a total bust going number 1 overall because you're getting a mediocre quarterback that lingers in the league for a while. You know, he's Goff-like. He could be like Jared Goff. That's what Caleb can be. Jared Goff. Jared Goff's a starter. You get him in the right spot, the team can win. But Caleb will always be a bust because he went number 1 overall. That's a total bust. So, I just think people are expecting McMillan to be a top 5 to 10 receiver. Some people are. There are a lot of people that don't believe in him. But what do you think about McMillan to Carolina?
Well, Young seems to be coming into his own. Last year, I mean, he definitely looked better than he had previously. So, and... oh, who was it that went there that just totally busted? Hasn't done anything, but that rookie we were high on. Remember?
Route? Wait, what?
Yeah, no.
Leggett. You're talking about Leggett. You're talking about
Carolina. Not Leggett. The other one.
Mims? Or Mingo.
Not Mims.
Mingo.
Yeah.
The Mingo ate your baby.
Yeah, he was like a total bust. But then again, I don't think he was in the right spot maybe either. I don't know because Young wasn't looking so good at that time.
BBQ says, first time I watched this show, I thought it was a spoof on fantasy. Little did I know it was the best fantasy community and content creator, period. You know, I take that as a compliment. Like, you came in here and I was so bold. You're like, is this guy doing like a bit?
You know, it's funny that he says that because remember when I first came in, I said the same type of thing. I wasn't sure what I was watching.
What are you, one-upper? Are you trying to one-up on BBQ Super Chat? Hold on, let me merge Tebow in. Hold on. you sound like one-upper, Ron.
All the lights that a one-upper.
I'm just kidding. You remember?
I just can relate to his experience.
I am the one-upper. Man,
that's somebody else.
I know. Tyler Warren, guys. How did they not take Tyler Warren? What is wrong with the Chicago Bears? You know what? Bears fans probably think that Ryan Poles made a good pick. They're probably like, you did good. It was fine. He'll be okay. he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, Smitty. Relax. Relax. He's Ryan Poles. When Ryan Poles...
think of
Ryan Poles. he's Ryan Poles is a good GM, Smitty. Niners take a big physical presence. Okay, we got more. Yeah, Williams is a good pick, I think.
It's so delayed.
Whoa, wait a minute.
I'm not watching it.
Wait a minute. Can I just say something? The Niners did screw up. They should have taken Walker. I can't believe Walker's still available. Yeah, I don't know that Michael ran a 4.7. Jalen Walker, yeah. You know what? The Niner fan base is not that ecstatic about it. He could be a good pick. I think he could be a good pick, but yeah, I think the Niners screwed up. Now looking at it, there's too many other players that I like better, like Walker. Walker should have been the pick. The Niners should have taken Walker. Jalen Walker could be a top 5 pick. Maybe top 6 pick. Williams is okay. That was not the best move. Woo! Okay, Cowboys select Tyler Booker, offensive lineman. So that's
Wow.
It's good for Dak. It's good for Lamb. It's good for Javonte. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know why no one's taken Hampton here yet. The Broncos are going to get Hampton, maybe. I don't know. 20.
Looks like it.
Oh my God! Can you imagine if the Broncos get Hampton at 20? I don't think it changes the fact that you probably have what's his face, Trey Henderson going to the Commanders, maybe. But yeah, Tyler Booker. Booker's a good player, but I mean, this is good for Javonte. It's good for all the offensive pieces currently on the roster. I mean, damn. But I don't know. I think the Cowboys screwed up here. I think they should have taken Hampton. Okay, so who's here? What are we doing right here? If it's me, I'm taking Shedeur Sanders, bro. You don't know what Tua is. If they take Sanders, this is Miami Mike reviving himself. This is taking the shaggin' wagon and trading it straight up for a motorcycle. That's, a moped. This is how good of a move it would be for Miami Mike McDaniel to trade in the potential risk of Tua. He's still going to start Tua, but to go get Shedeur here, it's worth it. It's so worth it. This is the part that the team's risk factor is all on the QB. That's all this. The team is good. The team has a lot of talent. They got firepower. They need a backup plan at quarterback more than anything. Javonte on the rise, yeah.
I don't think they go Shedeur. I think they go defense.
They could take Hampton here. Cowboy selection. Oh, yeah. Booker. What am I saying? I saw.
I'm not even watching it now
I know ESPN's so far behind. I tricked myself. You're
all seeing the picks on X before they even do it on TV. So
I was
not
just
even really watching the TV now.
I was just thinking there for a second that maybe the Dallas Cowboys were picking, but I forgot we're so far behind. Pittsburgh is licking their chops right now. Are you thinking what side are you thinking? Hampton? Is that what you're thinking? It will be interesting if the Dolphins Superfish says go O-line. They could go O-line for sure. That would be great if they go O-line H-hand to the moon. I do not want them to take Hampton. I'm just saying they could take Hampton. The pick here to me is Shedeur. You could grab O-line in round 2. You could trade up into the bottom of round 1 again to get O-line. You need Shedeur more than you need O-line because you don't know what in the hell is going on. You don't know what the hell is going on.
I don't think Miami Mike looks at it like that, though. Maybe
I know
you don't look at it like you do, though.
I know he's not, bro. Some say
and
Matthew
he's a
Golden.
Shanahan guy, so
If they take Matthew Golden here, that means that Tyreek might get traded. They like speed. He likes
That would
speed.
be not good either.
Matthew Golden is a speedster. So if they take Golden here, we are looking at a potential trade. You know, eventually, at least. What do we got here? Tyler Booker, we're still there. Mike says trash pick. Genty was the guy. Poles failed badly. Poles should be fired. Poles should be fired after this draft. He should be fired when day one's not even over yet. He should be fired in the middle of day one. Fire him in the middle of the day. I'm trying to tell. Look, I've called the Bears, like, at least admit it, Bears haters or Bears fans that hate my Bears take. At least admit it. I called the Bears to a T last year. To a T. Everything from Shane Waldron being the worst possible selection as the OC. And they fired him immediately. Eberflus, horrible coach. Coward. Eberflus is a coward that didn't want to bring in Kingsbury because he's too polarizing. So they said, let's bring in Shane Waldron. Two wide receivers set Shane. Shane Waldron never called. He'd been in the league for like 12 years or something like that. Shane Waldron had never called a run play himself. You bring in Shane Waldron. Their run game was their best thing going too. But Shane Waldron gets fired. Eberflus gets fired. Ryan Poles is just screwed up one thing after another. Poles is horrible. Nico Harrison's better. Yeah. Nico Harrison's better. The Mavericks GM who traded away Luka is better than Ryan Poles. Okay, we've got no update on the Dolphins, although their pick is, I think, in. Dolphins pick should be in right now. I might have to reset the phone line in a minute. All right, Ron, hang tight real quickly. Let me go over to Tebow. Tebow, you're live. What's up, my boy?
What's going on, Smitty? Aloha. I'm
What's
calling
up?
from the islands today, but clocked in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Did I hear an ocean in the background?
Right on. No, actually, I'm in the little store right now picking up something. You got me at the right time. But no, I was calling in because obviously it was like right before Dallas. I was kind of worried that maybe Dallas may go ahead and snag Sanders, and I think he could make it past Miami right there. I think Sanders is going to be in the black and gold.
Yeah. I mean, bro, if Sanders falls to the Steelers, they better take him, bro. They better take him. Pick is in.
I don't think they're going to.
Pick is in. San Francisco. Oh, that's old. Okay, hold
Miami.
on. What else we got? Miami pick, is it in? No, not yet. I think it's in, but it's not announced yet. Miami pick is not announced yet. Thank you, BBQ. Yeah, black and gold might be the case, bro. Might be the case. Shador to the Steelers. Shador to the Rams. I think the Rams do not pass on Shador at 26. McVay doesn't give a shit what other people think. McVay doesn't let the media influence his decision-making. McVay's a man. McVay's a man's man. And McVay knows a good player when he sees it. And McVay ain't letting Shador fall past 26. He's too smart for that. I think the Steelers, I don't know, Ron, I think your head coach, as you said before anybody, is a disaster. And he's a horrible quarterback decision maker. Like deciding who his quarterback should be. His personnel decisions at QB are awful. So I don't know that they're going to take Shador. I really, maybe if Khan maybe does it, I can see Khan making sure it happens, and then Tomlin has to deal with it. But
I think they feel burned with Pickett in the first round. I think they go either defensive line or running back. I don't think they'll consider Shador, but I don't think they're going to pick him.
Yeah, I don't know. It should be the case.
I think the Steelers
Justin,
need to be in the business of
Justin, I'm sorry. Call back in. Justin, call back in. Dart over Sanders, Gary. No, thank you. Dart could turn into something. I'm not saying he can't, but Dart is not.
Oh.
Dart is not better right now as a prospect. He's not. He's just not.
He's definitely not first round material.
No. Shador is. And if anybody thinks Shador is not first round material, that's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. Shador is top 10 material.
Absolutely.
Day 2.
Don't worry, Ron. When we get Shador, we're gonna be all right. We're gonna be looking a lot better.
No, we cannot develop The last quarterback that was developed was Bruce Arians, and that was Big Ben.
Dolphins
And
take
Tomlin cannot
D-line. Hold on. Dolphins take D-line Kenneth
develop.
Grant. Dolphins take defensive line Kenneth Grant.
See that?
I was right.
That
Defense?
was the Steelers pick. But that was the Steelers pick. That's who they really were targeting, Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon. So one of them's already gone. Shedeur falls to them. They're taking them. They better take them. They're in the business of getting a quarterback right now.
Yeah, that was not the right pick. I mean, look, they need him. Yeah, the pick is in. The Colts select Tyler Warren. So Graham,
that's a good pick.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is a good pick. That is a really good pick.
So Grant goes to the. Did I say Graham? Grant goes to the Dolphins. Tyler Warren goes to the Colts. The Falcons are on the clock. What quarterback did the Falcons take? Oh wow! So Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren.
Maybe they trade back.
The Falcons, they could. We haven't had a lot of
trade back.
Warrant. I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Warrant. Tyler Warrant. I know. Okay, so they're Warrant. So Falcons are on the clock right now. Look, Warren's a good pick, but who's throwing to him? But we'll see. It's still a good pick. I think he could survive. You know, he could survive good enough. I mean, look, this is the best spot for Warren. Warren will outplay Loveland this year. Why? Because like Bowers, you've got AR5 and you've got Danny Dimes. Not great players, no doubt about it. They're both not fantastic quarterbacks, but you have a spoon-feeding environment where the tight end, and this is a design tight end, he design runs, design receptions. Yep. You funnel everything through Warren. He did it at college. He was practically the game plan. The playbook didn't say playbook. It said, how do we get the ball to Tyler Warren? So Warren going to a place with really no elite wide receivers, quarterbacks that need a safety net. Warren will outscore Loveland. This was a fantastic pick. Did the Warren pick happen? Is that for sure? Yeah.
Not on TV. It hasn't. They're still on Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
I'm still showing on the clock here on my app.
It's locked in. Colts
they are really screwing up this year.
Colts are taking
with the TV broadcast of this.
Yeah, it's delayed. Let me go over to Kyrie Boston real quick, and I might need to restart my phone line, so I'll have you guys calling in 1 second. Kyrie Boston, real quickly, you're live.
Oh man, I don't even know some of these positions these guys played. Like, I mean, you haven't really. Loveland, I have to assume is a tight end.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have time to teach you all that. So.
No, because you're not saying the position before with the players. Like with the draft, other drafts, they tell the position with the players.
Well, I mean, we talk about it. Tight end, Loveland.
You should know this.
No. So some of these people I don't know.
I know, but Tyler Warren, we're talking about being a tight end pass catcher. Grant, I say defensive line. I announce it every pick. I said defensive line, offensive line, Booker. I say it every time, Kyrie.
You didn't say Loveland was a tight end, though.
Look, we talk about Loveland all the time on the channel. I don't think the offensive skill position players that are going around one, I don't think I necessarily have to spell it out, but I'll try and do that for you. But Tyler Warren and Loveland are the two top tight ends. I announced offensive line, defensive line every time there's a pick.
I know about Tyler Warren, but I didn't know about Loveland.
This isn't an elementary channel, so I don't. What else can I help you with, Kyrie?
Okay. I'm confused with these picks, man. No one's picking Hampton. I'm like, what happened with Dallas? Who's this Booker dude?
I mean, they wanted to get somebody to potentially, block for. He's
the offensive lineman.
Yeah. All right, hey Kyrie, I gotta go, bro. I can't go over all these picks, and tell you the positions and everything. It's hold on, Tebow, you're live. Kyrie, I'm gonna have you calling in a second because I got to restart the phone line.
I'll go ahead and mute.
Okay, well, I got to restart the phone line, so call back in a second. I got to restart the phone line. Tebow, real quickly before I restart the phone line, go.
No, I'll tell you what, bro. Just reset the lines and I'll call back in.
Okay, call back. All right, Ron, let me reset it. All right, give me like 2 minutes. And then you'll call back, right, Ron? All right. All right, let me reset the phone line. Let me hit the restroom real quickly. It looks like there's not a pick right now. Hitting the restroom, little bit of a break. It'll take me about 2 to 3 minutes max, and I'll be back. Restroom. Or no, let me find the toilet emoji. Toilet. There we go. Break. 2 minutes. There we go. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Nobody go anywhere. I got 735 on YouTube. I got, I don't know, 150 on X. All my X people, get over to YouTube, subscribe, hit the thumb up button. My YouTube people, hit the thumb up button. I'll be right back. Just going to the restroom real quick. Give me 2 minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. Minimal leakage on the YouTube number, but yeah, you go to the bathroom and you lose about 20, 30 people. They apparently don't want to wait for you. But anyway, we got about 650 to 700 people on YouTube. X, we got 100, 150, whatever. Head over to the YouTube channel, please, and subscribe and like and get on over here. Okay, let me see where we're at. On the clock, the Falcons. The Falcons, have they selected yet? No, they haven't selected yet. We got the Tyler Warren announcement. $30 hauler from 7. Coble with the 199 says, imagine if Fields got Caleb treatment. Waste. Well, I like the Jets better than the Bears, bro. The Jets have a better roster and situation for Fields now than the Bears have for Caleb. So I love it. We got a $30 hauler. I believe in Christianity. I believe that the sun has risen not only because I see it, but because everything else, C.S. Lewis. Thank you, 7 with the $30 additional hauler. Phone line is back open. Let me drop that number on here. So we're looking at a, 307? So $307 super chat in the lead. Highest super chat of the day. Sum total for 7 with 307. Michael K. CPA with a $200 super chat all at once. Thank you, 7. You're in the lead. You're currently the one that's in the lead to get the Marsman spot that's opened up, and you can grab it. Ron Navy, you're live. What can I do for you, young man? I might interrupt you as you're talking if a pick comes through, but go ahead.
I had to turn down the volume. I was watching you on the YouTube, so I had to turn down the volume before I could unmute myself.
Smitty, you got to be like an Uber driver with a piss cup on the big days. I think I do pretty good going to the bathroom just like once in a very great while. Like never, I know you're joking, but never have you seen me like leave a normal stream in the last, like, I don't know, half a year to a year. I don't think I've left a live stream to use the restroom, but on this particular stream, especially when I'm like sipping down, bunches of beverages, we got 2 hours and 39 minutes into the show. That's pretty good, considering this stuff makes you go to the bathroom like fast. The vitamin water, you drink a vitamin water, it goes right through you, worse than water. All right, we got. Thank you.
Could be worse.
Oh yeah, Tebow, you're live. What do you have to say, bro? I didn't mean to make you wait. Go ahead.
I apologize. No, I apologize. But as I said, it could be worse. You could be, if you're drinking beers and you broke that seal, you'd be gone every 20 minutes afterwards.
Yeah. We got no pick yet for the Falcons. Why is this pick not in? What's going on with the Falcons? They're trying to.
Maybe they're doing a trade down.
Yeah. Maybe you're on the phone with Kirk Cousins and they're like, waive your trade clause, Kirk, please. Please, Kirky. Come on, Kirko. Waive your trade clause. Do it now. Kirk is not waiving his trade clause until after the draft. He's made that abundantly clear. But the right landing spot where the team might say, we promise you we will not draft a quarterback, that could happen. You know what I mean? So that's why it's not impossible. Minute and 39 seconds, according to ESPN, until the Falcon pick is in. But how could that be? Because it seems like ESPN's so far behind that the pick would already be announced in the real world. So that's weird.
Yeah, they all are.
This is great.
Both channels, ESPN and NFL Network.
This is a big move for Penix Jr., Bijan, London, Kyle Pitts, the Falcons offense, this explosive Falcons offense that is going to, I think, come for everybody in 2025. So we'll see what happens. Do I have I don't know if I have a Tyler Warren graphic. I may have dropped the ball on the two tight ends having the graphic ready for him. But so far, real quickly, going over the landing spots, Ward was expected, and that's a good spot for a guy that, becomes the sole contributor of their offense. And because he runs, he could get 500, 700 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns. He really could have like a top 15 quarterback season, even as a rookie with, okay passing and some good rushing. Hunter, great spot. Liam Cohen very much wants to use him as a receiver. Drafted him as a receiver / DB, not just a DB. And so he's going to be used, I'd probably say about 50 to 60% of the offense and maybe 50 to 60% of the defense at first, I would imagine. I think he's going to try and do 100, but I don't know if Liam will let him. But even if he does, 50, 60 on both sides, you're talking about a guy that's going to probably have 5 to 6 receptions a game, probably 6, 7, 8 targets a game. Instead of 10 or 12, he'll have 6, 7, or 8, but it'll be uber efficient. And so I love that landing spot. We got the landing spot of Genty, which is glorious. It puts him in a great place where a coach wants to use one running back. Keep in mind, Kenneth Walker was Pete Carroll's boy. He drafted Charbonnet, but still wanted to use just Walker. Walker was this guy. There's no committee mentality with Pete Carroll, so it's great. And not to mention, nobody could stand with Genty anyway. McMillan, great spot. Lots of targets. Definitely will change a little bit of my ranking and outlook, but not necessarily make him a superstar by any means, but it definitely will put him in a little bit better positioning coming out of this draft for my rankings. But what depends on if Ibuka and Burden land in good spots. Ibuka could go to Green Bay, Burden could go to Washington, and all of a sudden I still have Ted McMillan below both of them. We got Atlanta on the clock. That pick is, I believe, in. Atlanta Falcons take edge Jalen Walker. What a pick! How is Walker still on the board? I was just about to say, whoever gets Walker is getting a steal. The Falcons playing 3D chess while everybody else is playing not even checkers. Not even checkers. The Niners should have taken Walker. Walker was the best player on the board like 8 picks ago. What a pick by this team. This guy's a good edge rusher. What a pick. And this is remember when they took Penix Jr. last year instead of edge rusher and everybody lost their mind? Guess what? They finally got their guy. Edge rusher, monster, worked out at the end of the day. What a move. Falcons value on the rise. No doubt about it. What a pick. Niners screwed up again. I'm not saying I don't like Michael Williams. It's a good player, but the Niners have reached on him. They've reached on the last 2 players. They reached on Ricky Pearsall in round 1 last year. They reached on Michael Williams again, another player. And without Adam Peters, the Niners are just shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over on draft day. What are we doing? Walker was a steal. What a pick by the Falcons. What a pick. They get their edge rusher finally. You give me Penix Jr. and Walker at the end of the day after the 2-year period of this being an early pick on Penix. This is a great move. What a move. What a move.
Yo, Smitty.
Yeah.
Smitty, you think Hampton might go to the Cardinals or the Bengals?
Anything's possible, bro.
He might even land in Washington, huh?
Anything's possible, bro. Anything's possible at this point. The Cardinals could take Michael. I think the Cardinals maybe go receiver here. They're trying to support Kyler. They're all in on Kyler right now. I think you're going to get a receiver here. I think it's probably going to be.
Okay, they really don't even need a running back. They got Trey Benson.
Thanks for that, Kyrie.
Trey Benson, I believe in him.
Okay.
I believe in Trey Benson.
I do too. He averaged great yards per carry at the end of the year. Love him. They're not going RB here. They like Benson. They got good production out of Benson. Connor's still there. They still love Connor. This is going to be a receiver. This will probably be Matthew Golden, or they could go Agbuka here. It's possible. It's very possible, man. What a pick.
I'd rather see Agbuka go there.
What a pick with Walker. I don't, because I want Agbuka to be the number one. I want him to go to Green Bay. I want him to go to Denver. Cardinals are 5 minutes and 51 seconds according to ESPN on the clock. But we'll hear that announcement here.
Yeah, but if Denver goes
2 or 3 minutes.
Hampton, and I don't see the Bengals. I see the Bengals going defense. And I hope they don't take Hamilton, because that's not good for Chase.
Well, I think I don't think that Hampton's going to be a Bengal. You never know. He's such good value here. And remember, the Bengals have had near as many top 30 visits that were running backs as any team, though. So it's kind of like, they're leaning toward definitely taking an RB. But are they meeting with these players hoping one of them falls into the second, maybe, or they trade up into the top of round 2? But
they might take Hampton now. Now he's 12 and 17.
Yeah, it's hard.
They need defense.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. My guess is they go D, because my guess is they're pretty much going to go D the entire way, and they may grab a running back later. But Hampton here is such a value that anybody could grab him. The Seahawks won't unless they were trading Walker for sure, and even then, it's like you probably believe in Charbonnet, so you wouldn't need to do that. But the Bucks won't take him, I don't think. The Broncos are taking Hampton if he's there, no doubt about it. The Steelers would probably strongly consider it if he's there, but I think they still like quarterback there. Chargers would probably take Hampton if he fell. And that would, I think Najee's the most vulnerable running back in this stage right here. Him and Chase Brown are the most vulnerable RBs right here.
Definitely.
So it's going to be crazy to see what happens. All right, let me circle around the phone line here real quickly. Let me go over to 901. What's your name and where you calling from again? I keep forgetting to put you in the system.
No, it's all right, man. It's Mike from San Diego.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on? I wanted to get your thoughts on over/under 1,500 yards for CeeDee Lamb this year. I really thought they'd take a 2, but I guess they had other plans.
I'm going to say over on Lamb chops there, but it's not an easy call. That's a big yardage number. But if he stays healthy, I think he could have well over that. But that, sometimes it's like, is it safer to bet on an injury on a big number? Sometimes. But I like to think he's going to get that. But, man, injury could strike anybody. If you miss 4 games, he's not getting it. If you miss 3 games, he's probably not getting it. Cardinals take Nolan.
Can I say one thing, Smitty?
So hold on one second, Kyrie.
Hold
on, Kyrie. DT.
Your boy Gump was wrong.
Okay, Kyrie, I'm sorry. You do this thing where you interrupt when I'm trying to, and I clearly tell you, hold on, and you just keep talking over me. So I gotta move on right now. I'll answer the phone. You can call back in a second, but you gotta stop with that. I'm in the middle of trying to work on the board here. Okay, so we got Cardinals taking defensive tackle Nolan, Walter Nolan, very good player. It's a very, very good player. I would say, is it my favorite pick? No, I was hoping as a Cardinal fan, I was hoping we were going to get Walker to fall one more pick. So Walker, Walker going to but the Falcons, I love that landing spot. I love the Falcons. I love what it does for the Falcons. I actually love what it does for the Falcons more than it does for the Cardinals, and I'm a Cardinal fan. But so Nolan to the Cardinals, that's a great pick there for the Cardinals. All said and done, he's a highly ranked player. I've seen him go as high as like 10, 11, 12 in some mock drafts. So there's a lot of people that have liked him. So Nolan's really, really good. That's a good pick. We're now waiting on this Cincinnati Bengal team to hopefully allow Chase Brown to escape at least day one from having a running back counterpart get drafted into his running back room. Does not make him safe, though, because they can still grab Scattaboo. They can still grab a guy like Dylan Sampson. They can still grab a plethora of good RBs in the second and third round even. You know, I think if a running back gets taken in the fourth or fifth or sixth round, Chase Brown's a little bit more safe. But we're definitely feeling like Bengals should go O-line here. No, Keith, they need to go defense on this.
They need to go defense, man.
Defense is the only
Yeah, I mean,
choice.
the only reason they didn't make the playoffs last year is because they were putting up the points, but their defense was giving up a ton of points. They need defense.
I think Chase Brown is safe, to be honest. I don't even think it's close.
No, well, it's like I said, bro. They've had as many top 30 running back visits. They're spending top 30 visits on RBs. You don't do that. You don't waste that if you're not going to go RB at some point. They're definitely taking an RB. It's just a matter of where. Like, bro, they spent so many visits on running backs. So we'll see what happens. You know, I understand it's a very common thing for people to say they got to go defense here. They got to, they got to. But at the same time, like if they did take Hampton here and they believed he was the next top 5 running back, I'm not saying he is, but if they believe that, you know, you score 50, they score 49. It's all that really, you know, they're still going to pick defensive players. They're not going to go the rest of the draft. They're going to take defense the rest of the way. But there is some logic to saying, turn this 95 out of 100 Madden score on offense, some total offense, turn it to 99, amp it up one more notch, and then we'll come back. We'll take that defense from a 55 to a 71, and we'll still smash everybody to pieces. And you can coach up defense a lot too, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, you go D-line, or you go defense. But I wouldn't, from a coaching perspective, from a GM perspective, I would understand taking if you believe Hampton's top 5 or Henderson or whatever, I understand it. Like, I get it. I'm not saying I want it. I don't want Chase Brown to become a committee running back. I don't, but it's possible. They've been visiting with these RBs for a reason. They were very intrigued by getting a Hampton, getting a Henderson, but I think they really probably will look at it in the second round a little more than the first round, but we'll see. It's going to be tough to know. Here we go. We've got no update. Okay. We're close. We're getting close.
Trey Henderson has permission for the Bengals to seek a trade. That must mean that they're going defense. They gave Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. They're going defense.
Yeah, probably. Never know. Okay.
Pick is in.
Kyrie Boston, if you want to call in again, you can real quickly, but just I got it. If I say hold on a second, just hold on. 901 caller, you got anything else you wanted to say?
No, that's pretty much it, man. Just vibing out, enjoying the draft.
Yeah, man. I mean, what do you think happens here with the Bengals pick, if you had to predict?
I mean, like I said, it's a boring pick, but I think you have to go defense.
But what player?
Defensive line. I mean, what are we?
You got a player in mind or
Who's
no?
on the board? Who's on the board? No, I don't have my board up. Who's left?
I mean, it could be. It's getting
Will
a little.
Johnson.
Yeah, that Will Johnson would be good.
Oh yeah, Will Johnson's still there. Wow.
There's some concerns about his ability to be a well-rounded corner, but I mean, I like him. It's a good pick. 17's fine.
Becomes a value at a certain point, though.
Yeah, it's a good pick here. You got a Harmon, a Stewart. Bengals go corner. Will Johnson makes the most sense. Bengals have selected Shamar Stewart, defensive end.
Ooh.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
I think it's a good pick. I mean,
That's a good pick, actually. Yeah.
Seattle's on the clock.
Any Kenneth Walker potential trades to you? Or do you think they hold
I think we're cutting it too close for that. I mean, if they take a running back, yes, but I don't know. I don't know if they're.
Well,
I don't know if they're going to end up doing it like taking a running back here.
and all the potential players
Yeah.
that were on the trade block.
I don't think they're taking an RB here, the Seahawks. But so defensive end from Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart going number 17 to the Bengals. Stewart is a good pick. I think the like I said, I think the Bengals were a little more likely to go running back in round 2 early, like shock people and not go defense in round 2 versus shock people and not go defense in round 1. So good decision, I think, by the Bengals. Probably we're getting close to the Broncos getting Hampton. I don't think these next 2 picks, Seattle and Tampa, are going Hampton. They don't make sense. If the Seahawks take Hampton, they're trading Walker, but you're also diminishing your value. Now, does Shador go here to the Seahawks? If you're smart, you do it. If you're smart, you take Shador. And if Shador goes here, I guarantee you he unseats Darnold by midseason or at least the end of the year. And this will be a great place. This makes me love JSN even more. The Seahawks are trading down. I think they're trading down right now. Seahawks are trading down. We'll have the announcement here in a second. They're trading down. I think this is a good move if they're going Shador. If they're going Shador, they move down. Pittsburgh, maybe Pittsburgh wants Hampton, and they're trying to jump ahead of Denver.
Maybe.
Woo!
Or maybe there's a trade for Pickens there. Maybe Pickens is going to Seattle.
Oh God. Oh no.
I don't know.
It could happen.
I don't know.
Cup, JSN, and Pickens on Seattle.
With
Seattle
Cooper
trading
Kupp,
down.
though, that's the thing.
Yeah, with Cooper Kupp.
If Seattle's trading down, that means I think they might be looking at Shador. Like they want to get a little bit more value. So Pittsburgh, if they do move up to 18, if that's with Pittsburgh. So Bengals continue to negotiate with Trey Hendrickson. And they select Shamar Stewart. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back and try and find out this trade, the Seattle trade down. The Seattle trade down hasn't yet been announced. I don't even know if it's been confirmed yet. It's being whispered. Nobody knows what the hell is going on, says Daniel. I mean, we got a pretty good handle on it, Daniel. We got everything's looking good so far. I appreciate your super chat, by the way. But I don't think do we look confused? Do we look confused? We're just waiting for this news. We don't know what this trade is. We're a little bit ahead because we're looking at Twitter. We got a $10 hauler. I'm sorry, Alec, for the wait. My Panthers offense is looking sneaky. It is looking pretty good, bro. It is looking good. You're probably feeling pretty good vibes right now in Carolina. You guys are turning things around. I will say that I'm still not 100% sold on Bryce Young yet, like bouncing back completely. I'm very intrigued and I'm very excited and I'm very proud of him that he hung in there, got benched, all the turmoil going on, and he stayed strong. And I'm really rooting for the kid. I don't know if I'm buying him in, any sort of non-superflex scenario because there's too many other players that I like getting Dak as my backup versus Young, but from a superflex perspective or for your Ted McMillan shares or for your why do people try and pick the commissioner up? He's got like back issues. What are they doing? Okay, hold on one second, guys. Hang tight. Let me just get through, try and find this trade down. Seattle's on the clock, but there's reportedly a trade down. And I'm trying to find...
it makes sense because remember when I came in on the show and I said they were targeting Hampton, and if they think Denver's going to take Hampton, they make a trade.
Yeah.
Because I think Seattle goes defense.
If Pittsburgh does take Hampton at 18, if they're the ones that trade with Seattle here, we're waiting on the news. What's the value of Hampton in Pittsburgh, where he's got Warren there, a thorn in his side, a committee mindset?
I think with Arthur Smith, it's nice.
I don't know. Arthur Smith he hasn't been nice with a guy like Bijan, who is the clear guy. Like, what are we doing? 2 picks have been predicted, Ward and Genty. The rest have been garbage. What do you mean?
Okay, it had to be a Steelers trade with
talking about
the Seahawks because one of my
Hold on, my guy. Hold on one second. What do you mean? Do you mean the picks of what? What's been garbage?
one of my
Genty.
buddies just I
No,
don't
no,
know, but
hold
one
on,
of my
hold on,
buddies
hold on a
just
second, bro.
texted me and he says
Hold on,
interesting.
hold on a second, bro. Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm not talking to you. What do you mean the garbage, Daniel? You mean the predictions on the board that we had? Because there's trades and things that get messed up, if that's what you mean. But if you're talking about, look, Genty, Carolina, with McMillan, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of to form. Denver seems more likely now, says the ball. We'll see what the Seattle Seahawks trade is, but go ahead. What were you saying, bro, about your buddy or whatever?
No, my buddy, yeah, I'm on a delay too, so I'm still kind of wondering, but he just texted me, says, oh, interesting. So I'm like texting him right now, and he knows I'm a Steeler fan, so I'm just wondering if they actually did trade.
Well, I don't know that your buddy doesn't have any more information than we got right here, because I'm getting from Schefter. He's reading the same thing, so I don't think your buddy's got a line on it or anything. But there looks like
when you mentioned they're trading back, I thought it had to be with the
it got
Steelers.
called. It got called off. No trade. Seahawks are picking. So Jordan Schultz jumped the gun on it. So Seahawks are not trading the pick.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Someone in the chat says there's no trade. You expletive. Bro, this news came in exactly live when I read it off to you. Exactly how it's been being sent and tweeted out. So you don't have to watch the show. You don't need to be here. You can take your expletive and run. I don't care. I'm literally telling you how it's going as it's happening. As I've got 27 alerts coming in at once, and I'm reading them exactly when they come in. You got no more closer information to it than I do. As you say, there's no trade. There's no pick trade. It comes in right when I say it. Wild people. Haters are going to hate. I don't know why a hater comes in and watches the show. Like, why?
They're
if you're
actually
a hater,
caught up now.
18-year-old pick looks like offensive line Zabel. Gray Zabel. That's a good pick by Seattle. Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet get another offensive line upgrade. Doing it live to the moon. Walker and Sharps.
Dude, Ron, that's 3 guys off of the Steelers board.
Walker and Sharps to the moon. Seahawks, Gray Zabel.
The Steelers weren't really targeting in the first round. They weren't really targeting offensive line. They were targeting defensive line.
Well, they weren't targeting him, but he was on their board.
All right, guys, hang tight real quick. I'm going to come around the phone line and talk to you. If everybody can mute real quick instead of talking over each other, let me swing around and talk to you each individually. All right, Zabel is going to the Seattle Seahawks. That is a nice pick. That's an amazing stock on the rise. Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet situation. Unbelievable. Daniel, I knew you were probably not saying it to me, but you're saying, not you, my brother. All predictions have been off. Nobody knows what well, that's the draft. That's always the draft. Like I said, even before the draft began, the moment one thing changes, like when the Jaguars took Hunter instead of the Browns, it just jostles the board all around. Nobody's going to know, Daniel. You can never expect anybody's mock draft to look good. That's why I was saying one domino drops, your board gets completely demolished. It's not like NCAA bracket where you pick this 5 seed or this 12 seed to upset the 5 seed. It doesn't happen and everything's still good. You have one small piece of this move, the whole thing gets thrown out the window. But for the most part, Hunter going 2, Ward going number 1. Campbell was expected to go to the Patriots. Genty was expected to go to the Raiders. McMillan was a strong bet to go to the Carolina Panthers. Warren, we talked about going to the Colts quite a bit. So I don't know. It's not that crazy, to be honest. It feels like it's been a little bit more in line with than some drafts. But Zabel, what a pick! Charbonnet to the moon. One of the best players in fantasy to grab. You've got this cuff board that we go over all the time. These cuff board scenarios are league winning scenarios. Sharps and Walker together. The offensive line improvement. No running back drafted. That's great news. Walker and Sharps together, if you overlay just their starts, not together and combining both their weeks when they both went, both were in there, just 17 starts between these two gentlemen. If you overlay, you get running back 5. And Charbonnet alone was running back 2 if you extrapolate his green 5 games that he had in this overlay. He was running back 2 overall. But 17 games together, using one player each week, not 2 players, you got a top 5 running back. Kenneth Walker, missed tackles forced per attempt, number 1 in the league. Yards after contact per attempt, number 5 in the league. This is an unbelievable running back stable, and this was a great selection by the Seattle Seahawks. I don't love Darnold. I do hope they get some sort of backup quarterback situation in place, but it is what it is. Buccaneers are picking. Okay, the pick is in. Hang tight. The Buccaneer pick is coming in. Everybody on the phone line, just stay muted real quickly. I got to get through these super chats and kind of answer some of these questions. Appreciate you, Daniel. Daniel dropping another super chat. Appreciate that. Last season was my first fantasy season. This is the first draft, and I've been paying attention to Smitty to the moon. Yeah, Daniel, this is par for the course. No one knows what's going on. Don't think there's anybody dropping the ball or that even the mock drafts out there from ESPNs and all. Nobody's wrong by getting the draft wrong. It's so hard to predict. The odds of getting this right are probably harder than winning the NCAA bracket and winning the lottery on the same day. Like, this is such a hard thing to predict because these are human beings also making decisions. Steelers should not draft a QB here. Grab Egbuka, then trade into the second round for a QB. I mean, if Pickens were gone already, this would make sense to me, I suppose. But I think I'd rather have you got to trade Pickens. In drafting Egbuka here would be intriguing, but I'd want to trade Pickens before I make the selection, and it doesn't sound like they're able to do that. So I don't know that I'd draft Egbuka until that happened. But let me see. Buccaneers are picking. The pick should be in here any second. I'll keep refreshing. Thank you very much for the super chat, BBQ, and thank you for the super chat, Daniel. Egbuka in Pittsburgh isn't even my favorite landing spot. I know you're probably wanting it for the Steelers, but I don't think I'd like that. Egbuka is the pick to the Bucks. What? Egbuka, wide receiver. Wow.
Getting older.
Egbuka. Oh, man. I mean, long term, it could turn out. I mean, look, Evans and Godwin are both older. Long term, this could be good, but this is not a very McMillan, bro. This is not a very good.
Rip McMillan.
This is not a very good year one situation. It's not like the worst ever because I think they will use him. He'll be in there as a wide receiver 3. McMillan, Jalen McMillan is cooked now at this point. Egbuka, at least for now. I mean, but look, here's the thing that we need to keep in mind. He becomes a sleeper now in redraft. And in Dynasty, you can get him cheaper than you should be able to get him. The reason that this is something to watch is because Evans is an old man. If Evans gets hurt during the season, this guy could be the number 1 wide receiver on the team and outplay Godwin because I think he's better than Godwin. And Godwin's also very injury prone. Mike, there's a world, just like I predicted last year, there's a world where Egbuka starts like not 1 or 2 games by himself with McMillan, but he might be the number 1 wide receiver on the team with Evans and Godwin both hurt for like 4 or 5 games. Like, there's certainly that possibility. It just seems a lot more bleak, but it's not where we wanted him. But this is like a good long-term fit. It just doesn't feel good right now. It feels like the Gibbs to Detroit when Swift was still on the roster. It feels very, very cloudy. This feels like Alvin Kamara drafted to the Saints when they had who did they have when Kamara was drafted to the Saints? I want to say it was like
Ingram. Mark Ingram.
Yeah, the Ingram was I think AP was on the roster too. I think it was AP and Ingram, and they drafted Kamara. And so it felt so crowded. And this looks bad now. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Egbuka is a really good player. Hold on, Kyrie. This is a really good player. And I still think, God, it's crazy though. It feels wild. It feels like a very preemptive pick that they don't necessarily will benefit from as much as another pick, at least the first handful of weeks in the season, the first half a year. But they're really investing in keeping this passing attack electric in, moving forward. So, I mean, Evans is old. Evans could drop off in week 1. Evans could not ever be the same moving forward. He's definitely been like on borrowed time. And Egbuka's better than Godwin. So this is not crazy. If anything, you got to look at this from one perspective and just say, like, Baker's a great quarterback for a guy like Egbuka. And so would you rather have him go to a really bad spot where there's no quarterback play, but be number 1, or go to a great place with a quarterback that's a dog that wants to throw the football to him, and you maybe wait just a little bit longer to clear the way? This could turn out really, really good. It just feels like a kick to the sack. And now the Broncos are on the clock. There's no way they're not drafting Hampton. There's no way. There's no way that this is not a Hampton pick. Real quickly, Kyrie, I'm going to cut you off in a second because when Hampton gets drafted, I got to go.
Do you think Egbuka,
spit it out there, Kyrie.
Do you think that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask you about this. Do you think that I had a question, Dan. You made me forget my question.
Well, you made yourself forget it because you kept saying, "I have a question. I have a question." Babuka, Babuka. Well, his name's Babuka.
No, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Adrian. What are we doing? Bro, get your bag of Cheetos out. Hey, keep eating the Cheetos. Keep munching.
Right, go ahead, man.
Okay, hold on a second. While you think about it, let's see. Let me refresh.
All right, go ahead. Do your thing.
Yeah. Okay. Giants are trying to get back into round 1 is a rumor right now. And so that's a Shador thing, I think. I think they're going after Shador, but man, if the Giants can get Shador, they'll have a really good draft. They took a guy they could have drafted at 3. This is what happens. A lot of times you leave a draft and you say, this is a guy they could have drafted at the top 3 or 4 or 5 pick, and they still got him. If the Giants get Abdul Carter at 3 and still end up with Shador Sanders, what a magical day. What a magical day. So let's hope that that's true. We're refreshing here. Giants trying to trade up. That's news all over right now. Giants are trying to trade up. Let's hope they get Shador. Let's hope Shador goes either to the Giants or to the Browns.
Steelers?
The Browns. I want them to the Browns. The Steelers, sure. I'm fine with that. That's coming up here. The Chargers, I think that could be a Matthew Golden pick. I could see the Chargers going Matthew Golden. I could see them taking Trey Henderson, and that's where we feel like we got a little kicked in the sack. I hope Trey Henderson doesn't end up being the guy that gets hurt a little bit. And I don't think that I think he could take over the backfield, and Najee's not a spring chicken. I know he's never been hurt. He's never missed a game. Najee's never missed a game. But that sounds like something, a streak where the announcer's like, he hasn't missed a free throw yet. And then I feel like Najee could definitely heed way to Henderson within half a season. But it's certainly crowded, and I don't want it. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But we are waiting for this Broncos Hampton pick. It's got to be. And I do think the Rams would take Shador if he fell all the way to 26. I do believe that. That's why I think you're hearing the Giants getting active to try and trade up, because they know that the freaking Rams are going to be active at quarterback at 26. They're going to at least be active and looking and kicking the tires. There's no way they're not. The Steelers, there's no way they're not considering QB as well. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if McVay says, I'll go Milroe, you mofos. You guys don't think Milroe's this bum that can't throw the ball and he can only run. Watch what I do with him. So Milroe, whatever quarterback lands at 26 to the Rams, this is a sneaky quarterback if one does land to the Rams, because Stafford's on a 1-year to 1-year basis with the Rams. Even though he signed essentially a long-term deal, the Rams they're year to year with Stafford. It's structured in a way that they revisit it and redo the contract every year. So the Rams make it really team friendly, and he gets his upfront money. He's playing 1 year at a time in LA. And so McVay even said that they will revisit Stafford's contract again next offseason. They're very much interested in getting a quarterback. So we're just waiting. Go ahead, Kyrie
Are you
Boston.
showing that the Broncos pick is in?
I mean, it's
It got down to like almost 30 seconds.
It says
on the
pick
clock.
is in. It says pick is in. We're just
Now
waiting.
it's pick is it? But it was like 30 seconds left on the
my
clock.
question when I can get a chance.
All right, go ahead, Kyrie, before you forget. Just spit it out, though. Don't go.
No,
my question. Can I ask a question?
No, I just
say
wanted
it.
to ask, is Godwin and Evans getting traded?
No. Evans is. Evans
Godwin
could
or
Evans.
You don't think he doesn't getting traded?
Could Evans get traded? It's possible. 20 pick. The 20 pick is in. It is cornerback. Oh my God, Barron, cornerback. Barron, no running back. No running back. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Looks like Gump is going to be buying me a bucket of chicken because there's no way 5 running backs are going in this first round now. Because
I told you that's what I was trying to say earlier, Smitty.
Okay.
Wow.
That
was what I wanted to say earlier.
Sure. Just kidding.
Looking like Hampton to the Steelers.
Barron. Wow. Barron.
They'll still take a QB, right?
Woo! Barron to the Broncos. I mean, he's a good player, but I think you could grab a second-round corner instead of Barron, who's a good corner, but out of Texas. He's a good corner for sure. I like him. But you could grab a second-round corner in Hampton and be better off. But here's the thing, though. We're looking at this thing like they're making mistakes, these teams. They might not be, guys. This is the best running back stable we've seen in a decade. Scatterboo, if you come back and tell me, oh, the Dallas Cowboys should have drafted a running back, but tomorrow they take Scatterboo, we love it. You know, if we say the Broncos are screwing up here by going corner, what if they take Scatterboo tomorrow? Then we love it. Then we think it's an absolute amazing, navigation of picks and value. So just understand that it's, there's so many good values on day 2, day 3 that are RB that all these teams passing might be making smart moves. Henderson, where's he go? There's a world where Henderson gets drafted before Hampton now. Not because Hampton lost value, but because these teams that could dance with the Hampton value didn't decide to dance with it. Not because they're down on them, not because they heard something, just because they picked another player. And this is Henderson's territory. So Henderson's thought to be the best pass blocking back in the league, or in the draft class. So there's a possibility still. Okay, so we got Barrett out of the way. Hang tight, callers. Just stay muted real quickly. Let me just get through this. So Barron here. Now we're on the clock with Pittsburgh. There's a real good chance that the Pittsburgh Steelers either go Shedeur Sanders here or Hampton. If I had to guess, the way the draft's been going, it could be a defensive player. But if I had to put money on it, they're taking Harmon. Steelers are taking Harmon with the 21st pick. The Steelers take Harmon. What in the hell is going on here? What is going on here? Wow. Wow. Defensive line Harmon.
There's about to be some good running backs.
I told you at the beginning they were either going to go defensive line or running back, and they went defensive line.
No, I agree with you, Ron.
Cam is getting old. Cam is getting old.
Wow. Okay.
And in the playoffs, we keep getting beat up defensively. So
guys,
it's a great pick.
I know it seems like the running back value is continuing to plummet and that it will continue to, but I don't know that it's going to be the case. I think the Chargers are going to consider Hampton here.
These good teams are going to get some good value.
This is crazy. The Vikings could go Hampton. The Texans could go Hampton. Hopefully the Rams don't go Hampton. Good Lord. Oh my God. The Ravens could.
Smitty, what do you think about Henderson to the Chiefs? Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely talked about and kicked around. Certainly something that could be entertained. The Ravens could go Hampton and say, we're preparing. We want to make sure nothing can stop us. And so it could be any one of those teams. Chargers are certainly contemplating a running back right here. There's no doubt about it, but do they execute upon it? Do the Green Bay Packers get Burden at this 23 or Matthew Golden? Where's Matthew Golden going to go? I'm not saying he's my favorite receiver, but this is a darling everybody's been predicting to be maybe a top 10, sneak into the top 10. and now all of a sudden Golden's
Buffalo.
still available. Golden to Green Bay, Burden to Green Bay. Don't put. Hold on.
Where's
Kyrie,
Sanders gonna
hold
go,
on
though?
a second, Kyrie. I'm talking. You got Golden and Burden. One of the two could go. Burden could go ahead of Golden. Henderson could go ahead of Hampton. Why? Because we've entered a territory where these other players, Burden and Henderson, this is their draft range. It doesn't matter that Hampton fell into it. This is their draft range. So there's outcomes here that are really Steelers pass on Shedeur and take Harmon. That's crazy, man. I don't know. It's a good pick, but I just think these teams passing on Shedeur, it's ridiculous. It's going to put a big chip on his shoulder. I'm watching Dion and Shedeur standing next to each other. Dion actually looks happy about it. He's so sick in the head in a good way that he's telling his son, you use this. You put this chip on your shoulder. All these doubters, your bar is set so low you can jump over it with one leg. You're going to prove everyone wrong, and you're going to fall to a good team. A better team's going to get you. A team that's going to trade up to get you and prove that they do love you. They're going to trade up for you. Something like that's going to happen here. So the Chargers are on the clock. Is it an RB? Do they say the value's too good, give me Hampton? Or do they believe in Najee enough to say, let's help our team out where there's other needs? Does Green Bay go Burden or Golden? Does Minnesota say, yeah, we traded for Mason. We've got Aaron Jones, but Hampton's too good to be true here. I think Hampton to the Houston Texans makes the most sense if the Chargers pass on him, because Mixon fell off hardcore last year. We don't know where he's at long term. 21 overall, the Steelers. Oh, no, that's okay. Let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, no update. No update. This is still Harmon. Derek Harmon news. Steelers, Derek Harmon. Okay. Let me go around the phone line real quickly. Go ahead, Kyrie, one time real quickly, and then I got to move around. Kyrie!
I'm using the bathroom. I tried to mute it.
No. That's it. Kyrie, you're done for the day. You're done for the literally on the toilet. You're done for the day, Kyrie. Call him tonight. We'll be back tonight to do stuff, but that's enough. 901 caller. What can I do for you?
Yeah, man.
Good Lord.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at that. I want to talk about your Commanders because I feel like they have a really good opportunity to grab an elite running back because they're at the end of the first, so why not?
Yeah. I think the Commanders take if Hampton's there, they're taking him or Henderson. I still think Henderson might.
I think Henderson fits in.
Yeah,
more, right?
Adam Peters. That's what I'm saying. Like Henderson can go ahead of Hampton because Adam Peters that might be his guy. He might not give two craps about. He might give two craps about what people think.
Well, you probably
about.
want the pass protection over the downhill running too. Might be a trade thing.
Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe earlier, but Sanders to what is it? Sanders to the Lions could be correct, says Keith. No. Sanders, well, I mean, you never know. Look, the value of Sanders is going to be so good if he falls to round 2 or the end of 1. You never know what team could do. Yeah, I hated hanging up on Kyrie again, but like enough is enough for one show. You know, enough is enough. You're on the toilet, like just you stay muted or whatever and come back. Like you don't need to answer while you're on the can. Packers will go cornerback. Says
you would think they would go receiver, right?
Packers new age outlaws. New age says Packers go cornerback, but you wanted Ibuka, right? What about Burden? What about Golden? Is that good enough for you, New Age? Is that a good enough receiver for you? Let me know what you're thinking there. I bet the Rams go. Yeah, I mean the Rams are not passing on Sanders if he's there, or they take Milroe. I think they're taking quarterback there. This is a preemptive move. The Rams offense falls apart if Stafford gets hurt. Stafford plays with severed body parts and broken back all the time. Like they know at some point he's going to break. Some point Stafford's going to break. McVay is so smart. He's probably one of the most underrated coaches and decision makers in the league. He is so good. This team is set up so well. He's got so much invested in the receiving room. with Adams and Puka and Stafford being injured every year, playing hurt all the time. Guy probably is missing fingers and toes and we don't even know it. I won't be shocked at the end of Stafford's career. They're like, he's been playing with 4 toes the entire time, like LeBron. I don't know if anybody's seen LeBron's feet. It's wild. Google, make sure you haven't eaten yet, but if you haven't seen LeBron James's feet, Google LeBron James's feet, and I promise you, you will never be more shocked in your life. Or at least it'll be one of the moments where you're like, how is this man the best player in the NBA? How do his feet look like this? How does he run like this? I guarantee you, you're going to be shocked as can be. You're going to think it's wild. Kyrie Boston, you're done for now. Maybe I'll let you back on the show in like an hour or so, but right now it's too distracting. It's interrupting. It's toilet time. There's too much going on, Kyrie. But just hang tight. I'm not mad at you. You're not kicked off the show entirely. We don't, we're not, no one's like pissed off at you, but there's a certain amount of like Denny. You've entered the Denny category. You've entered the Gump status. Kyrie Boston, Gump, and Denny are all in the same bucket where there's almost a limit.
No, I had you on mute, but you want me to answer.
Kyrie Boston called so much it hung up on everybody else and answered the phone line. So everybody's got to call back in. Kyrie Boston just ruined it again for everybody else. He literally called in so much, my phone line just answered. Jeez. So if you're on the phone line, call back in. I don't even know how he did that. Justin, you're live. I'm sorry about that. Somehow Kyrie Boston, he overwhelmed the phone line with so much dialing. Apparently my system just answered it. It's like, this must be an emergency. Kyrie Boston, call back in about an hour. There's no soup for you for about an hour. I'm sorry. You're in the Denny category. You've made it into a status that is very, very, well-known and beloved. Okay, people love Denny. People love Gump, but they get hung up on a lot. You're now that person. You are now that person. It is what it is. Wear it like a badge of honor. Embrace it. He keeps calling. No, Kyrie Boston. Let me just tell him. Kyrie Boston, listen to what I'm saying and don't get mad or take it the wrong way. You are now in the Denny and Gump bucket. It is a badge of honor. You got to wear it well. You got to wear it with a smile. You got to embrace it. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at it.
I muted the phone.
I know, but you answered it while you're going to the bathroom after you've already been hung up on it.
But you asked me to answer
it.
And
I know, but I didn't ask you to answer it. I didn't ask you to answer it on the can. So, like, you could just, if you're in the bath.
On the can. I was holding a piss. I don't want to say that online. I don't know.
Just listen to me. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to help you so that you can get on the phone line a little later, Kyrie. You're in the Denny bucket. You're in the Gump bucket. You will get hung up on when the phone, when the channel puts 3 red X's in. You're gone for the day. I'm not saying you're gone for the day today, but just wear it with the badge of honor. Don't call in for about an hour, and then all will be forgotten. Go ahead, Justin. You're live. We got 800 people from YouTube in the building. Go ahead, Justin. He just doesn't get it.
Is it just me, or were a lot of these picks in the top 20 just like kind of like bad? Like I don't know. Loveland before Tyler Warren was kind of bad. I think the Cowboys getting I almost swore getting a tackle. I mean, getting a guard at 12 overall is kind of like
Yeah, I mean, there's
my
definitely
getting Will Campbell. I don't love it. Like
There's definitely some surprises. Hold on, Daniel wants the number.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
But my question are, like, do you think they're just kind of a lot of bad picks? Like, I think a lot of these are kind of like, time will tell, and sometimes these teams make, like, fans of crap like that look like idiots because we're like, oh, these picks suck. Then
I think the
players in history, but
I think the best way to describe it would be that I see a few comments that make sense, and they're kind of like safe picks. They're very, very safe picks, and a lot of teams are they're almost taking the Excel sheet Eric approach. This is what the Excel sheet says. This is the safe pick. Like for Genty to fall to 6 instead of the Browns to take him at 5 after they made that unbelievably good trade, if it was Genty that they took at 5. Imagine saying, do we want Genty or Hunter? We're the Cleveland Browns at number 2 overall. We want Genty or Hunter. Imagine trading 2 down to 5 like they did, and you still get Genty, and you get a first rounder and a second rounder. What an amazing move. The Browns would have redeemed themselves like Harry Dunn in Dumb and Dumber. It's just, it would have been unbelievable. But the Browns browned, and they took Graham at 5. And I'm not saying he's a bad player, but that is exactly what you're saying. It's just a very safe meh move. Let's see here. Hold on real quickly. Michael K. CPA dropping a $50 wad on screen. Puts him at $300. Which isn't the number one super chatter at the moment, by the way. It puts you at 307, is at 307. But it makes you an unbelievable person and contributor of this show. And I can't thank you enough, Michael K. And if you do drop $8 more, you will be in the lead, though, just so you know. Or you can save it and shoot off at the end of the show. Whatever floats your boat to make it happen. BBQ says teams are drafting the trenches because two in the third day talent will have a lot of value. I do think that BBQ makes a great point in what I said just a minute ago. That we feel like everybody's, thank you, Daniel. I shared the number. Call in if you want the number. I'll put it up again real quickly in a second. But it's like, we're judging these teams by taking corners and D-line and offensive line and not taking Hampton, not taking Golden. Chargers take Hampton. Chargers take Hampton. Chargers take Hampton. Wow. 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 I knew this. I knew this was possible, that Najee was going to get kicked right in the sack. I mean, he just felt like it was like knocking at the door. They love to run the ball.
Not great for Hampton either.
No, it's not. Henderson to the moon. It's not great for Hampton. Not to mention, he does use 2 running backs. He has in college. It's not like he's going to just lock into Hampton only, but they're going to use Najee and Hampton together. They're for sure going to. This is not great for redraft. It might be pretty decent long term. Maybe, but oh my God. Hampton. Whoop. Oh my God. I mean, this is it. This is what we knew. We knew someone was going to get kicked in the sack. What did I say? I felt like Najee Harris was going to get kicked in the nutsack on today's draft. I knew Najee felt like the most likely running back to lose some value. In this one right here, Commanders, Golden, or Hampton would be a steal. Smitty to the moon. Thank you, Ain't That Devin. Appreciate you dropping the super chat, my boy. To the moon, my guy. To the moon. Thank you for that. Wow. Hampton. What? Look, it's a great pick in theory. It's great value. It's just not what fantasy worlds want. Here's the phone line one more time.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
We've got Ryan who says, give me the phone number so I can call in and tell Smitty he's wrong and the mods that they're wrong. Go ahead. We're sitting here for you. You can dial in and complain. Hampton in Dynasty to the moon says, rather be fishing. I don't know, bro. I kind of feel like that's coming from I don't want to say like a homer or I already have Hampton stock and Hampton, thoughts of glory that I want to stick to. I don't know that he's going to the moon. I don't know that it's a guarantee that Hampton in a Chargers uniform is exactly what you want it to be. Now, Najee's there for a year. Najee's not there for the long term. I think this could be a very good long-term spot, but I don't know that it for sure gives him any more value than Trey Henderson might get. We'll see for the long term. It certainly might not be better than Scatterboot for the long term. Sometimes when you go to a spot and you don't have the keys to the lineup, it's not like you can guarantee when you're going to get them, if you're going to even be healthy when that time comes. Like, it's a lot of, worrying about everything lining up in year 2 perfectly. So I don't know that I would wish upon this. I don't think this is something that I would ever want as a Hampton owner, because Najee's there. Najee's going to get work. They're going to both be used. And if anything, Najee will probably get goal line work. Hampton will be used in the 3 down territory. and they'll probably use both of them, but they're going to rotate. This is not good. This is not a good landing spot for the now, and it's probably in a decent potential line. It's lining up potentially for dynasty, but there's no guarantees, bro. There's no guarantees. This is not a good spot. This is not a good spot. It hurts Najee badly. It hurts Hampton badly. Let's see where Henderson goes next. Let's see if he goes to the Commanders, which would be Henderson could go to the Chargers. I'm sorry, the Texans. He could also go. He could also go to the Commanders, and I think that's KC, and then that's it for day one probably, unless there's some real movement behind like getting rid of James Cook in Buffalo, or there's troubled waters to the point where they're just like, bro, we're taking another RB. It's crazy, man.
Well,
crazy.
It's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's interesting because the talk was how teams like the Giants or the Browns or people were going to try to jump back in the end of the first, but with so many of the skill offensive players not getting taken early, these teams, the rich get richer type of thing. These teams like the Chargers might not have expected Hampton to be there, and they go, well, we're just going to stick and pick. Because I know a bunch of teams were calling them. Supposedly now teams are calling Green Bay, so some of these guys might not want to trade out anymore.
Look, Harbaugh is going to use two running backs. He's definitely Michigan cornerback Will Johnson has knee issues that are concerning some NFL teams, which explains why he's fallen. Wow. Okay. Hernandez says, and I'm going to go over to O'Malley in 1 second. Just
let me in.
Hang tight real quickly. Right. I got to get this super chat away. They drafted Hampton in the first and paid make backup money and I think you mean Najee gets paid backup money. Is that what you're saying? What is it? I don't know what you're saying. Let's not overthink it. Also, I think you mean Genty here to the freaking moon, and I just traded for the 1.1. Hernandez, I don't know, bro. I think it sounds like you might have some shares of Hampton, but let's go Genty to the moon for sure. I'm all on board that. And then we got a $70 super chat by my boy Seven, who says, add 7 more. TB12, the GOAT. Let's go. 7 gets 70 more dollars added to his number, and that's going to put him at a grand total of $377 as the highest super chatter of the day. And the highest super chatter of the day gets the open Mars man spot. So he'll be drafting, if he continues to hold on to this lead, he'll be drafting live on the channel with the Mars man and Moon man, and he'll have an extra phone line dial-in connect so that, like, if he calls in the phone line, he jumps ahead of everybody. All right, go ahead, O'Malley. You've been wanting to tell me how wrong I am and tell the mods how wrong the mods are and tell me why you should have my job. Okay, go ahead. Hit me with it. Tell me why I'm so mistaken.
No. You're the professional, man. You've helped my fantasy league far more than I can thank you.
Okay.
All right, we'll break it down. Najee's on a 1-year deal. It's the same thing. It's the same pattern. You want to look at Dobbins and you want to look at Justice Hill last year. All right, Najee's 27. Najee's efficiency last year, I think he finished as the RB 27. You've got Hampton coming in, 6 feet, 220 pounds, a 4.46. He is significantly better than Najee. He's going to play the Dobbins role in the Chargers offense. It's going to be an exact replica. And I remember watching your Kyron Williams RB take last year, and I can't wait because I can see the video already. Hampton will be a top 10 running back now that he is on the Chargers. He will be better than Henderson. This is the best possible land.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? How many Hampton shares? How many Hampton shares do you already have? Be honest.
All of them.
I have the 102 in one of my dynasty leagues.
Okay, so
I'm very high on him.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not sitting here saying there isn't a world where he's got good dynasty value, but they just brought Najee in for a reason. He's never missed a game. They like him a lot. They didn't think Hampton would fall, so they prepared in advance that they wouldn't have a position. Wide receiver, Green Bay takes Matthew Golden. There you go. Matthew Golden goes to the Green Bay Packers. There you go, New Age Outlaw. You got your boy.
Let him cook.
Not my favorite wide receiver here. I like Burden, but it's still very, very, very good value considering that Matthew Golden was supposed to be this potential sneaking into round one. Sneaking into the top 10 wide receivers, very speedy. And, this is a good spot. This could be something to where I start to get a little bit more on board Matthew Golden because he's going to get wide receiver one numbers, just like McMillan's going to get more, more value from me and a higher ranking because he's going into a place where he's going to be given number one targets. I think this is a really, really, really good landing spot if you believe in Golden. If you believe in Golden, this is fantastic for Packer fans because they would not invest. They don't invest in first round wide receivers. They wouldn't invest in him if they weren't going to feature him. So this is a really, really good sign that they're all in. This is a good pick. Like this far, when I'm talking about Matthew Golden not being the guy that, when I say not being the guy everybody expects him to be, that's talking when we're at 8 on the clock when Golden could go to the Panthers at 8 when that is way too high. This is pretty good value. I like Burden better, but this is a really, really good pick. Vikings are on the clock. Okay, real quickly back to the Hampton conversation. I understand where you're coming from, bro. I get it. And I'm not trying to say that Hampton is a bad player. I'm not trying to say that Hampton won't have some significantly good dynasty value. But I do think that there's no way, in my opinion, that we walk out into week one and Najee is an afterthought. I think that they're both going to be deployed. Now, the thing that you're going to root for is that Hampton looks so good when he's on the field, and he might, and I'm not saying he won't. He's a great player. But Hampton gets on the field, he does these electric things, and Najee's not. But it's going to take a little time. So like maybe week 4 or week 5, there is a world where Hampton takes over. He's the featured guy, and you don't see Najee at all. Or Najee gets hurt or whatever. But Najee's never missed a game. And he's also been trapped in a pretty bad situation. Maybe Najee does really, really well in the Chargers offense and gets better yards per carry than we're thinking. Like if Hampton's just not going to push him out initially. Like it's definitely one to watch. I'm not saying I'm not going to say like, oh, I'm backtracking and later on and I'm on a Hampton train. I like Hampton a lot. It's just, this is not ideal. It doesn't look ideal. Doesn't smell ideal. You're tricking yourself and convincing yourself that it's a really good situation. It could turn into one. But it's not. On the surface, it's a little cloudy, bro. For year one, it is a little cloudy. This is not a good thing. You're trying to map it like you have 10 shares of Hampton, and you're like, no, it's great. Let me tell you exactly why it's great. Like you are willing it to happen. But if you don't have, you
I got
truly,
one question for you.
if you, okay, I'll let you go right after this. If you truly don't actually have any Hampton shares yet, and you're just anticipating that you will with that 1.2. I urge you to consider Henderson if he goes to the Commanders or a better spot. Don't just force Hampton because you've already set your mind to it. Hampton's a good pick. He could be very good for dynasty. But for year one, this is not a walk in the park. Is all I'm trying to say.
So let me play devil's advocate, right? One year deal, insurance policy, just in case. You also have to ease your rookies in. I would ask you one question. Would you have foreseen Bucky Irving playing the dominant role that he has on the Buccaneers offense?
We go over that all the time.
White.
We go over that all the time.
I mean,
the thing about Bucky,
I get it, but he's
the thing about Bucky though is Bucky was not the player that he is now when he entered the league. He turned into something like Tom Brady did. Tom Brady was not the greatest prospect whatsoever, but when he got into the league, something happened and he transformed into a werewolf. That is what Bucky did. You can't look at Bucky and say, oh, Bucky did it, then he can do it. Like Bucky was not that guy until he got into the NFL, ate some spinach, was coached by the right person. It all started to click. Sometimes that happens. And so Bucky's not the best example. Hampton is a specimen. Hampton is JT. I think Hampton is the next JT from a physical scouting, combine, entering the NFL draft perspective. Bucky was not, and we're the biggest Bucky fans you can find, but you got to be honest with yourself and say Bucky was not the prospect he turned into being in the NFL. It's the way that it happens sometimes. Arian Foster was undrafted. Arian Foster was an absolute number 1, number 2, number 3 overall running back for years. It happens all the time. Bucky's that guy. But Hampton is already the prospect, already the guy, should be the guy, and he went to a cloudy situation. And you're trying to make the best of it. And I don't blame you, and I'm not saying it can't work out. Najee's not that big of a long-term threat, not to mention he's on a one-year deal. So I don't hate this for the long term. You know, I don't think they bring Najee back or anything after 1 year if Hampton's looking good. But from a redraft perspective, from a year one perspective, you have to at least admit that it's very cloudy. That's all I'm saying. Can he overcome it? Sure. What if Najee gets hurt and then Hampton's got a clear path? It's fine. But this is cloudy. This is not what you wanted. It's not what it couldn't be what you wanted. You couldn't have sat here and said, I want him going to the Chargers. That's all I'm saying. It's cloudy.
No, fair. If we're solely talking redraft, yeah. I think by week 8, week 9, I think we'll see that pendulum swing. But sure. I do agree with you 100%. Long term, yes. Hampton, great landing spot. Chargers, love it.
Yeah, it could be. It's not even my favorite long term landing spot though. Like it's good.
Can I say something about Bucky?
It's good. It's good, but it's not the best landing spot long term. Like if we were looking at this thing, thank you, Perps. Perps says I think I'm lost. Who's this Smitty guy? Must be new. Thank you, Perps. Perps, we haven't seen you in a while, bro. Hampton to the fake moon. The Chief. I don't know. I like Hampton a lot. Hampton's not falling off my board or anything. Like I'm not saying that. And I like Hampton a lot. He's kind of like he should be a little more sneaky. But if you're having to pay as if there's not some sneakiness to this, I think it's scarier value and cost of entry. That's all. It's not like I can't envision Najee getting knocked off, but Najee has never missed a game. Najee was brought in because they liked him. There's some concerns. That's all. For year one, Hampton might not be unlocked. Like your best case scenario is Hampton gets unlocked 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks into the season and Najee gets hurt or something. Najee doesn't get hurt. This could linger a little bit longer unless Hampton goes out there and pops every time he gets the ball. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Real quickly, Tebow or was it Justin wanted to say something about? I think Justin wanted to say something about Bucky, and then over to Ron. Ron wanted to say something after Justin.
Yeah. So like, and this is one of those things where like I'm probably going to be the black sheep for saying this, but prior to the combine, there were a lot of places that had Bucky Irving as like a top 3 guy, but everyone jumped the ship because he had a terrible combine. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. Like, he had a terrible combine, and he did go 5th round in the draft. And, like, the NFL thinking, like, hey, this is a 5th round player should make a lot of people jump ship. But I just wanted to let it be known, in the eyes of a lot of analysts and stuff like that, and I can cite sources if you want me to cite sources or whatever the case may be. Like he was like a top back to a lot of people. A lot of people thought he was an electric dual threat coming out of Oregon.
Well, for the most part, Bucky was not a top 3 consensus player by no means. Are there people that liked him?
Not a top 3 player, but a top 3 running back.
No, he was not a top 3. He was not a top 3 running back consensus wise. Nowhere close to it. But he had some. No, he wasn't 3. There may have been people that liked him, but he wasn't a 3 consensus. I did the rookie evals all the time, but he was definitely a sleeper. He was like of the scataboo category, like in that running back 4, 5, 6 territory, somewhere around there, maybe 5, 6. But hold on one second. But yeah, Bucky had a horrible combine. It is what it is. Things happen. Players. Kyron Williams was the same thing. Okay, hold on. We got some trades we got to go over. I get what you're saying, but he's definitely somebody that developed in the NFL. Hold on. We got a trade going on. Giants are on the clock at 25. Oh, bro, this better be Shador. If this is Shador, okay, who did the Vikings take? The Vikings took
Donovan Jackson.
They took a guard, Jackson.
Yeah, Donovan Jackson,
good pick.
Offensive line. Woo! Okay.
Tackling, guys.
So where did the Texans? Let me get this on here. Jackson goes to the Vikings, and now on the clock are the Giants, who have to be taking. Could they take Dart though? They could, but I hope
Henderson.
They could, but I think this is a quarterback move.
I think it's a quarterback.
I think it's a
Just
quarter.
the year.
So Donovan.
You know,
Donovan. Hold on 1 second, Ron. Let me just get caught up on here. Okay, so Donovan goes here to 24. Texans and Giants have traded. What's the?
They got pick 34, 99, and a 2026 third rounder for pick
So the
25.
Texans are not in the first round anymore at all? Wow.
Nope, they went back to 34.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I don't like that for him. Okay, so the Giants, good move by the Giants. Well, let's see what they do with it. So Giants are on the clock. They did a trade that didn't involve a first round pick. It's a good move for the Giants. Let's see if the Giants can capitalize and do right by Shedeur. Can you imagine? This is what I said earlier. If the Giants get Carter and they still get Shedeur, like I was saying earlier about, 30 minutes ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, this is going to be one of the best drafts that they could possibly have. Like this would be a phenomenal draft by the Giants. So on the clock, this feels like a quarterback move. I don't think you're making this trade for a running back. You're just waiting in the second round for one of the running backs to fall. I don't think, as much as I love Henderson, I don't think they're thinking that. I think this is a quarterback move. It's either Dart, because they really like Dart, and Dart was thought to maybe go to the Saints at 9. So Dart is lingering. I think that this is a Shedeur Sanders move. At the end of the day, this would be what we want. Shedeur throwing passes to Malik Neighbors is what I've been dreaming about for months. This would be the pick. This would be the pick. Giants are selecting Jackson Dart.
I'm telling y'all, Sanders is going to the Raiders.
That's not. I mean, look. At least as a quarterback, though. At least as a quarterback. Giants taking Dart.
So the Texans made a good trade. The Texans moved back 9 spots, but they got another top 100 pick in 99, and they get the Giants next year's first round pick.
They got their next year's first
Sanders
as well.
Is going to the Raiders.
Then they got next year's first rounder as well. Oh my God, that was a good trade.
Let me double check it. Hold on.
If it is a first rounder, but I don't know if it was.
No, third rounder.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so yeah, I don't like that move for the Texans then, honestly. But Dart to the Giants. Look, Dart. This is he's not my favorite quarterback. I'll be honest. But hey, give me 3 shots at getting it right with Wilson, Winston, and Dart. Dart's starting games by the end of the year. So this could be something where he does. And as I said, with Bucky, with Arian Foster, with anybody, with Tom Brady, with Kurt Warner, with Arian Foster, with you get into the league, you could develop. So maybe Dart, learns this offense, learns the NFL game. His game isn't going to translate as easily as Shedeur's or even Milrose, to be honest. His game will translate a little tougher from his offense to the NFL, but he's got some time. I don't think they throw him out there by any means. He's not unseating either Winston or Wilson in week 1. This is a sitting position that Dart's going to be playing from. New Age Outlaw, real quickly, guys, keep mute if you could real quickly. Let me just go through this. New Age dropping 20. I'm tapping out. I'm satisfied with golden gifted membership value I posted in Patreon if needed. Congratulations to whoever wins the Marsman card. New Age is happy with his pick, but he's tapping out. But he's satisfied with golden. New Age, appreciate you dropping the $20 hauler. New Age to the mother freaking moon. I can tell he's a little bit down that he didn't get Igbuka, but this one here, huge miss. The Vikes should have taken Sanders, says Perps. I agree, but maybe they still do, Perps. Maybe they get into a spot like the Giants just did. Does Estime survive day 2? I don't think he survives day 3 or 4. I don't like Estime at all. So I don't think so, Jonathan. I think he's trash. All right, let me go back over to the board here. We've got the Rams are on the clock. I think this could be Shedeur. It's Shedeur. If it's me, it's Shedeur. But man, Dart. Let's see what Dart does. I'm gonna give. You know what? I'm gonna give Dart a chance. And this isn't me, backing out because this isn't me backing out because the Falcons are on the clock. This isn't me backing out backing out on my Dart doubt because I just love the Neighbors situation. This is me being real. That you put Dable in charge of a young prospect like Dart with neighbors, it changes the game. It's a different. It's like it's trying to evaluate maybe an engine that you kind of worry about, but you give it the best rims and tires and body. It's like, look, the car got better. You know, Dart just improved tremendously in upside by being handed Dable, a quarterback potential whisperer who turned Josh Allen into a good quarterback, and you got Malik Neighbors. So you know what? Dart's on the rise. It doesn't matter what I think pre-draft. That's why this draft is so important. That's why landing spot is often referred to as king. So Dart, maybe to the moon. Rams making a trade. Let's see here.
Falcons came back in.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. You know, I'd rather be Shedeur, but it's a good pick to go.
Falcons really like someone because they just moved up from pick 46 to get back into the first.
So did the Rams? Is there what's the trade?
I don't know if they've been. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, let me put the Falcons here. They're on the clock. This is pick 26. You think they're taking Burden? What if they take Sanders? Please don't. Please don't put Pickens.
Didn't the Giants have a second round pick?
Didn't they just trade it? Please don't put Penix Jr. in the same situation you did Kirk Cousins. Please don't take. Don't take Shedeur here. Hold on a second, bro. Let's see here. So the trade is 46, 242, and a first rounder in 2026 for the Rams. 26 and 101. Whoa! Wow. Falcons trade 46, 242, and a first rounder in 2026 for the Rams. 26 and 101. Well, I mean, so putting it into perspective.
They moved up 20 picks.
Putting into perspective, though, yeah, I mean, this is a first rounder they're getting here. So, like, I mean, you trade first rounders, essentially. Like, what if the Falcons feel they're going to win the Super Bowl and they're going to have or be a runner-up, or they're going to have a pick 29 or 28? So, I don't know. I guess your initial reaction is, holy shit, but it depends who they pick. Who do they like here? The Falcons select Pierce Jr. Okay.
Oh, big pass rusher. Wow. Okay. So they got Walker and Pierce.
Wow.
That's great.
That is a good move.
That's great for the defense.
Hey, Pierce Jr. is good. The Falcons are man, they're making some calculations here, and they're saying we're going for it now.
Walker and Pierce Jr.
That's pretty good.
I mean, that reshapes their defense.
Oh my God. And their offense is electric already. So this is unbelievable.
Yeah, their offense.
Falcons get an A. Falcons are getting an A draft. A draft. Giants are getting an A draft. Giants get an A draft. Falcons get an A draft. Raiders get an A draft just for having Genty. So Pierce going.
What about Jacksonville going up?
They're about to get Sanders. I'm telling you, motherfucker.
All right, Lions are on deck. Ravens are on the clock. Okay, who's spouting off in the background about Shedeur? What are you saying? What are you saying out there? What are you mumbling about?
Smitty.
Yes.
I think he's getting done.
Who's the one mumbling about Shedeur? Who's the one?
Oh.
Who is the one mumbling about?
I do.
Huh?
It's Justin. I think he's getting done dirty. I think he is. I think if he doesn't go in the first round, that's kind of ridiculous.
No, who's the one saying?
How bad could he have been?
Well, I don't think that was you talking though, Justin. Who was the person that was saying you? What'd you call us?
Can you hear me, Smitty?
I can hear you now. I can hear you when you're mumbling. Go ahead. Tell us your Shedeur. Like, first of all, Shedeur could go anywhere. He could go anywhere.
Absolutely. Well,
but what are you mumbling about?
I want to. First and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate you. I want to pay homage and respect to Sway.
Bird.
God rest his soul.
Yep.
And everybody in this community and this show are fantastic, and I love and appreciate every single one of you guys.
Thank you.
BBQ, Rockout, Travis, Gump, Kyrie, even though he acted, everybody. I love all of you. You're great people.
Yeah,
So,
Kyrie's
this
out
is
there.
kind
He's
of a
still...
bold.
Go ahead.
This is kind of a bold and maybe outlandish prediction, but I just like feel in my gut, Smitty. Tom Brady up in the Raiders office. He's sitting there. He's well connected. He knows that Shador's got talent, and I just feel like Shador Sanders is about to become a Raider. They might trade up.
Pick 37.
I'm not really sure. They got 8 picks left to work with. And I don't know. For some odd reason, I just feel like he's going to be a Raider.
It is possible because that's a landing spot he could go to. The Seattle Seahawks, even though they got Darnold, the Raiders, even though they got Geno, these are still possibilities for Shador.
Right.
The later he falls, the more likely that a guy like Brady can will that to happen. Having it happen in like the top 10 is hard because of Pete Carroll, his love for Geno, Geno's deal, his big fat extension. There's a lot of concerns there long term for people on the outside. But so the further he falls, the more likely he can go anywhere. Detroit could take him at 28 right here.
Right. I know. I was thinking the same thing too. Like he could be a Lion.
Anything can happen.
You forget Cleveland has the first pick in the second round and the fourth pick in the second round.
Exactly.
He could go to Cleveland very easy.
Yeah, he could.
And Cleveland, my picks have been Cleveland and New York getting back into the bottom of 1, or if he slips to 2, being able to get this kid locked up as a player. They contemplate, like I said, the team that drafts him will be a team that contemplated taking him anyway, and they're rushing back to get him. So if it's Cleveland, most likely it's going to be Cleveland. It would have been New York, and the only other team that makes sense right now would be the Saints or the Raiders. So Saints, Raiders, and Cleveland Browns trying to get back as high as they can to get him. But there's a possibility. There's a real possibility the Rams go after him again here soon too. But let's see what the Detroit Lions do, because I don't believe in Goff long term.
The thing is, if he goes to Cleveland, he's going to go in there playing a chip on his shoulder, and every time they play Pittsburgh, he's going to have something to prove. Like, you passed on me, and I'm going to make you pay for it.
That's a good point.
Well, and the other thing to watch is they like to take the QBs in the first round because you get the 5th-year option. So unless one of these teams then doesn't want to buy,
agreed.
It makes sense for someone to try to jump back in.
Travis is 100% right. You want to take Shador at the top of round 1 or the bottom of round 1 versus the top of 2. It's 100%.
Okay, so you got Philly and KC sitting right there.
Yep.
I mean, Cleveland could take their fourth pick in the second round.
Yep.
And jump up into the first round.
Idea.
Yep.
I think
Travis is 100%
I think
right.
Cleveland might want Milroe. Though.
Yeah, I like Milroe.
Well, don't forget, man, that the Raiders still have 8 picks left in the draft, so they could trade him.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is Pete Carroll? He has a special relationship, whether you like it or not. He has a special relationship with him. He's not going to do it. And actually, Sanders wants to go somewhere where he can start. And Sanders can possibly beat out the
All right, hang tight. We got too many. Hold on. We got too many people talking here. So let me rotate around. Let me just wait. Let me go to back to Travis, who was making a point, and then I'll circle around and get everybody their turn. So Travis, go ahead and continue if you're wanting to. I agree with what Travis is saying. I'm not saying it'll happen because teams might not be able to trade in and nobody wants to do the deal. But it is smart to get the 5th-year option because, like, look at Purdy, for example. You get that extra time to mature and evaluate a player. And these teams that are likely to draft him, like the Raiders, like even the Browns to a degree, the Browns would be more likely to start Shador right away, whereas the Raiders can't. The Raiders won't. The Saints probably would start him right away, I think. So those teams would be – but everyone benefits having 5 years with a player like that versus 4. But we'll see if a team can make that deal. But go ahead, Travis, real quick, and then I'll circle around the phone line and everybody can get a shot to communicate about this. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, just two quick things. Like, I think it would make sense, like Ron said, for them to use those second rounders to get back and take a Shador or Milrow if they like them, and Milrow may even make more sense to the Raiders. He could sit for a year.
1 second, Starks, Georgia safety Malachi Starks taken 27 overall to pair with Kyle Hamilton. That's a good pick. Starks is pretty good. He's thought of to be a very good safety, but so Starks goes. Now we got the Detroit Lions on the clock. Gump hasn't called in. I don't know where Gump is. Gump, if you want to call in and call the pick, you can. Your team, Gumpy. Your team.
I think the Lions get Leonard.
The last thing I was going to say quick was that the only thing with Sanders at this point is beggars can't be choosers, and so many teams have passed on him. He may have to settle for fighting for a spot. He may not be handed that starting spot right away.
Yeah, that could be the case. But I do believe the team that takes him this high will have at least a future plan, like the Rams,
probably.
For example. It's either going to be the Rams who have the future plan, the Raiders who, even if they don't plan on having the future plan, Geno's 35 years old, 36 years. What is he? 35?
Yeah, he's old.
He's so like you go there and you go, yeah, whatever, Geno. Like you're getting in there. The Saints, that's a good spot for him. I think the Saints have the most reasons to trade back in or move up or whatever. The the Browns are probably the top spot for me at this point with the Giants off the board now. So I'm with Ron. I think the Browns are the most likely. I think the Raiders are in the mix, but you have a problem of the he needs to fall further and further for it to make sense for them, I think. But I like it. So Saints or Browns, Saints, and then Steelers are still going to be considering somehow trying to maybe get into the Sanders sweepstakes. And then I don't know, let's see what the Lions do here. It wouldn't shock me if the Lions said, you know what? I don't know what Goff's going to do without Ben Johnson. Goff was, look, people forget, Goff was laughed at by fantasy worlds. He was constantly, Goff's garbage, he's trash. And Ben Johnson turned him around. I'm not saying that the remnants of Ben Johnson doesn't keep him alive, but I don't know, man. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. All right, let me circle around the phone line real quickly.
Lineman.
Let me go to Ron. Then I'll go to Justin. Then I'll go to Dan. Actually, can I go to Daniel real quick? He's been waiting a long time. So Daniel, real quickly, and then DJ, and then back over to everybody else. Daniel, go ahead. Or I'm sorry, I'm not sorry.
I'm here.
Daniel.
I'm here, brother.
Go ahead, pal.
Listen, this is my first. Last year was my first ever fantasy football experience, and I got to say it was a great experience. I'm
Good.
hooked.
Good.
And I got hooked. I got hooked on you, Smitty, because I just love your straight up shit. But I also did a bold prediction, and I think my bold prediction is working out right now. And I think my bold prediction is that Jackson Dart was going to get drafted before Shador Sanders. Is that happening?
Oh, Dart was already drafted by the Giants.
And Shador has not been drafted yet.
He has not been drafted yet. Was that your bold prediction?
It was. Look on your board, brother.
So far, you're the leading candidate to win the bold prediction board. And let me just tell you, bro, last year people went so crazy bold that five people landed picks. So good job, bro. Good job.
And I think that was back in February.
That's a great call.
You got to look at the date. I don't know what the date was, but it was. And anyhow, that's neither here nor there because we have a whole season to get through all the bold predictions. But
nice job, bro.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal, my brother. This is my first ever season with fantasy football and all this other stuff, and I've been watching all of the the predictions, all the ESPNs and the CBSs, and I've been watching them all. I've been watching all of them, and it's all been pretty inaccurate. I think the only accurate prediction was Cam Ward going 1.
Yeah, but just to save your breath,
Gimpy going to the Bears.
Yeah, just to save your breath though. That's
I'm sorry, not the Bears, the Raiders.
But that's not unusual. So don't think the whole world is off base on this draft. This is the way the draft goes. But like I've been saying for a while now, one domino falls a different way and it affects everything. Like Hunter going 2 is still the prediction that his slot was, but him going to the Jaguars at 2 instead of the Cleveland Browns at 2 changed the entire board. Like think of it like you're trying to line up something that has all these different, like a gear, and if you just take the gear out and move it just like 3 notches the other way and then try and fit it in, nothing's lined up anymore. So you can't look at it like that. It's not like everybody was off. Bro, it's hard to predict this. Nobody can get it right. And you also have human beings that are making decisions. So, I get what you're saying, but this is the way it's always going to be. No one's going to get a mock draft even remotely close to right. It's just the way it is.
And I'd also say that DraftKings.
Hold on one second. I'll come back to Justin. I got to keep a little order in the court here because go ahead, Daniel, real quick, and then I got to jump over. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and listen, I appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate everything everybody else does. But I'm just trying to make you understand. This is my first time in this whole realm of things, and I just got to be honest with you, brother. Nobody has gotten it right. The only two picks that have gotten right is Cam Ward going 1 and Genty going to the Raiders. Everything else has just been like all over the place.
Well, that's the way it's going to always be, though, just so you know. But yeah, it's fun. This is what makes it fun. Predicting the draft is like predicting the weather, but times 1,000. If your expectation is that someone's going to get all this even remotely close, you'll never have your expectation met. But I appreciate you, bro. And hang tight on the phone line, or if you have anything you want to add in a minute, just hang tight. You don't have to go anywhere. Any other quick questions? Any other quick question?
We're good, my brother, and I appreciate you, and I watch all of your 8:00 shows, and I watch all of your stuff, and I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate it. DJ, you can hang out if you want. DJ, you're live. What's up, DJ?
What's going on? And this is exactly why I enjoy the draft, right? You know, you never know. We could speculate, and these teams, and I mean.
Hey, hold on one second. We got a draft selection. Defensive lineman Talik, I think is how you say his first name. Talik Williams, 28th overall pick to the Lions. So the Commanders are on the clock. I'm so nervous, bro. Do they take Burden or Henderson? That's what I want to happen. Offensive piece, please. Please give me an offensive gold mine. Okay, so let me just see.
Henderson.
Let me use this Golden's name. Yeah. So yeah, we got Williams going to the Lions. So let me put that here. So the Commanders are on the clock. Hopefully they don't trade out. I'm always so disappointed when you think a team's going to pick and then they trade out. So okay, go ahead.
Yeah, they only have 5 picks.
I might have to interrupt you if the pick comes in, but go ahead.
Well, no worries. I'm right along with you. I'm watching. I get it. I was just saying that, number of offensive linemen. So you never know. And if Cleveland moved back 5 to pick up a D tackle, I'm not saying it's warranted. Well, could they not have taken Travis at 2? And if they were moving back in, hindsight's 20/20, of course. So that would make me think, though, they're going to try and move back in to grab Shador. Otherwise, what are they doing?
What team do you think is? Would you say what team?
Cleveland, because I was just wondering if they moved back to 5. I get the draft capital that they picked up, but they could have grabbed Hunter at 2. With the way the board is dropped, who knows how it would have dropped, and they still could have moved back in to grab Shador.
Yeah, I think the best spot is Cleveland, and I know it doesn't feel like it because they've been a disaster. but I really believe that this is a good team that's been troubled by their quarterback debacle, and they haven't been able to get out from under it, and they need a replacement of the debacle in order to move on. And I promise you that if they draft Shador and he works out, no one's even going to make any sort of stink over them when they release Watson and they have a huge dead cap hit, just like when the Niners botched the Trey Lance situation, which was part of him busting, but part of Shanahan screwing the whole situation up. But once Purdy worked out, no one cared. No Niner fan worried. No one fretted. No one said you blew it. They just said, we got our quarterback. So Cleveland has a chance to completely wipe the slate clean and do it now and not wait until next year. I think it's the best landing spot. I think they're a good team. It's a good defense. But it is something that's going to require potentially a potential move up or a trade of some kind. And I agree with Travis.
Yeah, and with
getting that.
Teams, well, the teams that are left, I think they could move. It would make sense. I mean, they aren't like desperate in terms of saying, well, we can't move back and pick up some additional draft capital. I'm a Chargers fan, and I'm loving the Hampton pick.
I'm sure you are.
Love fantasy. Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure you love it.
I'm
sure you love it. Yeah, I'm sure you love it. There's some year one concerns from is he going to be an elite fantasy football runner in week one? And if he's not, it is a matter of time. Najee's not holding him off for long, but it does present a problem. The thing I'll say is this, like anything, it depends on where his value is. If he ends up being a value in fantasy because of the landing spot, which I don't know that it's going to be the case, because the initial vibe is, I've looked at a lot of comments and I've seen a lot of people that are trying to justify that it's amazing right now, that it's not amazing later or that it's hidden value. It's amazing right now. I don't know that he's going to get hit with a big, decline in value. But if he dropped like a round, even a round in ADP, then all of a sudden it's kind of crafty, and it's almost like a blessing in disguise for fantasy worlds if he drops. But if he doesn't really drop, you're running the risk of having a very slow start and not getting that running back one value for 4 weeks straight, and then getting it ramping up, and then you end up sum total having running back 12 instead of running back 8 or 7.
Yeah, it seems like if you're speaking in terms of dynasty, because coming into the draft, right, who's like number 2, right? The number 2 player.
Yeah, he's the number 2 consensus.
Henderson.
Trey Henderson's going to change that if he lands
Chargers,
in Washington.
It's kind of like, I don't know. So, to your point, from a fantasy perspective, even dynasty redraft certainly. So yeah, I get your point there, but I do love the draft pick because I'm a Charger.
Yeah, look, Najee's on a 1-year deal. Najee's on a 1-year deal. So this is not a long-term Najee Harris, situation. So, but again, what I was okay, offensive line. Hold on. Offensive tackle Josh. They took offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. This is good for JD5. I'm a little disappointed they didn't take Burden, but it doesn't mean they won't come in and get Scattaboo or even still trade up for Henderson. So Buffalo is on the clock now. Do they go Burden? So Washington passing on Henderson. Where does Henderson go now, man? Does he go to Cleveland? I love that for Henderson if he goes to Cleveland too, though. So we'll have to see. But I want so many things to happen in round 2. I hate waiting. I hate when you think you're going to get answers.
That maybe he goes to Ravens.
I hate when you have to wait until the next day to get answers. That's probably the worst part about the day one ending. And you think, oh, I'm going to have all the answers I need and day 2 will be fun. But you end up just going, damn it, I don't know what I'm left wanting more. And for those that don't know, day 1 is just round 1. So that means at 32 right here at the bottom, the draft ends. Everybody goes to sleep, wakes up in the morning. Maybe there's a trade or two, and then the draft begins and round 2 begins. So Connerly, offensive tackle, Connerly Jr., good pick. I to be honest with you, though, I'm going to be critical, even though I'm a very positive person toward the Commanders selections and Adam Peters. I believe Adam Peters, if he scouted Connerly and he thinks Connerly Jr. is the guy, I believe in Peters' talent evaluation. But I do think that I would have probably rather had a different second-round lineman to coach up and taken my guy Trey Henderson or or Burden, just because I think you can't find that value every day, especially the receiver part, because I think the receivers drop off quite a bit. But I think that like you take Scattaboo later with this, then I'm okay with it. I'm very, very okay with it. You take Dylan Sampson here instead of Henderson, I'm fine with it too. But we'll see where this slingshots Hendy into. I don't want Hendy to go to a bad team. I would hate for if this triggers a bad Henderson landing spot. We'll have to see. Now, KC's on deck. KC's been linked to Henderson. That would be intriguing. It would be a little concerning and scary, but also exciting at the same time. We know Andy Reid has had huge success with running backs in the past. Huge success. But he's also lately been very committee-like and botched the Clyde Edwards-Helaire first-round landing spot. This smells an awful lot like the Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick, because Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I believe, was the second to last pick as well, if I remember correctly, or was the last pick? I forget. But he was 31 or 32, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, in his rookie draft during that season when he was a rookie. So there's a chance Henderson gets taken by the Chiefs, I think. There's a chance. But Buffalo, does Buffalo go Burden here? We'll find out. DJ, real quickly, wrap up what you're saying, and then I'm going to probably cycle everybody off one by one, but go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Real quick, just keeping the thing. One of Buffalo, the Chiefs, and Philly could move out. If Cleveland's going to move in, and in particular with the players that are on the board, I could see them moving out. That's all.
Yeah, they could. We got a little time. We got about 25 minutes and the draft's over. 20 minutes. Okay, DJ, appreciate you. We'll see you later, pal. Calling tomorrow or maybe tonight. I might be back tonight to break down some stuff. I'm not sure. But appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you more, man. I'll echo everybody's health sentiments. Enjoy the show, man.
Thank you.
Later.
Let me go over to Ron Navy. Ron Navy, final thoughts. What do you want to say?
Well, I've been wanting to say a lot, but
well, you can have a little bit of time. Go ahead.
I think well, first of all is the whole thing with Hampton going to the Chargers. Also, you don't know what Najee's going to do there because he's running behind a better offensive line than he ran in Pittsburgh. And so
for sure
he could really go off, and that could hamper Hampton getting a good chance this year. Of course, he'll be in there. Second thing is, I don't think people realize, how nobody saw that coming with Green Bay, because the last time Green Bay took a receiver in the first round was 23 years ago. 23 years. They haven't taken a wide receiver.
Yep.
And they choose Golden now. That was huge. I would have never guessed because
it's a big
never
commitment.
Take a receiver in the first round.
It's a big commitment, and it does say 100% that this is our guy, our number one. Because you keep in mind, last year walking into the offseason, Jordan Love, the offensive coordinator, head coach, brass, everybody said the same uniform statement. We don't need a one. Everybody's the one. We just spread it around. How'd that work out for you? Not very good. So they addressed their problem. They looked at themselves in the mirror, the Green Bay Packers, and they said, we have a problem. My name is Green Bay, and I've got a problem. My problem is that I'm addicted to not drafting wide receivers in round one, and we need to make a change. They did. And similar to Dart, you got to look at this situation and say, situation is king. And even me, who doesn't like Golden as a prospect as much as Igbuka or Burden, you got to look at it and say landing spot is amazing. It's amazing landing spot. It's what I wanted for Igbuka. It's what I wanted for Burden. So it's going to alter Golden's value, and I'm going to rank him higher. Dart, I don't like Dart as much as I like Shador, but Dable and Neighbors are going to make up a big difference and make him a lot better. So you have to be open-minded. This is not about switching and changing directions in a bad way. This is called adjust and adapt. And Dart has a lot of upside now. So, yeah, Golden, Dart.
I think they could have got him in the second round, but I think, because of the fifth-year option thing I don't think Dart was a first-round
I don't
I
either,
don't think
but
he's first round
but
grade.
it's a good spot.
But I think it's because
Yeah.
of that 5th-year option
Yeah.
that
Okay.
they kind of like took him too early.
Yeah. Let's see here.
But I got why did Terry give up the spot?
Why did what? First of all, Ryan, I know you think you have a point here. You don't, because you're not listening to what I'm saying. You said I watch every video. I want credit when you change your tune on Hampton. No one's saying he can't get into a good spot by mid-season. No one's saying that the dynasty. So there's no credit going your way. Everyone sees the value of Hampton eventually, but it's not a great initial landing spot. Your week one is vulnerable. If Najee gets hurt, you don't get any credit. No one's going to say, oh, you're right about it. We're saying that. I'm saying if Hampton can avoid these hurdles that are in front of him, he'll be fine. But there are hurdles in front of him, and it makes it not as an ideal landing spot initially. There's no credit that comes your way when Hampton delivers. Hampton's going to deliver. It's just a roadblock. It's a bump in the road. He's got a chain on him. He's got to break free before he can do anything. So I don't know what it is you think you're going to prove. You're not going to prove it. Okay, go ahead, Ron. One last thing. Oh, hold on. Trade. The Eagles are trading the number 32 pick and the 164. Hold on.
Yep.
Eagles are trading the number 32 and the number 164 for the Chiefs at 31. Who are the Eagles taking here? So the Eagles and the Chiefs swap.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a swap. So let me move these. So 31 down here and 32 up here. Let me move these two down.
What if the Eagles took Shador? Because they got rid of Pickett, and that was their backup. What if they took him?
I mean,
the backup hurts.
I mean, anything can happen, but that would be wild.
I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Because they do stuff like this all the time that surprise us.
Okay,
I feel
so
like they did no wrong.
The Bills have selected Maxwell Hairston. Maxwell Hairston, the cornerback. Yeah. So that's the Bills will never learn. Look, the Green Bay Packers just said, you know what? Let's look ourselves in the mirror. Let's take a receiver. The Bills won't. The Bills won't learn. The Bills don't. They don't make the right decisions on draft day, especially in round one. They just a lot of times will neglect to address the elephant in the room. And that's a frustrating part about being a Bills fan, is that you have to deal with these. I don't know. It's kind of it's just frustrating. Hairston's a good pick, I guess, but again, just you can find a player that you can coach up pretty good. Like, what do you need to do this for? Why do you got to go down that road? Why can't you go get a guy like Burden? Luther Burden would have been amazing for the Buffalo Bills. Unbelievable, man. That is not what I wanted out of the Buffalo Bill pick. Okay, so hold on one second, boys. 31 overall becomes the Philadelphia Eagles. They're now on the clock. And I don't know what they're going to do. So 31 and 32 get swapped, and there's a 5th-round exchange for that swap. So the Eagles must feel like, I don't know what would the Eagles be picking that they believe the Chiefs would be sniping them on? I mean, that's kind of wild that you're assuming, hey, we're afraid who you're picking, and the Chiefs have to be like the Chiefs have to be like, hey, yeah, that's who we want, or they probably wouldn't do that. They probably wouldn't make this move. The Chiefs would only make this move if they felt like, yeah, we definitely know what this pick's gonna be. Like, this is crazy. Hold on, I don't know. Somehow the phone line just like hung up. I don't know what happened. Sometimes, let me just get everybody back.
We were all on the.
I gotta cycle the phone line off. So everybody mute real quick, and I'm gonna go to everybody one at a time. So everybody mute real quickly. The Eagles select Jahad Campbell with the 31st pick in the draft. He's a linebacker out of Alabama. So, I mean, I guess a decent pick, but like, did they really believe the KC Chiefs were going to take him? Like, that's so wild. You just give a 5th-round pick to go get this go up one spot. And the Chiefs are probably like, that's not who we even wanted. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing back there? Okay, go ahead, Travis. What were you saying?
I was just saying, like, it almost seems like KC just wants to get out of the first, maybe, and because I just don't get why they even make that trade at all.
I don't know.
The Eagles, because there's no way. What did they get? An extra 5th? There's no way if KC wanted that guy that they would take a 5th for him.
Yeah, he is a good pick though. The Eagles are really how he knows what he's doing. I mean, it's a good pick. It's going to be a good pick. All right, let's see what KC does. The last pick. Let me cycle the phone line off real quickly. Ron, did you have a final thought?
I'll jump, Smitty. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you, Travis.
Bye.
Ron. Let's go to Ron real quick. Ron, did you have a final thought? Ron, go ahead.
Why did Terry give up his spot?
I think a couple reasons, but anything else, Ron? Anything draft?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of a little disappointed because I bought Terry that spot. So I got a proposition for you, Smitty. If nobody can beat my top super chat of all time, by the time this is over, I got to wait a couple hours and then it goes. But I will pay. I think what is my top super chat?
Your top super chat of all time?
Right?
No.
Yep.
You had something higher than that. You dropped a
764.
Nope. You dropped a $1,000 super chat once.
I'll match it.
So what is it?
I gotta send it to you on PayPal, and it's gonna be a couple hours because my money's not gonna hit.
Okay, so you're saying if no one
1 o'clock. Nobody beats my all-time super chat. I will pay what I paid. I will match my super chat, my all-time high.
Okay, the only problem is though
that
just to be fair, I'm not saying of course I would want. I got to be an honest person about this and say like I can't just take it on. Well, I can.
You know I'm good for it.
No, I know.
If you don't, you just give it to the next person.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, if it's sent, let me see. If it's sent before the live stream, no, I'm just saying if it's sent because I've got people that are expected
I bought
to
Terry
win
that spot. You remember that? I bought him that.
I remember that.
Man, he
I remember that.
Up like that. So, so it's kind of and
yeah.
I didn't get my spot.
But
went away.
But it has to be the highest super chatter of the show. Like I can't not be a person of my word on that. So like if you can make it happen on the show, then I can do that. But I can't end the show.
I can't unless you go to 12. So
yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. As much as I want to do. As much as I want to do that. If you're sending it, if you're sending it through,
it's just bad timing. It's just bad timing for me because I just put a $26,000 check in the bank yesterday, and they said it won't clear. So it won't clear until 1 a.m. my time. So it's okay.
I mean, I want. I want to do that. I mean, I want to do that. I just don't know how I can.
No, it's fine.
How can I say?
It's sentimental to me because I bought Terry that spot. That's all.
Yeah.
And I didn't know he gave it up until you mentioned it.
Well, I mean,
it's all good.
I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll go through though.
I still got my moon man spot.
I don't think it'll go through immediately.
It'll go through on PayPal. No, it goes through on PayPal. That's why I've always sent my money, the big money, to you because it's always through PayPal because you don't get charged. They don't take from you like they do on YouTube. Remember?
Well, I mean, I'll leave it up to the chat. Let
No,
me
it's okay.
hold
No
on.
big deal.
Let me do
No,
let me
it's
let me do
good.
let me do this.
I
Hold on, hold
totally
on.
understand your point.
Hold on.
Smitty,
Hold on.
I understand your
Let me
point.
do this. Hold on. Let me do this. The winner of this. Let me give this option to 7, because 7's currently the leader, or whoever is going to be the leader. If Ron doesn't send it, you get it. If Ron does send it, then you get the free the open spot in the Dynasty League, which might even be more sought after, to be honest. Because
Well, they can have my Moon Man spot too. I got the Moon Man spot. They can have my Moon Man spot.
Well, hold on. Let me. I don't want to kick you out of the
If
movie.
they agree to it.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to.
I don't want to cause no risk.
No, hold on. Let me talk to 7 real quick. 7, would you rather have the Dynasty spot anyway than to have the redraft Marsman spot? The Dynasty spot is on the official Dynasty League, which we have not drafted yet. There's only going to be 11 other people, including myself, in the Dynasty League. So let me know if 7, because 7's the current leader right now. If 7 would rather have the Dynasty spot, then the winner of this gets the Dynasty spot, and then Ron can do the gifted membership. I just want to make sure I'm not stepping over the integrity.
No, I
Well, hold on, Ron. Hold on, Ron. Hold on,
Ron.
Ron. I think we're gonna have 7 want the Dynasty spot. I mean, who wouldn't want the Dynasty spot over a redraft spot anyway? Because I do have one spot to give out.
Me.
So let me. Yeah,
Fucking
you don't
Dynasty.
like. You hate Dynasty, but let me just see. Give 3, Smitty. Give 3. I don't have 3. Give 3, Smitty. I don't know what that means. Michael K. CPA. But where's 7? Did 7 respond yet? Is 7 even in here?
I don't know.
Okay,
And
so
I'm not trying to cause a big thing.
Who went to the
But
Chiefs?
it doesn't mean a lot. I mean,
well, hold on,
Terry
Ron.
wanted that.
Hold on, Ron. I
so bad.
I want to make sure I do this right. So hold on. Let me just see it. If 7's good with it, then we're fine. Shador Sanders will officially go in round 1. Eagles take Campbell. Chiefs say at number 32, expecting offensive line help Patrick Mahomes. Who did the Chiefs get?
I don't think they've selected yet, have they?
Who did the Chiefs take? Are they still on the clock? All right, so where's 7? I don't know if 7's...
Yeah, I think they're still on the clock.
I don't know if 7's responded yet. 7, where are you at, pal?
Are you talking to me?
Are you 7? Is your name 7?
I'm 6. I'm not sure.
No.
No, that's not
He's
mine.
7.
My name is Keith.
Then it's not you. But no, 7 is the name of the YouTube guy that is leading the contest.
Oh.
Yeah, so hang tight while we try and get through this real quick. Actually, let me cycle the phone line off. Where's 7 at? Giants took Dart. Boo, says Ill Phil. Ill Phil's upset. You're a little delayed. Dynasty is way better anyway.
I don't think 7 called back in.
Yeah, no, he's in the chat, so I'm just looking for 7 to give me his okay. I don't want to take the redraft spot away from 7, but I think he'd rather have the Dynasty spot, which I have. Ohio State offensive line Josh Simmons closes out day 1. Day 1 is complete, which means Shador did not go in round 1, which a lot of pundits and talking heads and negative Noahs and everybody that crapped all over Shador are going to say, see, I told you, but they helped paint a narrative and tear down a kid in the 11th hour, and now that kid didn't go in round 1. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy that you ruined this kid's day 1 experience, but guess what? The chip on his shoulder is going to be bigger than you ever imagined. And I just put Sanders as I was talking. Shador Sanders. I just wrote it in for the Chiefs. I didn't mean to do that. This is going to be, who did they pick? Who did the Chiefs pick again? Simmons.
I haven't.
Okay, Simmons. So Chiefs get offensive line. That's good for the Chiefs.
Smitty.
That's good for the Chiefs.
You're Smitty.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Daniel.
Daniel, what's up? Real quickly, and I gotta cycle everybody off.
Okay, look at your board back there. I had a $50 prediction.
Yep.
And I told you that Dart was going to go before
Yep.
Shador.
March 4th.
And look at the and
You already
look
said
at the
this.
date.
No, actually,
Look at the date.
You actually didn't say he'd go before. Your prediction was Daniels 3-4. Dart will go top 15. Actually, that's what's written on the. Oh no, hold on. You did two. Daniel also put before Shador in a different prediction. Yeah. Okay. So you're right. You won that one. You had two. You had two of them up there. You had one that said, yeah, you have two of them on there. I think you might have forgot you did it twice or something, but you said Shador would go after Dart. That one you hit, and then you had another one that said Dart would go top 15. It was a different prediction.
Well, we got a multi.
Okay.
But right now I'm winning. Right now I'm winning, buddy. Right now I'm winning.
You are. You absolutely are. You're the only one that has executed upon the prediction, so you're currently the leader. Hold on. Michael K. CPA just dropped another $99 hauler, which puts him at $400. As of this moment, unless Seven is here, he is the winner if we end the live stream. Michael, would you rather have the dynasty spot than the redraft spot? Because you are currently the leading candidate here. Let me in. You want the dynasty league spot, Michael K. CPA? If so, as long as the live stream ends and you're still the leader, you get it. And Ron Navy's going to send $1,000 super chat, which I will show on the evening show for everybody to see. To gift, I'm assuming your intention is to gift it to Terry. You'll have to see if he wants to do it, but I'm sure he would. But Ron's wanting to get Terry back into the league. Okay. Let's see if Michael K. CPA. Let's see here. 1 second. 1 second, Ron. Michael K. CPA, what do you want, pal? For all the newbies and knights, this is why Smitty's number one. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Where's Michael K. CPA? Where's his response? Check it out. I'm sure Smitty will put it up before the show is over. What are we talking about? Michael says, you choose. I am supporting the channel. Well, I'd say take the dynasty spot, Michael K. CPA, and then we call it a day, and we give two spots today. We give a dynasty spot to Michael K. CPA, which 99.999% of everybody would rather have the dynasty spot. Because number one, you're drafting on the channel every year. You're doing the rookie draft live, and you get to be a part of the first official inaugural dynasty show or dynasty draft on the main channel. So if you're giving me the option, of course I'm going to say Ron dropped 1,000 at midnight. We'll do it live, and then Michael K. CPA, welcome to the Dynasty League.
Let him cook.
Ron, does that work?
That'll work, but hey, somebody else could come in and whatever happens.
I know. Seven could get back in the mix. I'm gonna hook Seven up somehow. Seven, if you're watching this on the replay and I know you're not here anymore and you missed out, I will hook you up with a lifetime membership on the fantasyfootballshow.com. I will also allow you to co-host a half hour or whatever on the phone line. We'll make sure we do you right because you've been sitting here at 377 the whole show. You're an amazing individual. Smitty, you got to give us heads up before the show ends so we can last minute super chats. Well, super chat
he can have my spot in the Moon Man League.
Who? Seven? Why, you don't want it? BBQ. Gifted memberships. Okay, Seven, you heard it. Two. I mean, if you don't want it, Ron. Are you sure? You're just too busy?
I mean, if Terry takes it, fine. But if Terry doesn't want to play, then I'll take it over. Kind of like I did with this one dynasty league that he got into and got out.
Okay, we'll figure it out. I'll see if okay. Or Ron, how about this? Well, Ron, do you want it or not? Because if you don't, I'll give away the open spot to Michael K. CPA. I'll give away the open spot, your spot, to Seven. But if you want it, I don't want to give it away. But just let me know because we're going to end the live stream here.
No. If Terry doesn't want to play the Marsman,
Oh.
then just it reverts back to me and I'll take it over.
Yeah.
And, well, 7 just put $500 down, so there you go.
Okay, Johnny just put $500 down. 1 ticket to the Marsman, please. Johnny wants the Mars. Holy smokes. Johnny dropping a $500 wad. He says, I'm going to one-up everybody doing it live. Okay, so Johnny wants the Marsman spot. So, Ron, you're giving up. So, Johnny gets the Marsman spot. You're giving your spot to Terry if he wants it, or Terry's going to take your spot. Are we in agreement there?
Yeah, but it seems like 7 wants the Marsman, so he's not willing to.
Okay, so 7 gets the Marsman spot. Terry gets the Marsman spot. I'm sorry.
Well, no, Terry can't have the Marsman spot if 7 has it.
No. We have one Marsman. Okay, we have one But if you're giving up your spot, then we have another spot.
Well, I was going to give up my spot if Terry got the Marsman, but if that's not, then I'll just keep my spot.
Okay.
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, this is getting really confusing. I just need to know if you want in your spot. Okay, so Ron's keeping his spot. The open spot goes to Terry because Ron's going to drop $1,000 super chat. Johnny, do you want in the Dynasty League instead of the Marsman League? That's what I need to know from Johnny. If so, then we're done. We're good. Johnny's in the Dynasty League. Johnny, you won in the Dynasty League anyway, I promise you. Because you're going to get the rookie drafts live streamed every year. It's the Dynasty. It's going to be pretty damn good. Johnny, let me know. Are we good, Johnny? Johnny, $500, Marsman League. Michael K, CPA. I'm going to figure out something to do for you. I've got it. In 7, I'm going to figure out something to do for you. I'll figure out something amazing for you guys. BBQ dropping gifted memberships in the midst of all this.
Wait a second. I think, well, seven's the leader, right? Or is that
7?
Johnny? Oh, Johnny 7.
Yeah, it's a different player.
Okay,
So
I got confused there.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. So let me just write it down here. Johnny wants the redraft spot. So Johnny gets the open spot, which is Terry's spot. So Johnny's got Terry's spot. That's locked. That's locked in. He wants the redraft. So it is what it is. This is the contest. So he gets Terry's spot. So Johnny's got Terry's spots. This is Terry's spot. So Ron, you can look at it however you want. If you want to do what you're saying, and your spot goes to Terry via the suggestion that you have, then that's fine. And then I can give the Dynasty spot. It's all up to you how you want to do this with your spot for Terry. But Johnny just dropped a 500. I want to make sure if Johnny. Let me see if this is Johnny right here. This is John calling in. Let me just see.
Johnny just dropped the 500. I want to make sure.
John, is that you? Is this you, Johnny?
Yeah, this is me, Smitty.
Okay, you want the redraft and not the Dynasty?
Let me mute you so you're not getting reboot. Okay, so am I going to get that every year? Basically, am I in? Or is it?
Yeah, you'll be in the redraft league every year, but the Dynasty spot is going to be a little more highly coveted, probably, because it's Dynasty. But
yeah, I just feel like I suck at it because I've never done it, and I don't know if I want to get my ass kicked.
Okay. So Ron, I need to know if you wanted to do so Johnny's taking the spot we're giving away. So do you want to do the 1,000 for Terry to take your spot, or are you not wanting to do that at all, or you want to just swap out Terry? I guess I'm confused.
No, I was going to do it for Terry to be able to keep his Marsman spot because I'm the one that got it for him, and he loved it so much. I don't know why he let it go, and so I was willing to do that. And then if he did that, then I'd give up my Moonman spot, but it's okay. I don't care.
Okay. All right. So Johnny, you got the Marsman spot. It's yours. I can't not. Yeah. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you. And then I got a cycle. Hang right there, Ron. Just hang right there. Johnny, appreciate you, bro. You're the man, the myth, the legend. Anything you want to say? Want to say anything real quick before you jump off? I appreciate you. dropping a 500 wad like that.
Yeah, you know what? I've been waiting a couple of times, and you end up hanging up on me. So I don't know if there's an issue with my phone cutting out or what. But I apologize if
Okay.
maybe I don't have the service.
Hold on.
You just got another $500 from Joe. Now what?
Joe says he wants the dynasty spot for 500. Joe, done because I want to give that dynasty spot away, so we'll do that. Joe wants the dynasty spot. Joe's got the dynasty spot done. Joe, can you email me? Email me real quickly, Joe, right now, and then I want you to send me a message with what you sent me in the email, so I can confirm it's you. Same thing for you, Johnny. Johnny, can you email me real quick?
Yeah. What do I go to your page and do it from there?
Yep. Go to the page. Go to the contact us page. Okay. Scroll down to the bottom. Click contact us. Send me a 3-digit number, and then I want you to tell me what the 3-digit number is, because I have no way of contacting you, so I want to make sure it's you. Okay. So send me that right now, and once you've sent it, tell me what the 3-digit number is. Joe, I need the same thing from you, Joe. And I guess Ron, I'm trying to make it work. Obviously, I just don't know how to do it.
Hey, it's all good, bro. It's not a.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right, I'm gonna have to close. Jose, or Jose Cruz. I'll give you a 5K tomorrow to be in the Pluto Man League. Okay. Ron, I can put. Okay, yeah, we'll figure it out. Ron, we'll talk about it after. All right, appreciate you all. I'm gonna end the phone line, the phone line. If anybody has something real quickly, Keith, did you have something you want to say real quick? Keith that hasn't said anything yet. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, well, to get back on track, my whole thing about Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders was I just feel like Tom Brady's a great, obviously, quarterback. He can analyze quarterbacks well, and I think he knows the talent is there, and it might be more of like a Mahomes situation.
Yeah.
Where I just feel like Milroe might even go before Sanders to like Pittsburgh or something, or Cleveland, possibly. Who knows?
We'll see.
But I did promise Travis that I would do Denny impersonation for him to get back from last night. So before we end the call, I'd like to do that.
Okay, go ahead real quick. Thank you, Tater Sandwich.
I sent you the number, Smitty.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Well, I'm waiting for an impersonation.
Who was Sanders guy anyway? Really? The guy's smelling coffee and tasting roses, and like, what are we even doing here? Are we even on this show?
It sounds like Denny. That sounds like Denny.
He's great, man. He's a legend, and I love him, dude.
Yeah.
Much respect, dude. Jenny's
all right,
awesome.
man. Thank you.
But,
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Keep like, are we even friends? Are we gonna play Ninja in the garage or what?
Yeah, that's a good one, bro. I appreciate it. It's a good.
All right,
it's good.
Man.
All right,
I
man.
appreciate you too, brother.
Thank you, pal.
Take care.
Okay. Let me get over real quickly. Daniel, final thought. Just like 10 seconds.
Brother, I appreciate you, bro, and this is my first ever fantasy league, and my bold prediction.
Nice job.
It's running right now.
Nice job, bro. Nice job. You're winning.
It's running, bro. It's running. Jackson Dart went before Shedeur.
You're winning it so far, bro. You're winning it so far. All right, later, bro.
Good job, Daniel.
All right, Daniel. Thank you, pal. I got Joey on in the email. Joey, you got to put a number in the message, like I said. Here, I'm going to reply to you real quickly. What is? Give me a 3-digit number. Okay, Joey, I just sent that to you. Please reply back. Johnny, what was the number you put in the email?
123.
Okay, that's you. Gotcha. Okay, so Johnny, you put it in. You're confirmed. I got your contact information. Johnny wants the Marsman spot. He's going to get it. Ron's going to remain in the Marsman League unless he gives his spot to Terry, and Joey for the Dynasty League.
No, the Moon Man.
Well, it's actually a Mars Man. There's Moon Man and Mars Man League. It's one league. You've got the Mars spot. You're in the Mars Man. Yeah. So you're in the Mars Man Moon Man
I'm
League.
in the Moon. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, Ron. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So Ron, appreciate you. So you're either giving Terry your Moon Man spot or you're keeping it. Joey, who's going to send me a number right now, I'm going to put him in the Dynasty League. I may have another spot to give away. I'm not sure yet. I have to look into it. Michael K. CPA dropped fire tonight. So did C7. I'm going to try Michael K. CPA to figure out what I can do for you. And if all else fails, Michael K. CPA, we're doing a bigger redraft league tournament, kind of like the Door League, the Garrett Wilson jersey draft, whatever. I'm going to make sure you're locked into that spot. Okay. Joey, can you type in the chat, please, Joey, what the number is that you just sent, or call in? Can you call in real quick? I wish YouTube would let you like DM people. It's such a mess. You know, like how do you validate this other? So Joe,
he said 789.
Let's see what Joe did. That's it. Okay, I got it. So Joe, I'll get you set up in the Dynasty League. Appreciate you all. Michael K. CPA, I'll reach out to you, bro. I appreciate you. Okay, guys, I'll see you all later. I'm just sending the phone line. I'm gonna go over a couple things with the draft. So John, I appreciate you, bro. Johnny boy.
Thank you, brother.
Later. Justin, we'll see you later. Unless you got a 10-second.
Yeah, bud. I got a 10-second thing.
Okay, go.
So my thing is, like, I think Howie Roseman doesn't move up. Like, I have to have enough respect for, like, what they're doing over there to believe that they had some intel that the Chiefs liked that guy at some point. Maybe they didn't know whether they were going to draft him or not, but, like, I think they had to have had intel. But that's all I got. Love you guys.
All right, man. Later, bro. Ron, I'll message you after. Appreciate you, bro.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Later, chat.
Okay. Let's go over the draft real quick. I got still got 400, 500 people here from YouTube. Still got like two or three or something like that from Twitter. My final thoughts of this draft, and we can definitely come back a little later, maybe. I don't know. It's so late. Ward expected that. I like the spot. I think he runs for enough. There's fantasy implications that could potentially put him in a spot where Ward's, running for 500, 600, 700 yards, 4, 5, 6, 7 touchdowns. And so he could be a top 12 to 15 fantasy football producer. Thank you, Tater Sandwich, dropping another 5 gifted memberships here. Monster. We've got Hunter going to the Jaguars. Phenomenal landing spot. Love this landing spot. I think it's a great spot because I believe that at the end of the day, he's going to be fed. He's got an offensive-minded coach that says, I'm going to do with T. Law what I did with Baker, bring him back to life. And Hunter is going to play at least 50, 60% of wide receiver snaps. So he's going to be given the amount of reception totals that a player would play at 80, 90%. He's going to come onto the field. He's going to get the ball majority of the time he's on the field. And they're not going to waste, efforts getting him on the field to not get him the ball. He's going to thrive. And because he's not going to be a target hog to a degree, playing lesser snaps potentially, BTJ to the mother freaking moon. And BTJ was probably going to be looking at defenses trying to lock him down because of what he did last year. That ain't going to happen. So BTJ to the mother freaking moon. His stock goes up by the Travis Hunter selection. It goes up. It doesn't go down. It goes up. BTJ to the mother freaking moon. Then you go down to this Ashton Genty landing spot, which we wanted it to be Cleveland. I really did. I wanted Cleveland slightly more. But honestly, at the end of the day, this could be the better spot. It really could. We know Pete Carroll doesn't run 2 running backs like other coaches do. He loved Kenneth Walker. He stuck by Kenneth Walker. He drafted Charbonnet. He's still stuck with Kenneth Walker. Genty's not a kind of player that's going to surrender snaps to anybody anyway, and they don't have anybody. So it's all Genty all the time, and he's going to thrive in this Vegas situation. This is the number 3 running back in Dynasty, if not higher, and it's a top 5 redraft running back. People just don't know it yet. McMillan going to the Carolina Panthers. Fantastic landing spot. This is a guy I admittedly don't love as much as like Igbuka or Luther Burden. Luther Burden didn't get drafted in round 1. Igbuka got drafted into a crowded Tampa Bay room, which we'll get to in a second, but it's quietly good. McMillan's in a better spot than Igbuka for year 1 for right now. Igbuka is kind of like Hunter, or Hampton. Igbuka's in a crowded space where it could open up. You got an older player. I'll just hit it right now. You got an older player in Evans. You got an injury-prone player in Godwin. You've got a guy that I think is really good in Jalen McMillan. But Igbuka could be the number 1 wide receiver by midseason or at the end of the year or at least in year 2. This is very similar to the Hampton value. Hampton's clearly got good dynasty value in LAC, but there's some cloudiness to his initial start. Does he start out of the blocks with a little bit of a stumble, a slow start? I think Igbuka and Hampton are very similar in their situations. McMillan's handed a great situation. I just think he's got a lot more development needed, but this could speed him along, and I'm willing to say that the situation could open things up for him and be pretty good. But is he ever going to be anything but a T. Higgins, which is still a top 30, 35 overall player, so there's respect being given there. I don't think he's better than T. Higgins or higher. I think he could get to that level if all goes right, and certainly this landing spot was a part of those things going right, so it's a good start. Loveland, what a bad pick by the Chicago Bears and this horrible GM, Ryan Poles. I don't hate the player. I just don't understand this. It doesn't make sense. The fact that they didn't take Hampton was ridiculously stupid. And just because I predicted it to happen doesn't mean that's why. I think this was the right pick. I think it was seeing the future. I think it was putting your balls on the table. But they still could draft Scatteraboo. They still could draft Dylan Sampson. There's still a player that could land there. But Loveland didn't feel like the right use of resources right there. San Francisco did okay with this pick. The more I look at it, the more they botched it. Walker should have been the pick. But the Falcons knew what they were doing. The Niners jumped really early on the Williams pick. Walker was the best player on the board by far, even at 11, by far. You've got Igbuka I just talked about. You've got this Hampton pick, which we addressed. I think it's cloudy. I think it's long-term going to be fine. I think mid-season on, it could be even good. Najee's never missed a game, though. He's got a better offensive line, like Ron said, so there's a potential that this guy goes nuts, Najee, and there's a chance that Hampton goes nuts and they just use both of them. But I will say that long term, given Najee's on a 1-year deal, doesn't concern me too much with Hampton. Is it the best spot, even from a dynasty perspective? No, it's a good one. Is it a good spot from a redraft perspective? Not right now, but it could turn into that. Injuries could open doors. Great play by Hampton and bad play by Najee would open doors. It's certainly some roadblocks in between Hampton and glory, at least for year 1, at least for the first part of the season, at least for the first month. So there's some worry there. Matthew Golden, similar to what I'm saying about McMillan, not the biggest fan of Matthew Golden in terms of the expectation level. Same thing with McMillan, but these two guys landed, Golden and McMillan, in great spots where they can be the number 1 for their team. That has influence. Situation is king. So Golden and McMillan both move up my board a little bit. Dart, this is another situation where situation is king. And I'm not as big a fan of Dart as I am Milrow or Sanders, but guess what? Dable and Neighbors can help change that. So we're going to reevaluate that. And I'll have some videos dropping tomorrow on all these landing spots. And that's the summary of the skill position players. I think we've coined this pretty well. Oh, and sorry, Warren. We got the Warren landing spot. Yeah, thank you. Colts Warren, great spot. This is similar to Bowers. Like, he's going to be the guy. This is the best receiving option. Feed him, feed him, feed him. That's the nature of this landing spot versus the Cleveland or the Chicago Bears Loveland landing spot. That's a bad landing spot. This is not the best quarterback situation, but it is a great spot. So at the end of the day, this is a wild draft. And I think that some people coined it right by saying it seems bland. It seems kind of boring and mundane in certain spots. And then it seems exciting in other spots. I think that the depth at running back did make people hold off. Only 2 RBs went in round 1. There was a thought that it could be 3, maybe 4, but probably 3. It ended up being 2. I said if my life was on the line and I could only be wrong by 1 in either direction, 3 would be the number, because that would cover you, because for sure 2 were going to go. 3 was iffy but possible, and I picked 3. So I would survive if I said I could only be wrong by 1 in either direction. It was 2. I said 3. It was overzealous by Gump, who owes me now a chicken bucket of chicken. He said 5 running backs would go. What was his other prediction? He said 5 running backs would go, and the Cowboys would take Genty. He was wrong on both counts. Gump has yet to call into the show tonight during the draft show because he missed on both of those, and I think he's crying in a corner. That is my sum total eval right now, at least, of the landing spots. I hope that helps some people in navigating the value, at least initially. I will be dropping a video on the running backs, or maybe both of them individually. I'll be dropping a video maybe on all the wide receivers, or maybe do a video on each wide receiver individually. I'll be doing a video on the quarterbacks, probably sum total, probably not individually. And then we'll have updates for day 2, guys. So look for all those videos. Can't wait to talk about it. Egbuka's in a if I didn't talk about Egbuka too much, I did earlier, but I'll just say that at the end of the day, this is a spot that I think that he's going to be great long-term, because Evans is an older player that could drop off in week 1, let alone at the end of the year. And, Godwin's an older player with injury concerns. There's a world where Egbuka's the number 1 wide receiver for 8, 5, 7 games this year because Evans gets hurt, Godwin gets hurt. I could see where he's the number 1 wide receiver. And so at the end of the day, it's like Hamptons. It's cloudy now, but it could clear up. And I do like him as a undervalued prospect. If his value takes a hit, especially in redraft best ball on Underdog, promo code Smitty, that link is in the live chat pinned. It's in the description of the video. We'll be drafting and attacking the best ball mania. There's a world where Egbuka falls all the way down in best ball, and you can get him as one of your last wide receivers. And I love that. I love that. It's great value. Every sort of problem presents opportunity sometimes. It does. So even Hampton, if Hampton declines in ADP value, then it presents opportunity. And then I kind of like it. So we'll tackle all this individually on different videos all day tomorrow. I'll probably go live. I could go live tonight. I could go live late tonight again after I digest some of this. Appreciate all of you. I can't thank you enough, all my super chatters. I got a few super chats here that have come in. Johnny dropped that $500 hauler. Joe dropped the $500 hauler. Both these guys won the spots, a Dynasty League spot, a Redraft League spot. Appreciate both of you so much for dropping those. Bella, check yourself. Neighbors, Hurts, Bucky for Joe Burrow, Chase, Scary, Terry, ETN. Neighbors, Hurts, Bucky, Joe Burrow, Chase, Scary, Terry, ETN. I'd probably say I probably want the Hurts, Neighbors, and Bucky side, because like Joe Burrow and Hurts, you could call that a wash. Neighbors and Chase, honestly, in Dynasty, you could call that a wash. Bucky over the other parts of it. So Bucky side for me, I don't want to say by a mile, but I'm very much comfortable with that. Caller said everyone was wrong. I disagree with that, said Justin. And then Justin also said, in defense of the analysts, a large percentage of them got the first 6 picks right. I think Moore was right than Daniel was suggesting, but I think he was more so just saying that he thought it would be a more clear situation, predicting some of this stuff. But Tracy stock up, not really, Matt, because tomorrow only 2 running backs got drafted, so no, I don't think Tracy's stock hasn't changed at all yet, bro. Like tomorrow we'll find out. First draft with the show, and it's even better than I thought. Thank you, Smitty. One man production, and you'll pull it off. Thank you, Mods and Travis. Thank you, BBQ, for dropping all the gifted memberships. You're an absolute monster. I hope you know how much I appreciate you, BBQ. Really, truly. You drive a lot of the engagement with super chats and gifted memberships. If I miscalculated on something, that if you won one of these, let me know. I don't think I did. First time tuning in to the Draft Day special. This was the best fantasy show on the planet. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate you very much. Ill Phil with the final super chat of the night. Ill Phil said this: is Hunter going to cause uproars in leagues like Taysom Hill with the dual position status? Yes, I think it will. I think Travis Hunter could break IDP, and even more importantly, it could make commissioners corrupt and make changes. So make sure you understand where Hunter is going to be slotted and scoring and all that in your league, because your commissioner could screw you. You got to keep tabs on how that's going. Is Marion Hampton's stock up a lot? Could be close to Genty now. Zach, why would his stock go up after the landing spot versus be maybe where you thought it would be. Like, it's not a better spot than anybody anticipated. Like, this spot is cloudy for year one, good long term, but this wasn't like the best landing spot where he goes up to Genty status. Like, no, I don't think so. I like him a lot, but this wasn't a spot that like changed anything in a crazy way. Wow, what a show. What a show. I might be back. I might be back tonight to have a conversation with you guys about this. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you, gifted memberships. We had gifted 10, or gifted 5 from New Age, BBQ, Tatered Sandwich. We had gifted 20s coming from BBQ, gifted 50s coming from New Age, BBQ. BBQ, appreciate you. 300. Oh, God, BBQ, did I miscalculate that you had a total over 500? Can you let me know if I messed up on something? And gifted 100. We had no 100s. BBQ, let me know if I miscalculated something. And then the last super chat of the night, Andy, appreciate you. Best fantasy show out there. GOAT of fantasy, appreciate you. Thank you, Andy. Andy's the man, the myth, the legend. Appreciate you, Andy, for dropping that super chat. What a show. What a show. What a show. Less than 500. Okay. Thank you, BBQ. Appreciate you. What a day. What a day. What a day. 476 of you in the building. I don't even know I want to leave yet. How am I going to leave 476 people in here? I will say I'm closing down the contest because I don't want to upset anybody that has a spot now. But I will say that if anybody did drop something on the way out that was similar or close to it, I'll figure out a way to get you into the... I'm just saying, I'm not trying to get somebody to do this. I'm just saying this to cover myself if I stay a little longer and somebody drops 501. Like, I can't... These are locked in, but I would make sure you were a part of the bigger tournament, best ball or potential non-best ball tournament that we do. Not necessarily on any platform like Underdog. We might do it on Sleeper, but you can set it up as a best ball league. But we'll do some sort of big, huge tournament on Sleeper or something. So if anybody was to do something crazy, I just want you to know I'd cover you there. But I do have to lock down these spots because I can't dance around it anymore. Thank you, Keith. Keith said, Smitty, thanks. I appreciate all you do for the community. You're a monster and legend and been in the industry, dare I say the GOAT. Thank you. Appreciate you, Keith. Grades as far as teams, again, Joe and geez, you guys are amazing. I just want to make sure I grab a photo of these. There you go. Joe, thank you so much. Johnny, thank you so much. Guys, dropping 500 wads in here. You monsters. You straight up monsters. As far as like team grades, I guess I would say, look, the Giants did really well. Carter and Dart, it's a good situation. Really, really good job. Cleveland Browns, I think they botched it. They had such a good trade and they were in such a good position and they didn't take advantage of it. Falcons probably had, in my opinion, the best draft. They got Jalen Walker. They traded back into round 1, traded a first rounder for a first rounder. So it wasn't a crazy trade. They got Pierce Jr. I would say the Falcons are the most up and coming team in the league. And geez, man, Pierce and Walker, Falcons win the day. Falcons win the day. Smitty hates the Bears for real. Or Lucas, maybe you're the only one. Call in, Lucas. You want to call in? Dial into the show. You want to tell me I'm a hater for something just because my opinion...
Into the show. Call into the show.
Because my opinion doesn't jive with you, you think I have to be a hater. Whenever my opinion isn't good for somebody's outlook or their team, I become a hater instead of that being my opinion. But yet, I called everything about your beloved Chicago Bears to a T last year. To a mother freaking T. I didn't get a single thing wrong. I told you exactly how it was going to go. I was right. And then all of a sudden you think I'm a hater because I don't like the pick. And I think your GM is one of the worst in the NFL. Bottom 3 GMs in the league. I called everything to a T. What gives you the road over me in telling whether this is a good pick or not? What gives you the road over me in terms of predicting how this could go bad? When I'm the one that told you exactly how it was going to go. And it went exactly how I said. Smitty Wood loved Hampton and Chicago. They did not get the pick right. Look, Chicago wasn't my favorite spot for Hampton. What I said, it was the last of the good spots. There was really good spots, about 6 or 7 really good spots. I didn't hate Chicago for Hampton. It was not ranked 1, 2, or 3, or 4 of those spots, but it certainly was at the bottom of the good spots, but it was a good spot. Chargers weren't even in that. Chargers are in that secondary category because they got Najee Harris. It could be good. It could turn out okay. So, horrible. And Vincent says, Smitty, Ben Johnson made that pick. First of all, you have no confirmation that polls had nothing to do with it, bro. They did not announce that the polls had no idea with it, Vincent. Second of all, he's the GM. He has control. So if he allows Ben Johnson to mess the pickup, it still comes down on him. He's still the worst GM in football, at least bottom 3. Absolute debacle. Go ahead, Brian. You're live.
Hey, what's up, Smitty?
What's
First
up?
of all, super excited about Genty to the Raiders.
Hell yeah, bro.
But, dude, yeah, super exciting. But I wanted to ask you, like, based off everything you know, what are the odds that we get maybe Shador Sanders or even Jalen Milroe?
Who? The Raiders?
The Raiders.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. The Raiders.
Which one of those do you think would be a better fit?
Sanders. I think Sanders is. I'd rather have Sanders than Milroe, even though I really like Milroe. I really do like Milroe. There's a couple scenarios where I think Milroe is better than Sanders for fit. I think Cleveland would be really good for Milroe. Good for Milroe. I think let's see here. Pittsburgh would be very good for Milroe. I think God, I'd love for the Cardinals to take Milroe or Sanders just to cover bases. As much as I do like Kyler more this year than I did at the beginning of the offseason because his attitude seems really good, I still have some concerns, It also allows the Cardinals to move off him, but the Miami Dolphins would be smart to grab one. I'm not saying it's a great initial landing spot, but it could turn out to be something special. But I think the teams that make the most sense for Milroe and Sanders at this point are really the Saints, the Browns, and the Raiders. And then the Steelers. I would be next. Saints, Browns, Raiders, Steelers. Right. Saints, Browns, Raiders, Steelers. Saints, Browns, Raiders, Steelers, and then even Colts, The Colts would be smart to do it.
You think we'll have our answer with that tomorrow? Like both guys will go?
Yeah, Sanders for sure. Milroe, there's a chance Sanders was a top 3 overall pick potentially, and he didn't go in round 1. So Milroe could fall just with a bad case of newsitis tomorrow. But I think there's probably a good chance they both go tomorrow. Yes.
Cool.
Definitely go in round 3.
I'm excited about it. So
yeah, man.
Genty and one of those guys. I feel like that's just a hell of a draft by the Raiders.
There wasn't, as much as there's a little bit of negative vibes coming out of this draft, like Daniel said, he wished that it was a little bit more exciting or whatever. We didn't really have anybody other than Hampton being a little bit cloudy, but still feels like it could work out. And then you had, Ibuka, but I still think that could work out. And then you have no Henderson pick yet, and we wanted that. We got no Luther Burden pick yet, and we wanted that. Golden's in a good spot. McMillan's in a good spot. There wasn't really anybody that's birthday got ruined. No one's birthday got taken away. Everybody survived pretty well in round 1. Now, the dangerous day is tomorrow because there's so many good running backs left. I imagine one situation is going to piss us all off. One running back landing spot is going to be so upsetting that we're going to be just because right now we feel impenetrable. We feel invincible. But what we're forgetting is just because somebody escaped a running back drafting in round 1 doesn't mean they're going to escape it at round 2. Doesn't mean they're going to escape it round 3. We could see Josh Jacobs find Scatterboo drafted onto the Green Bay Packer roster tomorrow. Like anything can happen. Chase Brown escaped it. Yeah, but so right now we feel good, but tomorrow's a whole different day, and somebody's parade's going to get rained on.
Looking forward to it.
All right, bro.
Well, love the show, man. Thank
All right,
you.
show loves you back later. I mean, man, tomorrow's going to be something's going to happen tomorrow. Something's going to happen tomorrow. If I had to predict somebody's parade getting rained on, it's probably Chase Brown. Maybe even what if the Dolphins draft a running back? I mean, they love running backs. Miami Mike loves running backs. What if he drafts somebody to the Dolphins? Dallas would be smart to take a Scatterboo tomorrow, a Dylan Sampson tomorrow, potential Tootin. Tootin could go to Washington. Tootin visited and met with Washington. Of course, they like Tootin there. So Tootin could be a Washington Commander tomorrow. I hope the Saints, the Cleveland Browns, the Raiders, or the Steelers end up with Milroe or Sanders. One of those. I hope both of them go to one of those teams tomorrow. Tyrone Tracy escaped the draft, but yeah, he could get kicked in the sack tomorrow morning or afternoon. I mean, we'll see. It could definitely be a crazy day. Derrick Henry could have a Scatterboo drafted on the roster tomorrow. James Cook could have a Scatterboo or Dylan Sampson drafted onto the roster tomorrow. Eagles could take Saquon Barkley's backup and just get prepared. Chiefs could take somebody. Not that steps on much because no one's drafting Pacheco or anything, but yeah, it's crazy, bro. I think Ben Johnson, there's still a chance Ben Johnson drafts 2 of the running backs. Like, let's say he takes Scatterboo, and then let's say he grabs Blue later. It might be like a late bully running back approach that really isn't bully because he's taking late RBs. But maybe something like Ben Johnson takes Scatterboo and he grabs Caleb Johnson. It's possible. It's certainly possible. Poor Pacheco, man, felt about he's going into the draft last. Yeah, Pacheco had a lot of value last year. I don't think Pacheco's going to walk out of this draft unscathed, but you never know. Chiefs are the kind of team that could. Smitty, if you don't think Ben Johnson had a major voice in the first-round pick, then you don't know ball, says Vincent. Vincent, dial in. I don't understand where this is coming from, second of all. And who said Ben Johnson didn't have a major voice in the first-round pick? You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say Ben Johnson didn't have something to do with the pick. Who said that, Vincent? Who? I didn't. You're making that up. The phone line's open. Dial in and tell me how wrong I am. Keep talking for me, acting like I said something I didn't say. I mean, I don't know what you think you're accomplishing by saying that I'm saying something that I'm not. Everybody's watching the show. You're not tricking anybody. They know what I said. Taj Brooks start. Yeah, Brooks could be pretty good, bro. I think Tootin's really, really gonna, I think, find himself in a good spot. Look, Judkins could go to Chicago. I'm just teasing with you. Chill out. Bro, how do I know what you're teasing with and what you're not? Vincent? I mean, what do you expect me to do? And I'm not even mad. This is my resting face. You know this. You know this is how I talk. I'm not even upset. I'm just telling you to call in because you're not telling us you're joking and you're saying things, and then when I go back at you, you tell me to chill out. Why would I chill out when you just said something without saying it's a joke or clarifying it? And I'm gonna correct it because people are reading it and I want them to know what's up. Tootin's this year. Is this your recommendation? I got some Tootin this year. Yeah, ill Phil. Who's not Tootin these days? Everybody's Tootin. Kivo says teasing is usually a cop-out when called out, says Kivo. I agree. I agree. Especially when someone's like, you're wrong, Smitty. I'll call it and tell you. And then they call and they go, well, really, Love the show, and I also kind of agree with you, and I'll take a lap. In the past 2 years, DeAndre Swift and Najee Harris have both had comparative stats. I get that Najee doesn't get hurt, plus he's had a good career. But LA equals a better offense than Chicago last year. Thank you, Justin, for the $10 super chat. I mean, look, the Chargers for Najee's going to be better in LAC than he was in Pittsburgh. So we got to be careful not to just write Najee's 2025 off like he can't dent or hamper Hampton. I'm not saying he's better than Hampton. I'm not saying talent doesn't win out. If Genty were to go to the Chargers, I'd tell you that Genty is not ideal, but Genty will rise above. I'm telling you Hampton probably rises above, but it's not ideal. That's what I'm saying. I wish people understood that. Wannabe comedians need to go on Kill Tony if you've got jokes, says Johnny. Johnny, appreciate you again. Johnny to the moon with his $500 hauler. I mean, unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. My boy's dropping wads tonight. Been saying Swift is soft since he was a Lion, and if you ask me, one thing I remember about him is in 50 years, it will be that he was soft. Sick Nasty saying that's going to be the lasting memory of him eventually. And look, Swift is not going to thrive. I don't think Swift is the answer in Chicago. Not to mention that Ben Johnson was a part of getting rid of him. So you got to wonder, did Ben Johnson change his tune? Maybe he liked him and he wasn't really as in favor of getting rid of him. It's certainly the case, potentially, but we have no idea. But they got rid of him. Ben Johnson was part of getting rid of DeAndre Swift, and he goes over to Chicago. I bet you Swift is like, son of a bee, man. What are you doing following me over here? So who knows how he ends up delivering in Chicago under Ben Johnson. And it's possible that Swift is kind of moved aside, and we just think he's not because they walk out of day one, the Chicago Bears, without a running back. But this running back draft class is loaded. They could draft 2 running backs. Right now, Swift looks like he's staying the starter. They could draft 2 running backs between now and the end of the draft. One like Tootin or Blue or Dylan Sampson or Jarquez Hunter or someone like that, in addition to a Scattaboo or a Judkins or a Caleb Johnson. I feel like Caleb Johnson feels like a Bear. I feel like we will have Caleb Johnson get drafted to the Chicago Bears. Either Judkins or Caleb Johnson will be a Bear. I really feel like that. I close my eyes and I picture Caleb and Judkins and I see Steelers or Chicago. I don't know which one, but I see Steelers and Chicago. Toner with a $2 hauler. Shout out Smitty. I bet Agboka under 26.5. Under. Okay, good. Yeah, I did tell you he'd go before 26. I didn't think 26 was a good number. So, Toner, I'm glad you listened to me on that one. I was getting a little nervous, though. I agree it's not ideal, but just better than Chicago, says Justin. You could be right on that. Long term, I will tell you, I don't know that Chicago was as good as people wanted it to be for a running back landing spot, which a running back will go there. They'll draft one in round 2, 3, 4. But I do agree with you that if Najee's moved out of the way, Chargers do feel like a better running back landing spot. Keep in mind that they were pretty bad last year, like at and around the goal line, though. They ended up not being quite as good as people originally thought they would be as a rushing attack. But I think there's a lot of problems that happened, And J.K. Dobbins he was kind of inefficient around the goal line. So I think that's where they brought Najee in. But if anybody thinks Najee won't start off with like goal line short yardage work, that's kind of why they got him. I'm not saying Hampton's not better. I believe he is. I'm not saying Hampton won't take that job, that work over eventually. I think he will. But it's not ideal. It's just not ideal for year one. It's not what anybody wanted. Now, if it presents you with a less cost of entry point and he ends up overtaking Najee in the preseason because Najee gets injured or something, then you get a steal. Like there's some hidden value if Hampton does drop in perceived value. But if Hampton doesn't drop in ADP and cost of entry, he is presenting you with more risk than you would have wanted. That's the skinny of it. You can pretend that it's amazing and he'll rise above, But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Going through all stages of grief, I'm still in anger. What can they do to fix it? I am overreacting, ? I knew this could happen, but not with Genty on the board. They should have just traded back at least, says Aaron. Aaron's talking about the Patriots. The Patriots definitely feel like Campbell just wasn't a great pick. It's a good player, but it's just you're sitting at the top of the draft. You got Genty there. You got a lot of value. To pass on Genty at 4 is a debacle. The Browns and the Patriots, at least Carter's a really good player, but I think, honestly, the Giants, the Patriots, and the Browns will forever regret and be made fun of for not taking Ashton Genty. And the Raiders will look like ballers. I think the Patriots, the Browns, and the Giants will forever be known for the teams that passed on Ashton Genty. And it's not going to be good. Campbell's a good player. You're right, Kivo. It's good for Drake May. But you can take a different player later in the second round, coach him up, be very close to where I think Campbell will be. And you can't say the same thing about Ashton Genty because he's once in a lifetime, let alone once in a decade player. Just not a good pick. You can argue it 10 ways to Sunday, Kivo, but Campbell was not the right pick. Doesn't matter if he's good. He's a good player. But Campbell was not the right pick. It was not. Genty was. You don't pick up a $20 bill on the street when you see 100 and just say, well, it's crisper. It looks nice. The $100 bill was folded. You don't. Now, I will say, yeah, Kivo, if they end up taking Trey Henderson or Scattaboo, starting to feel a lot better about it. But would I rather have Genty in a second-round lineman versus Campbell and Henderson? Or, look, Genty's him. Genty is him. End of the day. And boy, did the Browns screw up. Browns had an amazing trade. Got a future first-rounder and a second-round pick to trade down from Hunter to Genty. And they take Graham. What is going on? What in the hell are they doing?
You just take a big lap.
Joe, appreciate you. Johnny, Michael K. CPA. Michael K. CPA, I'm going to email you, bro. 7, reach out to me. Appreciate you all. 7 was amazing tonight. I just want to say that. 7 kind of vanished at the end. And so he didn't have a chance to come in and try and take back over. And so I felt bad about that. 7 had to go. But 7's amazing. What an amazing person. 7, reach out to me. Michael K. CPA, reach out to me. I'll see you all tomorrow. Appreciate every single one of you. 452 of you in the building. 452 of you on YouTube in the building. Hit that thumb up on the way out the door. If you're new, subscribe, please. We got 560 thumbs up, 757 total people in here, and 445 of you from YouTube. So subscribe. You found your new home. Subscribe. Thank you all. We'll talk tomorrow. Break it all down. Appreciate all of you. Congratulations to the winners. Johnny 777, Joe, and there it is. Appreciate you.
Hey, I'm Dom, and I drive fast cars, get hot chicks, and draft Ashton Genty double fist style with 2 cell phones at the same time. Why do I have 2 cell phones? One for looking up Ashton Genty stats all day, the other is for getting chicks.